foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking motivation. Yeah. Go own it. You own it. You own it. You own it. Are you investing your money or are you spending? You got that hunger, you come from humble beginnings. It's time to own it, no paying rent where you living. Go buy the land and you pass it down to your children. Do you feel me? Being broke ain't a number, that there's a mindset. They say it's lonely at the top, you made that climb yet. You wasted time, God no can't get no time back. You can't flip numbers till the day you flip your mindset. Yeah, if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking refinancing everything to stay alive. Before you get yourself a play, create a Power 5. Self-directed IRA will make it certified. You saving up for your health because they hurting guys. Got to go insure your life. That's life insurance, right? Cause all the money made in a day is just might save your night. That 401k, make it light, and if it's wrong, you make it right. You take too long, you pay the price. Only the strong gon' sacrifice. Now if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking black business, 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 black business. One turn into two turn into three turn into four. Now we call that community. I shot with him, he shot with her, I shot with them, they shot with me, and we never close and shop. That's how we build a legacy. Now kid, now one turn into two turn into three turn into four. Now we call that community. I shot with him, he shot with her, I shot with them, they shot with me, and we never close and shop. That's how we build a legacy. Come on now, black business, 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 black business. Motivation. Yeah. Go own it. You own it. You own it. You own it. Are you investing your money or are you spending? You got that hunger, you come from humble beginnings. It's time to own it, no paying rent where you living. Go buy the land and you pass it down to your children. Do you feel me? Being broke ain't a number, that there's a mindset. They say it's lonely at the top, you made that climb yet. You wasted time, God no can't get no time back. You can't flip numbers till the day you flip your mindset. Yeah, if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking refinancing everything to stay alive. Before you get yourself a play, create a Power 5. Self-directed IRA will make it certified. You saving up for your health because they hurting guys. Got to go insure your life. That's life insurance, right? Cause all the money made in a day is just might save your night. That 401k, make it light, and if it's wrong, you make it right. You take too long, you pay the price. Only the strong gon' sacrifice. Now if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking black business, 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 black business. One turn into two turn into three turn into four. Now we call that community. I shot with him, he shot with her, I shot with them, they shot with me, and we never close and shop. That's how we build a legacy. Now kid, now one turn into two turn into three turn into four. Now we call that community. I shot with him, he shot with
Peace, peace. Mic check. Can you hear me? Yo, yo. Welcome back to Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League. Tonight, we have another amazing one in the books. We are here with Quantum Truth, the founder of Quantum Onlyism, the philosophy. How you feeling today, Oli?
My mic. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. How you doing? Shout out Titan Debate League. Shout out to the people that's tuning in. Hope you're tuning in. Get a good seat. Should have a good one on deck for you as always.
Hey, you already know. You already know. What's this one about, man? The incoherence of God. Talk to us.
Yeah, man. Tonight I want to begin by making it clear from the start. That title right there is designed to get your mind functioning and get your mind working. The title of the presentation is the incoherence of God. But my actual argument is more precise than the title alone. I'm not simply here to say that there is no highest reality, and I'm not here to give a shallow rejection of religion just for the sake of sounding like it's good, sounding bold. What I am here to do today is examine a target that has been handed down to us for centuries, and that's whether that target is actually coherent enough to carry the weight people put on it. So the question for me is not whether there's a highest power. The question is whether the traditional concept people usually call God is really the right target for what we call the highest power. And we've had conversations. I always have conversations, but we had a few in the past or in the past week or two
Hmm.
that was really touching to me to what I was trying to say. So I just decided that it's time to get this out there.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Happy you pulled up with another one. You was able to squeeze you in. Pause. I'm joking.
Yeah.
I've been watching too much. Never mind, man. You got to pull your presentation up.
Yeah.
Here we go. My bad.
All right, let me get my serious face back on. Oh, yeah, yeah. We got that slide up there. Y'all ready, man? Tune in. So, as I stated earlier, am I ready to start? It
Yep,
might
you
be
got
me.
the
I mean,
floor.
yeah, if you didn't say no.
You got the
Bet.
floor.
So, yeah, as I was talking about, the question for me is not whether the highest power or is there a highest power. The question is whether the traditional concept people usually call God is really the right target for the highest power. My view is that it is not. I believe that the inherited target has become unstable, unloaded, and philosophically confused. It keeps changing from whenever it is examined closely. As I'll show you, every time you examine it, it changes. And when that happens, the problem is no longer just disagreement between believers and non believers. The problem is that the target itself may actually be the wrong place that we're looking for. And that's why I call what I'm
Hold
presenting.
on, hold on. You gotta your mic is like low.
Oh,
It's like
let me see. I can turn it up.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, I have it down.
but your
My bad, my bad.
background,
There is it loud back in there?
yeah, you just using the computer
No,
speak
I got no,
mic,
I got
like a headset though.
yeah, I got my mic in the headset, but it's just loud. In my I got my daughter and my
It's like your
niece.
background louder than your voice almost. But it's
Oh,
not.
do you hear? Oh, I know what
I
that
don't hear
might be.
nothing but air.
Wait,
I
that
just
might be
hear
it. Yeah,
air.
that's what it is. I know what that is. That's my. I got a air filter over here blowing. Let me go cut it off real quick.
Reduce background noise. I just clicked that button on your thing. It's really not helping. There we go. That's way better. That joint was loud. Dang, that joint was loud.
How's that? How's that? Is that better?
That's better, but it didn't do nothing for your mic though. But it did do something for
Let
that.
me, I can
Yeah,
cut my mic.
that
Let me
thing
cut
was
my mic
loud.
off. What about right there?
Your mic is it's like it's not clear or something.
Oh, it was. I wasn't even turning the right. My bad, man. I'm fucking. How about that? Is that better?
No, check your settings. Which mic are you using? The computer mic or your headset mic?
No, I got a microphone.
Make sure it's plugged in. I mean, and make sure like that you got it set to that microphone,
So
like in
that.
StreamYard. No, check the audio settings.
Oh, in StreamYard. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I got two different mics. I got my computer mic, and then I got the
Oh, yeah,
headset.
you're right. It's going in my what's the name, Mike?
I know it is.
What about that right there? That's better.
That's way better. That's a totally different. Yeah, that's exactly what we looking for.
You're a genius, A1.
Woo, thank you, man. I wasn't about to let you go out like that, brother.
Man. I
Heck
so
yeah,
appreciate it.
I
Okay.
got you, man. Shout out Humble Mystic to the stage.
Humble. Man, shoot. You think I might need to go ahead and reboot
Reboot what?
uh my argument? Or go ahead and my presentation.
Yeah, start it back up from the top.
All right. Sorry about that, everybody, man. Technical difficulties. I should have had that fixed. All right. This presentation is called The Incoherence of God. As I stated, the title of the presentation is designed to get attention. It's designed to get your mind wandering, and it's designed to help you critically think, because I want y'all to help me critically think too. So that's the title of the argument, but my actual argument is a different argument than the title. I'm not simply saying that there is no highest reality or that God is incoherent. And I'm not here to give a shallow rejection about anybody's religion just for the sake of sounding bold. What I am here to do is to examine the target that has been handed down to us for centuries and ask whether that target is actually a coherent enough target to carry the weight people put on it. So the question for me is not whether there is a highest power. The question is whether the traditional concept people usually call God is really the right target for the highest power. And my view is that it isn't. I believe the inherited target has become unstable, it's overloaded, and philosophically confused. It keeps changing from form whenever it is examined closely. And whenever that happens, the problem is no longer just disagreement between believers and non-believers. The problem is that the target itself may be wrong. That's why I call what I'm presenting a philosophy. Quantum onlyism does not begin. Sorry about that. I dropped. I'm sorry. Quantum onlyism does not begin by asking which religion I like best, or which scripture I was raised on, or which prophet got closest. It begins at a more basic level. It begins with existence itself. What I ask is what must be true before anything can exist, before anything can occur at all, before anything can be known, before anything can change, before anything can even be distinguished from anything else. And that is the level where I think this conversation should always begin, not with inherited slogans, not emotional attachment to old language, and not with tradition for tradition's sake, but with intelligibility, with coherence, with what must be true if anything is to be true at all. And so tonight, I'm doing three things. First, what I'm going to do is show you why I think the traditional God target fails under examination. Second, I'm going to show the method I use to test this target, because I'm not just making a feeling-based complaint on religions. And third, I'm going to present what I believe is the most coherent target, existence itself as the highest power, with time and nature as the necessary constitutive conditions of anything real. we can get to where we're at. So that's the argument. Not that reality has no ground or no higher power, but that we have been trained to aim at the wrong ground. And if the target is wrong, then the whole search has to be corrected. So the issue before us is simple. If a concept is going to stand as the reason for existence, then the concept must be coherent. It must hold still. It must not shift meanings every time it is pressed. It must not borrow from the very conditions it claims to stand above. And it must actually explain what says that it's going to explain. And my claim is that the traditional God concept does not meet that standard. It is described as beyond time. Described it is described as beyond nature, but when it is made to speak, choose, judge, create, reveal, love, punish, and preserve, then those are functions that already require sequence, relation, distinguishability qualities. In other words, the concept borrows from exactly what it denies. So I'm not rejecting the highest reality. I am rejecting an incoherent way of describing it. And with that, let me begin. My slide showing.
Mm-hmm.
Bet. So, as I said, what I'm presenting tonight is not a denial of the highest reality. It is a challenge to the traditional target people usually call God. The question is not sorry about the question is not whether there's a highest power. The question is whether the inherited concept of God is actually coherent enough to be the highest power. And my position is that the target has been misplaced. And if the target is misplaced, then the whole search gets misdirected from the very beginning. Change my slide. Um, the title is meant to get your attention, but my argument is more precise than that slogan, as I stated. I'm not simply saying God is incoherent and then just stop. I'm saying that the traditional concept people defend under that word is unstable. And once we test it carefully, it does not hold still strong enough to serve as the reason for existence. So tonight I'm doing three things as I stated. I'm showing why that old target fails. I'm showing the method I use to test it, and I'm presenting the coherent target that replaces it. Quantum onlyism is philosophy first, not a religion. It does not begin by appealing to an inherited revelation, church, authority, or sacred tradition. It begins with the question of existence itself. What I ask is, what must be true before anything can be said to exist, occur, change, or be known? And that is why I treat this philosophy as a philosophy of existence. It starts at the level of necessary condition. I formed this view because I kept hearing people argue about God as if the word itself settled the matter. But the more I listened, the more I saw that the concept just kept on shifting, especially whenever it was pressured, it changed form. It went from person to spirit to energy to everything. Then it went to text and scrolls, prophecy, and then to just a mystery. Don't ask no question. That told me that the problem was deeper than just disagreement. The problem was that the target itself was unstable. My argument is that people are asking the question of existence in the wrong direction. They've been trained to look beyond existence for the reasons of existence, as if the answer must stand outside reality. But if nothing exists outside existence, then the highest explanatory principle cannot be beyond it. It must be the level of what makes existence possible in the first place. What I mean by coherence, this is my proof standard. When I say a claim is coherent, I mean it can hold together without contradiction, without shifting its meaning, and without borrowing what it denies. A coherent claim has to stay stable long enough to be tested. It has to explain what it says it explains. It cannot survive by changing definitions every time it gets challenged. So my method is called know the ledge. If you watch my debate with that I had with Suave Boss, shout out Suave Boss. I have a method that I call know the ledge, which if you take the out, you'll see it says knowledge. You have to know the ledge of the audit of what you're looking for. My method that I use is I want to know the edge or the boundary of the claim, the point where the claim either stands or fails. So I define terms, I expose hidden assumptions, I test whether the claim borrows what it denies, and ask whether it cashes out in reality or just renames the mystery. I have this thing what I call coherence gates. In my philosophy, if you ever decide to take a look at my philosophy, can y'all if you ever decide to take a look at my philosophy, then you'll see that there's these things called coherence gates, and the coherence gates are simple. First, I ask what exactly is being claimed. Second, what does the claim depend on? Third, does it contradict?
Yes, yes. Let's go to a commercial break while he takes care of the background. Um, yeah, I'll just play our intro song again, I guess.
Sorry about that. I cut out. My
Yeah,
bad.
man. All right, come on. You got it.
So I was at my coherence gates, guys. Sorry about that. The coherence gate. The first question I asked the first gate is, what exactly is being claimed? The second thing I ask is, what does the claim depend on? The third thing I asked is, does that claim contradict itself? And the fourth thing I ask is, does it smuggle in the very things that it says it doesn't need? One of the fifth great gate is, if I removed any of the supposed conditions, does the whole thing collapse? This is how I test the intelligibility of these claims. The collapse test matters because a lot of people use words that sound impressive but explain nothing. If I remove what you say isn't necessary and your concept falls apart, then your concept was borrowing from that condition all along. That is exactly what happens with the traditional God concept. It says God is beyond time and nature, but then it gives God functions that require both time and nature. In ordinary arguments, God is described as the highest power, the creator of all things, the sustainer of reality, the ultimate source of law, morality, purpose, and existence. Then the same concept is also described as timeless, changeless, immaterial, perfect, beyond space, beyond nature, and beyond ordinary comprehension at all. Those traits sound impressive until you ask how they fit the functions. I think I might be a slider. Oh no, that's it. So the issue is not whether people uses the word God. The issue is what kind of being they think the word points to. If God is a personal agent, then the agent must think, it must choose, it must intend, act, preserve, judge, communicate, and respond. But if God does those things, then God is already functioning through sequence, relation, and distinguishable qualities. This is where the tension starts. A lot of theistic language is descriptive in one direction and functional in another. Descriptively, God is said to be beyond all categories, but functionally, God is made to do the very category dependent things. The gap is the beginning of the incoherence. If God creates, if God responds, speaks, reveals, judges, or preserves, then action is already present. Action implies before and after, it implies a sequence. It implies some order by which one state gives away to another. So if God acts, then time is already in play. God cannot be beyond time and still act without borrowing time. That's an incoherence to me. And if God has properties, distinctions, attributes, intentions, wisdom, power, love, justice, or will, then nature is already in play. And why is that? Because nature is what gives form, distinction, identity, structure, and boundary to things. If God has qualities, then God is already borrowing nature. So the traditional concept denies what it functionally depends on. That's the trap. The concept says God is beyond time and beyond nature, but then it assigns God functions and qualities that require time and nature. That means the concept is not self sufficient. It is parasitic on the very conditions it denies. That is one of the main reasons I call it incoherent. When I listen to debates, this is what I keep hearing. I hear God is a person, then I hear God is a spirit, then energy, then everything, then the scrolls, and then people's prophecies is what matter, then bloodline is what matter, and then it's just everything is a mystery. You should don't nobody know nothing. You can't question God. And to me, that's not a stable concept. That's a rescue pattern. Whenever one form whenever anyone forms a challenge, the concept changes shape and keeps moving. That is not explanation. That is survival by semantic retreat. So first, God is defended as a person. Then when personhood becomes too limited, the language shifts to spirit. But person and spirit are not the same kind of claim. If you change the meaning of the word God while pretending the argument stayed the same, that is equivocation, incoherent. And then they talk about the spirit. Then the spirit becomes energy. But energy is not a person. It is not a mind. It is not an agent by itself. So now the concept is moving again. The word God starts absorbing whatever language sounds less vulnerable in that moment. And then the God concepts becomes everything. But once God means everything, the word explains nothing. It stops identifying a cause and starts acting like a vague label for totality. At that point, you have not explained existence. You just renamed existence. When the metaphysics gets weak, the defense shifts to scripture. Now the claim becomes the text says so, prophecy says so, revelation says so. But a text can only carry as much coherence as the concept it is trying to preserve. Quoting the book does not repair a broken target, and the target is broken. Then we get prophecy gets introduced as the proof. But prophecy is only as strong if its meaning is fixed in advance, if the events is clear, if the fulfillment is not retrofitted, and if the interpretation does not keep changing after the fact. Most of the time, the argument depends on symbolic rescue, selective reading, or post-event reinterpretation. So anybody can make their own discernment or their own prediction or perception of what they see happening. And when all that starts to wobbling, the last retreat is mystery. God is beyond understanding. You can't judge God by human logic. You can't have faith. You have to have faith. But if the claim only survives by moving beyond intelligibility, then it is no longer an explanation. It has become an immunity shield. This matters because the same target is being treated as if it were explanatory, moral, causal, ontological, and beyond criticism at all. But if the concept keeps changing under pressure, then it has not earned the right to be treated as the highest explanatory principle. A coherent target should not need that many emergency exits. One of the biggest confusions in these debates is that people treat the fact that humans can form a concept as if that proves the object of the concept is real. It does not. Concepts exist in our minds. That is a psychological fact. But what the concept points to may or may not exist outside of our imagination. Ontology and psychology are not the same thing. The same instability shows up in text arguments. People slide between the text is perfectly preserved, the message is preserved, and the story pattern is preserved, as if those are the same claim. They are not. Word for word preservation, doctrinal preservation, and symbolic continuity are different things. When that distinction gets blurred, the defense becomes slippery. Then there's a misuse of science. Complexity is treated as a proof of intelligence. Revisability is treated as a weakness. Consciousness is treated as proof of God. Ancient math or symbolism is treated as proof of spirits. But pattern does not automatically prove planar or does not actually show that a mystery in science does not automatically validate that theology. Language confusion. A lot of bad reasoning also hides in language confusion. People mix signs, symbol, script, grammar, performance, formatting, and meaning as if those are one thing. The other night, I was in a live, and a guy came in with the American Sign Language learning manual to help people learn sign language. He said since we didn't know how to read a sign language book, or we didn't understand a sign language book, which we did, by the way, understand it once he got down to it and saw that he wasn't. Um, he was trying to tell us that we couldn't believe in God because the words that we were reading weren't actually the words we were reading, because we were reading the way that they taught us to read and not the way that words are spelled, or some hidden language thing that he was saying about formatting and meaning. And that's one thing. And then he tried to stretch one real observation into a total hidden language theory. Like, the problem is overreach. um Noticing a phenomenon is not the same thing as explaining reality, and you get that a lot. People try to correlate a whole lot of things, and things do correlate. I don't take that from nothing. Things do correlate, but some things you can't make just match just because you want to make your point
Yep.
or try to make
I
somebody.
was there for that. I remember that.
I mean, it was
Yeah,
kind of.
he was wasted all of our damn time. That's what the hell he did for a damn hour. Like he was doing, it's like I don't know, man. Look,
Yeah, it was
that
just.
was highly disappointing.
I mean, and at first I thought I knew I hadn't stepped away from the computer. So when he started talking, I was like, dang, did I miss something? And I remembered I went and made coffee. So how much did I miss? But he came in with the incoherence. Like, it was so incoherent that I thought I was like missing some of the point that he was making, which I wasn't. He was just trying to tell us that whoever taught him told him that anybody in America that's black don't know what they're reading. And I hate to say it like that, but that's basically the point that he was putting out there. Uh,
Because it didn't have a line for the breaths.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
what?
had a the
And if
capital
you
letters, and
wrote it without the line for the breaths, you took God out the
you done
sentence.
took God out the sentence. You don't even know what you read. I'm talking about. I was confused, but you know what I'm saying. That's the type of things that we were dealing with the other night, and it was just another one of the incoherent things that you know what I'm saying, you might deal with this concept of God. And so with that, with those type of things, the failure is to me is when all of this is taken together, the traditional God target fails, not simply because people disagree about it. The reason it fails is because it does not remain one of the like one thing long enough to be tested cleanly. Like you might get to ask a couple of questions about one thing and then it shifts. It borrows what it denies, it explains less than it claims, and like you have to find out who's responsible for this and who's responsible for that, who was over here when this happened, was that really a real person, was it not, that was just symbolism, this wasn't real, it was real, this religion over here actually borrows from this religion and says it was real, and they have just all kind of coherence, and by the end you have atheists agreeing with theists, and the only thing that they got that ain't matching is the title of the target that they're looking for. So I believe that the time now is to update that target. And here's the key turn. When I reject the traditional God target, I'm not rejecting a highest power or the highest reality. I'm rejecting an incoherent way at aiming at that we seek. The failure is the old target, does not end the question. It just sharpens the question. The right question to me is not which religious concept of God do I prefer. The right question is, what must be true for anything to exist at all? That is a philosophical question, not a denominational one. It is a question about the necessary conditions of an intelligible existence. So, existence is the highest power. My conclusion is that existence itself is the highest power. Why? Because think about it. Nothing can outrank that which anything is at all. If something exists, then existence is already prior in importance to whatever exists within existence. That is why I say the target should be existence, or what is the reason for it and what sustains existence, not a supernatural agent imagined outside of existence. In my system, time is not a clock on a wall. Time is ordered update. It is sequence, becoming, transition, before and after. The structure by which things occur, change and unfold. Without time, nothing happens. Nothing changes, nothing becomes otherwise, and nothing can be known through process. And nature is not just trees and animals. Nature is form, structure, distinction, identity, boundary, and constraint. It's what allows anything to be this rather than that. Without nature, there are no qualities, no forms, no differences, no distinctions, no intelligible objects at all. So if you remove time, if then without ordered update, process language collapse, effects collapse, measurements collapse, learning collapses. There's no events. It's all intelligible if you try anything without time. If you try to remove nature and use time, well, then what happens? You have no constraint. Nothing forms. Nothing has its individuality. Nothing can be identified because nothing can even identify itself at first to be able to even be coherent enough to have objects do whatever objects do in a sustainable condition. Stable states, there are no stable states, all of that collapses. There are no unstable states, that collapses. There is nothing for sequencing to operate if you remove nature. And if you try to remove both, well, then you know the intelligibility of anything that doesn't have time to change, and nature is the structure in reality. So you know what happens if you don't have anything that will change. You just have no intelligibility. You lose all intelligibility together. So in my thing, I show the necessities of existence. If existence obtains, time and nature obtain, and that's my symbolism for that. We could talk about it. I'm sure Roy Chess is gonna be up here to ask me to come back to the slide so you can see it again. But the minimal floor of existence is the togetherness of time and nature. Without time, there is no occurrence. Without nature, there is no thing. If you have both, then you have the conditions by which existence is intelligible. If you remove either one, intelligibility collapses. This is the togetherness of the union. I distinguish between togetherness and union. Togetherness gives us the minimal floor, which I just showed you, but union gives us realized sufficiency. Togetherness says these two conditions must both be present. Union says their active relation is what makes existence manifest, operative, and structured in state, phase, and form. And this is how it becomes a sufficiency. All you do is turn the equation to if time and nature obtains, then existence obtains. Which leads us to the very thing that I start, the only argument. And this is a biconditional statement. Existence is equivalent to time and nature together. That means that if anything exists, then there must be ordered update in actual form. Ordered update is what I call time or father time. Actual form is what I call nature or mother nature. Therefore, existence presupposes time and nature together. That is why I say existence is equivalent in its intelligible floor, and nature and time and nature together. This is why my target is better. I choose formation over creation. Quantum onlyism does not require a supernatural agent. We don't require intention behind existence or a person outside of reality. Patterns emerge from update under constraint. Update is time, constraint is nature. The target is better because it does not need emergency exits. It does not have to shift from person to spirit to energy to mystery. It is already operating at the level of necessary condition. It explains why agency, qualities, change, relation, knowledge, and structure are possible without denying the very conditions that make them possible. As I stated, the traditional God target is lower than the real target. Parsimoniously, a supernatural agent is not required by the argument, not my argument. And once you add a supernatural agent, then it immediately violates the closure that the coherence gate put on my very first axiom: nothing exists outside of existence. So my traditional my concept is actually lower than the traditional concept. And as I stated, I choose recognition over belief. What that means is that belief can persist in contradiction. I can say I believe something, and somebody else can say they believe the same thing I believe. But just because we believe it, that means that there's room for someone to not believe it. So belief can persist in a contradiction. But recognition means accountable alignment with reality. It means you know the difference through the coherence and the collapse tests and the things that you see within existence.
Wait, accountable alignment with reality. What does that mean?
Accountable
What?
it means that
I,
you
I can hear.
understand.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
My bad. For me, when I say that I'm accountably aligned with reality, it means I know the conditions and the constraints of which I'm in, and I'm within conditions that I have time to persist. And if I take my time, excuse me, if I take my time and use my time wisely and align with especially my direct environment to not impose on the comfortability of anybody else, then that is accountable alignment with reality, because I'm not looking for God to align my path. And I'm not saying that if I do get off this path, the devil or some type of evil entity is making me. I'm actually aligned and accountable to the actions that I take. And you'll be amazed that, and a lot of people, you'll be amazed that, well, I was amazed. I ain't gonna say you'd be amazed. Let me take that back. I was amazed that the different steps and things that I started doing once I became accountable for the things that I know I make the choices for. If that makes sense to you. Hey, what?
I said, yeah, I catch your drift. Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. This right here is for my appendix. I really shouldn't do that. I'll just give you my conclusion and my final claim. Um, so I ain't rejecting the highest reality, as you can see. As I said, I'm rejecting the incoherent target and replacing it with the intelligible ground of existence itself. Existence is the highest power. We know this. Think about it. To exist is the very thing you have to do for anything else. So existence has to be the highest power, logically. Time and nature are the necessary constitutive conditions of existence. And when, if you don't know what necessary and constitutive mean, you can look it up. I'll tell you though. Also, it means that what makes up existence has to be these two conditions. They're constitutive. They're necessary. Existence has to have these two conditions for the condition of existence. But existence is the highest power because once these two are together, then they exist. You can't, one can exist by itself, the other can exist by itself. And this is the beauty of this system. So, in my closing point, I'm not arguing for emptiness and I'm not arguing against the highest reality. I'm arguing that the incoherent God target is not coherent enough to carry the weight people put on it. The right move is not to stop asking about existence. This is what I don't like about atheists. Once they find out that this ideal of God is incoherent, then they start trying to just simplify everything when they know that it is a highest power. Now, a lot of them deal in science, and science only deals in physical nature, physical experimentation, and spiritual, I mean, physical explanations of existence. So I understand why they minds stop there. But we know this metaphysical thing is happening, and we know that there's another force besides nature. And in fact, that we must update these definitions if we really need to get somewhere. As you'll see, I didn't take nothing away from the definitions that already were. I take nothing from the physics that's already in existence, nothing from the mathematics that's in existence. Quantum onlyism correlates exactly with those to answer these questions. And so the right move is not to stop asking about existence. The right move is to update that target. And my answer is that existence is the highest power, as I stated, and that time and nature are the necessary constitutive conditions. And that's the floor from which everything else must be examined. Thank you. And if you want to come up and ask some questions, or we can just talk.
Humble. Did you have any questions, comments, or thoughts on
Well,
anything you've heard
most
so
definitely.
far?
Brother, Onlyism.
Mhm.
What up, my guy? I
What's
was
going down?
wondering, Brody, why did you frame your presentation in a debate tone of manner? Was you looking to get challenged on this subject? Was this a subject that you was looking to get challenged or challenge someone on?
Um, no, it was just I believe that when I go in to places or debates spaces or just lives, I do a lot of time going in lives and just talking to people. And when I do, people always tell me to present my argument for God. Once I start presenting my argument for God and laying down, they always say, hold on. Um, that's not God though. God has to be a agent outside of time, and that, you know what I'm saying, and all of that stuff. And then I go through and I give them my reason why that is incoherent. And so the reason that it came out like that is just because I guess it is actually challenging a view. It isn't challenging a view, but it's explaining a different point of view, which would actually, I guess, be challenging a view. So it probably seemed like that. I couldn't. I didn't even mean it to sound like that. If it does
So,
sound like
and the
that.
reason I asked is because at some parts when you were speaking, it would sound like you were trying to teach a lesson, but then you would throw words in there, um, that would give it a more debating sound, right? Oh, I challenge this, or this is my argument. I'm like,
Yeah, yeah.
is he making an argument, or is he teaching us something, or is he, he's sharing information, like. So I was kind of lost on that bridge. I just needed some clarification. Also, were you reading the slides or were you reading something other than the slides? Because when I was looking at this, when I was listening to you, and you was like going off on your deep tangents.
Uh huh.
I was wondering like, where is this at on the slide? Like, is he on the wrong slide or something?
Yeah, no, my slides. I try to just put the little subjects and basically what I'm gonna be talking about on that slide, and so my information that when I be talking be a little bit deeper than
Oh,
just what's
okay.
on the slide.
So,
And
so
also, I wanted to say too about
Yeah,
that.
you did give the audio book feel.
Yeah, 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 and that's what I was about to say too. Another reason that it probably sounded kind of like a debate thing, or a debate topic, is because in philosophy or even in theology, when it's different points of view and you trying to state your point of view, it's gonna actually sound like you arguing somebody else's or arguing against other worldviews, which onlyism does. Now remember this too, because I can't take it off of on quantum onlyism is made specifically to audit all other. That's why I got those coherent gates. So when I put my philosophy up against other philosophies, and when I say philosophies, I say isms, because I don't just think that the concept of the traditional Abrahamic God is incoherent. If you see that picture that he got, it's all the other gods. All of those are basically the same thing, but they're not. So it isn't that God that I'm trying to debate and let everybody. It's theism. It's atheism. It's
okay. So
monotheism.
I'm
It's
gonna
all of the
ask you.
isms. It's a real, yeah, yeah. That's why it's called quantum onlyism, because
So
it's
I'm
an
glad
ism.
you. So I'm glad you said that because my next question to you was, it sounded like in your presentation you was contrasting your philosophy against God. But I'm glad you cleared up the fact that you wasn't contrasting your philosophy against God. You was contrasting your philosophy against isms, so to speak.
Yeah,
That makes
correct.
sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
That's exactly what I was doing. And I didn't put it like that in the what's the name. It's just that when the most incoherent idea that we've been having, what made me and A1 think, or yeah, think about this title was, like I said, the last few lives that we was in, and when I say Christians, but I really don't have to call them Christians. I really don't have to call them Jewish or I have to call them theist, because they believe in the higher power as a personified, intelligible God that's outside of time and nature. But then you go and you see some people just say that like it's just Mother Earth and no Father Time, and then they give, what I'm saying. And it's just they concept. Once we start arguing those concepts, I like to get into exactly what they're saying about those concepts, and then we can audit those concepts, because that's actually what I did is audited my concepts, and that's why I stick with them, because at the end, like I said, I didn't even get into it, but this right here is Bayesian reasoning. Right here it says Bayesian update.
hmm
This right here is the system that I use to weigh my my worldview against other worldviews. We talked about this before in one of my presentations, the priors and the updates to your evidence of your hypothesis, and then what your
so who is
how you
Bayesian?
update. And this is Thomas Bayesian is a mathematician who formed
Give us some more about him.
this formula right here. He formed it. Thomas Bayesian, he a mathematician that formed this as a instrument to help, like I said, update your hypothesis when people make prior hypothesis as opposed to the posterior hypothesis after you gain evidence.
Was
So that's
his
what the P.
was his like stature in the mathematician field? Like he got any Nobel prizes, or like is he recognized, things of that nature?
He got this thing right here called Bayesian reasoning. You can look that up online. It'll tell you everything about it. All I know is that he's a
I'm not supposed to be
mathematician
looking it up,
that
brother. You
created
supposed to be teaching
this.
me about it, my guy.
You're studying mathematics and stuff, but this is
So
a
hold on, real fast,
um
quantum, real fast, bro. Can you hear me? All right, so real fast. So the reason I asked you that question, right?
percentage. I could no, I'm saying I know you got your
Open panel, so y'all could
I know
jump
you got
in.
your computer right there.
You
No,
know,
no, 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 no. I know, but real fast because I don't want to
Well,
jump
here,
all
let
over
me
the
see.
place. I also don't want to sound like I'm trying to, because this your joint, Brody. So we most definitely want to talk on the
Yeah, yeah.
back end, things of that nature a little deeper. But I also want you to understand that when like these questions I'm asking, right? These are things
Uh-huh.
that you should be giving background on. Like if a person asks you, okay, you using this model, who is Bayesian, right? You're supposed to know what college he went to. You're supposed to know what he specialized in, like you were saying, mathematics. You're supposed to know who his peers are. You see what I'm saying? So now instead of me going to go look and do the work
No,
for
no,
myself,
you can do all that. You can do all
now
that.
watch
Listen,
this. I'm about to explain something to you, Brody,
I
because we're
understand. No, I ain't
scholars
gonna
here.
say.
Hold on one second. I got
He
you. I'm gonna
said
land my
he
plane.
was a mathematician, so
We're
that's good
scholars
enough
here,
for
right?
me.
Hold on one second, Capone. I got you. But we're scholars here, right? So when
Yeah,
I ask
but
you a
listen,
question,
hold on though. Hold on, wait. Listen, if we scholars here though,
You asking for his bio though, humble.
exactly. Now I'm asking for
listen,
the
listen. If
bio.
we talking about scholars here,
Reason
humble, don't do me like that, humble. I see you
No,
sit
I'm
up
not.
here
That's
all
why I
day
just said I'm
long, and
not
when
trying to do
somebody
you
say
like that.
something,
Good.
humble. I see you sit here all day long. You got a computer right there in front of you. If I give you a
Mm-hmm.
name and I tell you what his status is, you
Mm-hmm.
have the right to go on there and look on that. Because when I put together this presentation, I didn't put together this presentation. I told you who Thomas Bayes was. I told you his first name. I
Mm-hmm.
told you Bayesian region. I told you exactly what his formula is. All that other stuff about his peers and stuff, I don't give a fuck about his peers. I don't care about none of that. Don't do me like that. You look that
No,
up and you
I
find his
get
peers
that,
is if
bro.
you want to know. All I need to know is the basics of Thomas Bayesian because I'm not no historian.
Right. Okay. So I
Okay.
get that. Now here's the thing. Now watch this. Right. Now again, I told you I'm trying to help you. Is it's not so much of going against what you're doing, but is when people come up here and ask you questions, right, brother? And even with the Bayesian, because you said that your philosophy is based off of this. Now we had a conversation, me, you, and Roy Chess. I remember this conversation. If the foundation is flawed, then your premise is flawed. We all had this conversation, I remember. Now,
Hmm.
we don't know who this Bayesian guy is, right? So now it's up to the person who studied this to bring us this information. Now, of course, we're going to go further and go do the information, but the basics, we have to know, okay, well, is he valid? You see what I'm saying? Because then if you say Bayesian, right, and now
Man.
you got people out there waiting to chop your head off. Now Roy Chess hop up in and go in on you about Bayesian, and then you like, well, I don't care about Bayesian. I'm just using this. But now that's his premise of saying, well, Bayesian is flawed, and your stuff is based off Bayesian. And I'm not saying he flawed. I'm just using an example. But he come up here and say, well, Bayesian is flawed, and your stuff is based off of Bayesian. So now your philosophy is flawed. And so when you give us backgrounds
Yeah.
and stuff like that, you help eradicate all of that, right? So now he no
Yeah, yeah.
longer can come up here and say, "Oh, well, Bayesian is flawed." No, man, I already gave you his rundown. He's certified in this, and this.
Yeah. That's what I feel like. That's what I did. All of them extra things is cool too. Now I can always, while y'all doing that, while you talking and stuff, when you ask me the question, who is Thomas Bayes, I could have gave you a bullshit and been like, "Oh, Thomas Bayes, he's a mathematician that created and put it in my little chat like you could have did, and then
Mhm.
I put it in mine, you put it in yours, and you gonna have it on your computer, but you want to see if I'm lying because instead of people trying to find out exactly what this man is saying in this presentation, they gonna come up with something trying to like it, and then I tell you this. Well, if you really want to know Bayesian, let me get my book because I got books, so I can act like I'm going to get my book. I look at my book and I tell you, Thomas Bayes was an 18th century English statistician,
Okay.
philosopher, and a Presbyterian minister who known for what later became called Bayes' theorem. He did not build the whole modern Bayesian system by himself, but his work started as the line. That's the type of stuff you want me to do. That's easy. Anybody can do
No,
that.
no, no,
You
no.
can look in your computer. When I get listen, I'm gonna tell you something,
Go
and
ahead.
maybe I can tell everybody else something. This is what I'm talking about, the updates. Y'all have to start updating y'all ways of doing stuff, because if that's the type of stuff that them petty people gonna be coming up here doing, instead of saying, "Oh, he said Thomas Bayes," let me look on my computer and my phone and see what Thomas Bayes says, and it's right there in front of me, and I can read it, and he might not even have to stumble over nothing unless you actually coming to try to find something wrong with me. Then we can debate, and I bet you when we get in that debate, you'll know everything about Thomas Bayes from his mama to his daddy.
No, watch now. Okay, no. So imagine if I was coming up here giving a presentation, right? And I gave a presentation and I used a book called A Kabbalion, right? Now, if
So,
somebody came up here and it was like, bro, like, what's the Kabbalion, bro? I never heard of that book. I can simply just be like, hey, yo, bro, you can go on YouTube, look up the Kabbalion, blah, 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 blah. But now, what interest did I give that person to go do that? How much do I know? See, this is what we have to understand, right? When we up here and we in people and we talking, right? We have to understand that this is also influential, right? How much do I know to make the next person go and want to know
Yeah,
what we
well, if we talking about that, then what about when that dude asked you about them writings on the walls and them pyramids about Osiris and putting cum in? You didn't know about that, dude. Am I supposed to say that you didn't know that? Don't do this,
uh,
humble. I
hey,
know how to
hey.
debate. I listen. We're not supposed to be. Don't
So
come
we
up here
didn't
doing me
talk
like
about
that.
how that
You
was. So
supposed to
we
be on my team.
that was a comedy. You was on that panel right there. We didn't talk about how that was taken out of context and people like to throw that
I don't.
around and
That's what
play.
I'm saying. But you know
I
what I
talked
did?
about
I
that
did
though.
when he said about it. But listen, I knew you might have knew something about it because you. I didn't say humble. You didn't know about that, so you don't know nothing. And I'm gonna tell you, like you said, it is snakes that come up here and do that. But you see, I'm an owl. We eat snakes. So anytime that they don't like my presentations, and if
That
my
was
presentation don't got enough information for them, then they can say, well, let's debate it. And I bet you, I guarantee you, snakes will get ate. Bird food, everybody. Quantum,
all
I
I
right.
have
have
a
you.
question.
I got one more question for you, and then I'm gonna let because I know Capone and Roy Chess got some questions. So you made a statement. You said science only deal with the physical part of nature. Are you aware of psychology?
That's physics too. That's the psyche.
Well,
You said,
psychology
am
is
I
a
aware of
science.
psychology?
Psychology is a science, but it's a science that's not based on the physical
You said, am I
ramifications.
aware of psychology? Yeah, I took
What
psychology
you
one
say,
year.
world chess? You said it's not science.
It is a science.
It is a science.
Oh,
So
okay.
I was asking Quantum because Quantum said science only deals with the physical part of nature, like the world. And I was asking him about psychology because I know that psychology deals with the mind, which is non-tangible.
No, but they still
Yeah, ain't
use
that what I
physical
said?
evidence. They
No,
still use
it's the
it's still,
psyche,
It's
psyche
the
means the
physical
mind.
evidence of what they doing when
when they do the
well, I know
experiments.
Roy Chess can probably explain it better.
Yeah, they still because it's a science.
Go
They
ahead,
still
Roy
use
Chess.
experiments, and those experiments are sense verifiable.
But they're not tangible, is what I'm
So when
saying.
they
No, they
when they
are.
get
The
conclusion,
experiments have to
when
be
they get
tangible.
when they
They
get
are
Thought
the
no,
is
conclusion,
not tangible, Roy
no,
Chess.
but psychology has experiments. They have
That's
experiment,
not
literal
what I'm saying.
experiments.
the
Listen,
experiments are tangible.
his
They
statement.
have
I
to be
think is he talking
tangible.
about neurology?
Hold on one second. Hold on
No,
one second. His statement was science only deal with the physical aspects of nature. And so I was asking about psychology because a thought, an emotion, these things are not physical. But we know we have science that's tailored to diving and learning and studying about these aspects of what we would call nature in this sense.
yes, and it's based on physical things though. It's not just
But
like
we
they
don't
make
call
it
it nature
say.
in a sense. They got this thing called physics that like Roy
Because
Chess,
it's
you
a
choppy. I
science.
don't know if because I was chopping you up or not.
Oh, because it's a science, it has to use experiments, and those experiments are tangible things.
No,
It's not intangible.
I'm asking about the thing itself. Is the emotion itself a physical thing?
The emotion itself is not. No, it's a concept.
Right. So when people study the emotion, are they diving or working with physical things, or are they working with intangible things?
They're working with
Physical things. They're
physical
watching to
things.
see how people react
They
to the
watching how
emotions.
people react, how they be the
Yeah, it's
behavior of the
physical.
person.
Yeah, it's
So when
physical.
they're working with emotion, they're working with physical things. How can they be working with physical things if emotion itself
Because
is
if
not?
you work in a psych, if you're a therapist or if you work in a psych ward, you're recording the reactions of the specimen, the person. That's
Right.
physical.
But you're dealing with a non-tangible thing.
No, the
Matters
non-tangible thing is
matters
a
not
concept.
matters not matters
Thinking
not
That's
the
upon
just a
this,
the
concept.
ideas. And
you know
hold
what?
on, y'all. Let me tell him. Maybe I can explain it to him. Maybe I can
this
explain it to him.
this
Listen,
thing
listen.
that
This
you're
thing.
dealing with is
Hold
physical.
on.
But
Humble,
when
humble.
you go ahead, go ahead.
Listen, the thing that you talking about that they studying is not physical.
Thank you.
The experiments and the things that they do to measure the effects of the emotions are physical. This is the
No,
experimentation and the science of
right.
that, not the top, not just the topic. See, you just looking at the topic. We ain't talking about the topic of what we're looking at. We talking about the things that happen so we can do this science. And all science is going to be physical. Even if the concepts we're trying to find are not physical, we're looking for we're looking for the physical conclusions of emotions. So emotions make somebody do something. If somebody gets mad enough, we think that emotion makes them, let's say, run fast, but we know what it is, get violent and stuff. And so they give that emotion. Now that emotion ain't seen, but somebody gets mad, and then they watch this person to see what he do when he get mad. Or this person went and slapped that person and did all that. Like, they have experiments. These are physical experiments
Yeah.
to show the tangibility of the intangible topics that you're talking about. So those are just topics. They're not the
So
actual.
second quantum. So I didn't disagree with the physicality of the experiments, right? But I pointed out that what the experiment itself, right, what the person themselves study, right, which would be a science, is intangible, which means it's not physical, which means these people who are scientists are dealing with something that is non-physical. We don't care how they're trying to interact with the non-physical. All that could be physical. But the point that I'm making is the thing that they're trying to interact with is non-physical.
Have you told this to a psychologist before?
Yeah, I went to school for psychology.
I'm saying, with you saying that, what I'm
I
saying,
know
like, what is
emotions
it?
are in
What is this?
psychology.
What does it
Taught
mean?
me
I mean,
emotions was not a physical thing.
I'm saying, but I don't care if that's not a physical game. We're talking about the science. We know that it's made a science. It wasn't a science until they knew that they could do physical experimentation. It's a science because they can do
Mm.
physical experimentation. I don't know what you're trying to get at. Or are you trying to say that I was wrong when I said that
No,
science studies physical things? Because if anything, you shouldn't even brought that up. I know you study for,
what
like, what
I'm
is we
saying.
doing
Hold on.
here, humble? You ain't saying nothing really. Like, you saying something,
Point.
but it ain't making no sense to
The reason I
nobody on here. Ask them. We know
asked
these
you
are
the
physical.
question. Hold on one second. The reason I asked you the question is because a lot of times, people group all fields of science together as if all fields of science study the same thing. And so all fields of
No.
science don't study the same thing. And so when people make general statements like science deals with the physicality of nature, right? That's somewhat a fallacy statement because all scientists don't deal with the physicality of nature, right? We have linguists, which are scientists. We have mathematicians, which are scientists. They don't deal with the physicalities of nature. They deal with theoretical science, which is non-physical.
theoretical
Well, they're not
science.
scientists.
Come on, man. Come on,
They're not
humble. I know you ain't.
scientists like that. You're using it in a different context now.
And
Right.
then these mathematicians make equations that actually state physical what we see. These equations ain't not physical. When they make equations, they're because they make physical things. Now listen,
E8 is a physical thing.
No, not all numbers are physical things. Yes, mathematics is not a
No,
science.
E8 is not a number. E8 is a dimension. And it's a theoretical
been to
dimension
E8?
made by a mathematician. It's not a
that's what I'm
physical
saying.
thing.
Yeah, that's a
It's
new
theoretical, and that's why it's
theoretical
theoretical.
science is
So that's what I'm
new.
saying. Okay, hold on one second.
There is no
That's
theoretical science.
string theory and all that. That's a new
I don't know
philosophy.
what you're trying to say, humble. I don't know what you're trying to say, brother. I think we need to just stop this. I think we need to just drop this.
Science right here that is theoretical is not physical. Which
No,
then
all
get
science
nobody
is
to
physical.
Hold on one second.
I guess I can just say I disagree with you.
Back to saying, hold on, which then leads me back to saying all scientists don't deal with the physical aspects of nature.
I
Some
disagree.
of them
Would you?
deal in the
I
realms
disagree. You want to debate that? I
Not
disagree. You want to
anymore.
debate that?
No, because you have theoretical science.
No, you don't.
don't
All
care.
sciences
I
are
don't care.
physical.
No,
I don't care.
No.
All sciences are physical, bro. If it's a science, it's physical.
Listen, I guarantee you, I
Physics
correlate every
is
science with something
physics.
physical.
is a
Anything that can do
theoretical.
experiment,
No, there's no
anything that can-
theoretical nothing.
anything
All
that can do
sciences are
experiments. It's science. If you want
If
that
it's a
debate,
science, it has to be physical.
So there's no such thing. So y'all are telling me on this panel right now, there's no such thing as a theoretical physicist.
That's a science, though.
I don't care what it is. Are you saying that a
it's physical. You see, look, humble. Look,
you're
you going to
adding
you
the
going now. You
theoretical
going.
part.
Listen, you done
There's
went
no
to a
theoretical
physical
physics.
science.
It's just
You done
physics.
went to a physical science to try to claim what.
You can say
Come on, don't do that,
quantum
humble.
physics, you can
Just
say
stop,
other
man. I
things.
don't know what point you was trying to make in the first place. This
But
ain't
there's
usually
there's
humble.
no field
I mean,
called
I think I do.
theoretical physics.
I think I do know what you're saying. You saying if somebody come,
don't deal with all
I
scientists
disagree.
don't deal with the physical natural
No, all
world.
of them
disagree.
do, because they're
I
science.
disagree.
They have to have that in
Okay,
common.
let's get past it. He said they do it. I say they don't. Let's go on past something else. Anybody else got something else to talk about? We're not going to sit here and talk about this all day.
Oh yeah,
Everybody know that science
on
is
G.A.
physical.
Capone or Roy Chess.
Yeah. So
Can y'all hear me?
yeah.
Yeah,
Go.
we get you, G.A.
Oh, all right. Shalom, peace to the panel. Great presentation to the brother only. Good presentation. I got 3 questions for you, right? And it's gonna be brief, Roy Chess. Some of you answered already. Some of them I asked you on your last presentation.
I can't. Do I need to leave?
I just want
Even come back?
I just want clarification.
You can't
You
hear
can't,
him?
What
Hold
happened?
on.
can't hear GD and Capone. Yeah, you gotta leave and come back.
He can't hear you.
He can't hear nobody.
You can't hear me? Can y'all hear me?
He left.
He
He better
dropped.
come back.
Mic check.
No, we could hear you, but he couldn't hear you.
All right.
My little Ishmael functioning too, man. I need to.
I guess you can go with Roy Chess because my questions was for him.
Yeah. I was gonna ask him a question also. I mean, I was gonna actually say that he should have broke down the Bayesian thing in words and give the formula, but you still got to do it in words, because if nobody's ever seen that before, then it would be beneficial to give people the proper interpretation of how to use that formula at least, right? So you can give the formula, but you got to break it down in words so people
Got a
who
super chat. King Hercules says thoughts are not physical. Period.
right.
You can't hurt.
Right. Nobody's arguing that thoughts are physical, right? Nobody's
But
said
your
that.
brain, but your brain is physical.
Yes.
That generate thoughts.
But the mind is something different, right, than the brain. So
But the mind,
Yes, the mind is different than the brain.
yes.
So can you pull up psychology? Pull up somebody pull up the definition of psychology real quick.
It's the study of the mind, basically.
It's the study of the psyche, right? Of the mind.
Yes.
Right, which is seated in what? The brain.
No.
Yes. It's part. It's the brain produces the mind. Yes.
Right.
The
So
function of the brain produces the mind.
and it causes people to behave and react and have emotions. Certain it causes them to have these certain type of behaviors. That's what psychology is. It's the study of that to find out why people act a certain way they do. So when you feeling sad, why you do things when you sad? Why you do things when you're mad? Why you do things when you're glad? That's what psychology is. It's the study of the human psyche, dissecting the mind. Because
Yes.
even though it's arbitrary, and it's incorporeal, but it has a physical reaction. It has a physical correspondence, I guess. It comes into the physical realm, which causes you to react a certain way. So that's why it's a science.
So
That's
is
correct.
the mind itself a physical thing?
No.
Thank you.
Right. So something could be arbitrary or was like imaginary or invisible, but it can have a physical reaction. Like wind. We can't see wind, but wind is a but we can measure the wind velocity, you know what I'm saying?
So
Different
Capone,
things. It's physical.
so Capone, what about social science?
Social science is how people communicate and how you
Is that a physical thing?
and it's also dealing with the social norm. The social norm,
Physical
depending
thing?
on what the social norm is, and insanity. And when that goes back to psychology, though.
Right. So is beliefs, institutions, culture,
Mm-hmm.
those things in of itself physical?
Many of those things are the institutions, the schools, the books,
Yeah, those are all physical things.
the
Even
beliefs.
status.
The beliefs are
Status
not.
is physical.
So when we say, hold on one second, because we all know what the term indoctrination is, right? So when we're saying institution, we're talking about the learning mechanics of a system. We're not talking about the books. So when I say beliefs, institutions, I'm talking about the way humans believe, how they think, right? How they learn, right?
Yeah,
These things are not physical.
what
No,
you're
no,
describing is
How do you know if
is-
somebody? How do you know if
is
somebody?
collapse.
How do you
It
know
goes
if
up
your kid is
physical.
learning?
Humble, we learn
Humble, you
most
got
of the
humble, you
things
got
we
kids.
learn
Hold on,
are
hold on,
through our
hold on, hold on,
senses.
hold on. Humble, you got kids. How do you know if your kids is learning?
You said I have kids. How do I know if my kids are learning?
How do you know that your current? How do you know that your kid learned to walk?
Because he's walking.
Okay, this is the science. Usually,
Walking is a
all
physical
has
thing.
connect. It's, all science, if it's a science, is connected to physical evidence. Anything before that, I cares not. What makes it a science is that in the end, it's going to connect to physical evidence. What are we sitting here talking about, y'all? What are we doing?
Hey,
That is
what's going on? What's going on?
that is correct.
What's going on,
Go ahead.
fam? So, hey, listen, man, real quick. Thoughts are not physical, and that's what Humble was trying to say. When you said that all science is physical, he was pointing out that we have thoughts, and scientists in psychology they study your thoughts, and you get the results as you guys were showing. But however, the point that he was making was that thoughts themselves are not physical things. You may get results by using your physical instruments to study the thoughts, but thoughts themselves are not physical things at all.
Whoever disagree
All
with
right?
that? Whoever
So
disagree with that? I didn't disagree with that. Anybody on here disagree with that?
Yes, y'all did. Y'all was disagreeing with that.
No, we weren't.
You
We
were a
weren't.
lie.
Hold up,
You
wait,
wasn't
wait,
even. You
wait,
drunk.
wait,
You
hold
already
up.
drunk.
No, hold
You
up.
already
Yes,
drunk.
y'all were.
No, we wasn't.
No, we
No,
weren't.
we wasn't.
were.
No, we wasn't.
No, we weren't.
No, we
Y'all
wasn't.
was. I kept
In
trying to tell.
psychology,
Listen,
don't-
hold up.
Agreeing with me, King
Okay,
Herc.
wait. Okay, so you can argue, but we can replay it and you can see it. But the second part is yes, there is a such thing called theoretical physics, theoretical science. Not all science is practical. That's why it's called theoretical physics, because it's theory. They using theory. They can't prove it. They can only prove it mathematically. but they can't prove it physically.
And
that's a
what
slang.
you mean?
That's a slang.
Oh my God.
There's no what's a theoretical science like quantum physics?
String theory. It's still
But it's
theoretical.
not. That's a slang. It's just called string theory. It's not called theoretical science. It's a science.
It falls under theoretical physics.
No, it
That's what I'm
doesn't.
saying.
Yes,
Yes,
it
there is
does.
no
String
science. No,
theory
there is no
falls
science.
under the category of theoretical science.
No, there's no science that's not physical. There's no science.
That does not make sense.
That don't make sense.
It does. They
Why?
do have
Hold on,
physical.
let's-
They do have
let's just
physical
do this.
evidence.
Let's just do this.
Every theory you can name in science has physical evidence.
Social science is not a physical.
Social
How do you
science is
measure?
not a
How do you
science.
measure?
belief?
How do you
Time
measure?
out,
How do
time
you?
out,
me-
time out.
How do you
Hold on
measure
one
if a society? How do we measure if a society is doing good? Then
The
humble.
science of studying a belief, that's not a physical thing. Belief in it itself is not physical. So if somebody is studying belief, they're not studying a physical thing.
No,
How
they
do you know
are.
if
They're
somebody
calling it a
believes?
science.
Use the
How do you know if somebody got a
If they're
belief?
using science, then it is physical.
How do you
it
know
has
if
to be
somebody
by
got a belief?
definition.
You say belief is physical?
No, belief is not. But the things that
Oh,
they're
then
studying,
if somebody is studying belief, then how are these?
because it's related to something physical. There's evidence.
Right. I was
Science
just trying to say
requires
that.
evidence.
I think he. I don't know
Science
how that's going
requires
over humble
evidence.
shit.
Other fields, like the humanities, don't require evidence. Mathematics doesn't require evidence. Only sciences do. Right? That's
So
what
you
makes
do
it a science.
know, Matt, hold on. You
Belief
do-
is just
hold on,
scientific
Hercules-
phenomenon, physical
Last time I
phenomenon.
checked, hold on one second, Capone. Last time I checked, Hercules have a degree in math. Is math not a formal science? Does
No,
math
it's
not fall under the category of formal science? Hercules?
No.
Hercules? I'm not asking Hercules.
No, it's not. No, it's not a formal science. No, it's
I'm
not
done.
formal.
Math is not
Alright.
a form.
Well, it's
No,
a formal
no,
science,
you didn't
but
know
it's,
that. Yeah.
it's a
It's not a
scientists
science.
Now,
use
from what you said
mathematics.
earlier,
Wait, hold
They
on.
It's
what
not
you
a
said
science.
earlier, humble. Now, from
Hold
what
up,
you
it's not
said
a
earlier,
formal
humble. Hold
science.
on. Now, from what you said earlier, humble, you didn't know what you was talking about, so you shouldn't even be saying nothing.
Hey, look, so I want to ask my questions, man. So, only like I said, great presentation, man. Um, I'm working on. I'm gonna do a presentation about the science in the Bible, because I see all these conversations that y'all having, and a lot of stuff we missing it, right? Because like some of the things that you was saying, like your final claim about the existence, I put it in the chat that's what the deity in the biblical narrative, that's what he announced himself as the pure existence. Even if you are more gravitate to the New Testament, it talks about how everything consists through him, right? So and through him we have our being, meaning we have our existence. So that's showing you that's agreeing with what you were saying. So it that was one thing. Another thing was when you mentioned I wanted to ask you was father time and mother, it was time and nature, was those, you said those the necessary conditions for existence. So are you saying that those is they the offsprings, or do existence birth time in nature, or do nature and time birth existence? And I got one last question after that. That was to you, on.
You started cutting off right there at or.
Yeah,
Are
yeah.
they the
So
offspring or?
yeah, I was
But I
saying
didn't hear what you
is
said after
time
that.
is time. The question is time and nature the offspring of existence? This from your final claim, or is in reference to your final claim, or is well, I say yes, time or nature is the offspring of existence, or do existence come from time and nature?
Yeah, man, I ain't gonna even lie. Listen, okay, now start all over, because I swear you was cutting out all the way until you said existence is time and nature, from existence from
Okay,
time and nature.
Because in your
hear
final
nothing
claim,
from
in
the
reference to your
or
final claim, you said
all the way to that
existence
time in
is the
nature. Like you
highest
was
power
cutting
or
me out.
something like that. And then you said in time and nature are the necessary conditions. So in reference to that, are you saying he dropped off?
Yeah, I don't think he could hear you again. He was having trouble hearing you. He's saying you kept on cutting out.
Hey, when y'all finish, I would like to share my screen.
But the last
No sharing your screen, humble.
the last question, if he can hear it coming in, it'll be the Thomas Bayes thing. So
Yeah, he
according to
should break it down. Yeah.
See, that's why I asked. No,
See, I didn't want to come on here, yo.
Y'all don't tell him break it down, because when I asked him to break it down, he had an issue with me asking him to break it down. But
No,
this
but
is
he just gave a
exactly why I
formula,
was
bro.
asking him
He
to
has to break
down.
it down. He has
But
to.
you-
That's
He
so
just
why
the
gave
whole,
a formula.
the whole thing about the
I was clowning him, but this is why I was asking him to break that down, because I knew people was gonna come up here and act like that.
no. The whole thing about the Thomas Bayes equation is because it's I guess you can change your hypothesis or your theory based on new evidence. So once again, what is the new evidence which causes you to change the norm?
I think he said time updates. Oh, he back, yo. Oh, he back.
That's what he said. He
Hello?
just saying
Can y'all hear me?
evolution, period. So
I know.
by evolution,
Can y'all hear me?
we should be constantly
can hear
updating.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Can you hear GDM Capone? Can you hear him?
Mic check.
Oh man.
Damn. We ain't gonna never get it. Hey, though, but so let me just say this last thing. So I'm working on I told you I'm working on a presentation about the physics and the findings that's actually in the Bible, talking about like the quantum, the quark suit, the E=mc², all this other stuff. I'm working on that. I'm working on putting a presentation
You ain't gonna
together.
find no MC² in the Bible, Capone. Chill out with that, bro.
Bro, it's all through the Bible, bro.
Hey, yo, I want to see. Please bring that Capone, bro. I want to see.
That's Genesis 1 and 1. 1 and 2,
on,
1 and 3, 1 and 3. Let there be light. That's M equals MC² right there. Let there be light.
Man, you gotta read the super chat before you share your screen, though. You gotta read the super chat.
Oh, go ahead. I can read the super chat. Y'all want to read super chat?
Yeah, you gotta read the super chat.
It's a brother ill doctrine. Hold on, let me play the media for. I didn't even see A1 wasn't even up there. I was like, hold up, I got you. Hold on,
Yeah,
I got you.
His system was acting up.
Let me matter of fact, let me give you the gong, the big 10. The brain is a physical system. The mind is a dynamic pattern of processes the system performs. Thoughts are structured patterns within the process. Thoughts are physical occurrences, not
That's what I agree with him. That's what I was saying. Even your thoughts.
So time out. The brother, everybody, my man Hurt came up here and said what I was saying. Y'all agree with him. My brother Ill Doctrine came up here saying what I was saying. Now y'all agree with Ill Doctrine.
Wait, hold on.
Y'all was beefing with me.
Wait, no. You not saying what he's saying. Thoughts are physical. You were saying that they're not physical.
He just said that thoughts were not.
Pull up this comment again.
No, he said they were physical objects.
No, he said they were physical occurrences, not objects.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ill Doctrine.
Right.
Physical.
But he still used the word physical. You were saying that they're non-physical.
You know what an occurrence is?
Yes, that's what we said. It's non-physical.
An occurrence is a happening.
Something that happens. Humble.
Thank you. So now we can say that, okay, because...
So are they physical or non-physical?
Hold on one second. We can say that because we operate throughout our thoughts are physical occurrences because we think of things before we do them. That's common sense, right? You think about walking before you walk. You think about breathing before you breathe. You think about eating before you eat. That's common sense. However, thoughts themselves are not physical objects, just like he put up there.
Yeah, we said that though. We all agree with that.
And now they agree, Herc. Hold on.
No, we all agree with that.
I ain't gonna say
Right,
nothing.
we all know that. We're not saying that they're physical. Something physical don't have to be an object. Humble. Air is physical.
Air is physical.
We know where you can feel the air. Yes, we know.
Yes, you can feel air.
But I think we all agree that thoughts are not physical.
Gravity is physical.
Yes, we all agree with thoughts are not physical. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Y'all arguing object versus occurrence.
I mean, but I think that's what the reason why the reason why Humble brought it up is because he was trying to say that all sciences don't deal with the physical, and that's where the contention was.
That's what I'm about to read right here.
All sciences by definition have to be physical.
So watch this. Hold on real fast. So that's why I brought up this screen share. Yeah. So I asked the brother Herc a question because I know he got a degree in math, right? I asked him, is math considered a formal science, right? And y'all know I don't like wiki, so I just said don't use wiki for this because I got a real disdain for wiki, right? So now here's the answer. Yes, math is generally classified as a formal science, not a natural science. Formal science study abstract systems. What does this say? Formal sciences study abstract systems, which means there are scientists out here who don't study natural things. They study abstract systems, which means they study a form of science that's not physical. Let's keep going. And deductions from axioms rather than testing claims by observation and experiment. Why? Mathematics is about structures like numbers, proofs, functions, and logic. So its truths are established by deductions. That is different from empirical science like physics or biology, which depend on experiments and observation. I said don't use wiki, and it still gives me wiki, but I guess it's okay. Small caveat. Some sources note that there is debate over whether formal science should come as science in the same sense as empirical science. But in standard academia classification, math is usually included among the formal sciences. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, but formal sciences is slang, right? So, there's no degree in formal science.
No. I just read to you. I just read
Roy Chess, but he's right though, because when he asked me, I was just thinking about basically empirical science. You in the laboratory and all that stuff. You doing experiments. Mathematicians, you know what I'm saying? You ain't in a laboratory doing experiments. You know what I'm saying? You basically just in your office or you in the classroom. You working out stuff.
It's not a science.
So like he said, it's not an empirical science, but it's a science. It's considered a science.
So everything would be a science then. Everything.
No, everything is not a science.
Name something that's not a science. Name something.
History is not a science.
History is not. You don't get a degree in
Aren't you using evidence in history? Aren't you using records?
But that's not a science.
No, you're still using records and evidence. Wait, you're using that slang. That's what I'm saying. That's my point. When you say science in academia, you're talking about empirical sciences only. That is a slang. Social science, empirical, formal science. That's not a degree. You don't get a degree with formal science, right?
Is it a slang or is it a description?
You get a degree in formal science.
Don't.
Are you saying that there's no mathematicians out here with no degrees?
No, it doesn't say on your degree that it's a formal science. That's what I'm saying. It's not a classification.
Don't have to say that.
Engineering. Don't say formal science. Just say science.
Yes, it just says science. That means it's empirical. They're not using the formal science. Right?
Bro, when you get a degree, hold on 1 second. When I got a psychology degree, when I got a associate psychology degree, it did not say that, you completed a course in science psychology. It just said psychology. So if a mathematician got a degree in math, hold on 1 second. If a mathematician got a degree in mathematics, it wouldn't say the science of mathematics. It would just say mathematics.
Exactly. That's why it's not a science.
So
your degree is a Bachelor of Science.
So hold on. Is psychology a science?
Yes.
So why didn't my degree? Hold on.
Yeah, it does say your degree says Bachelors of Science.
The science of psychology on it.
It does. If you have a bachelor's, it would say Bachelors of Science. If you have a degree in English, it would say Bachelor of Arts. It says Bachelor of Science.
No, it does not.
Yes,
It
it does.
should. It should.
Guarantee you it do it.
It
You ain't got
depends.
one.
Hold up. Wait, hold up.
Hold
Look
on
it
one
up.
second.
Humble,
If you
hold up.
have
Wait,
an
no.
associate's in psychology, hold on. If you
Okay.
if you receive an associate's degree in psychology, like myself, right?
Yeah.
It's a such and such,
Associate's in
such and such.
psychology.
You know what they say. Congratulations, Dwayne Franklin, blah 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 blah. At the
gonna have
end,
the category.
when it's presenting me the award and it's telling me the award that I'm receiving, right? It says associates, right, for the class of psychology.
No, it's
Children
in the category of science.
Children
It depends on the university.
preparatory. It doesn't mention the science.
It says science, associates of science. It's gonna say associates of science.
It should say social science, but it depends on.
I was just looking that up. Don't it say associates of science? I was just looking that up. That's
degrees
crazy work.
The degrees are formed by
No,
categories.
I got to listen to Humble. Humble
There's
be having
art,
arguments.
there's sciences.
He said that the paper that they gave him didn't say it. So that
No,
paper
it
might
does
not have
say
said it.
No,
But I
it
bet
say, it does. It's supposed to say associates of science.
if he look in the official
You
files,
are
it's going to say.
Hold on one second. Hold on.
Because your bachelor say bachelor's of
hold
science.
on one second. If you are taking a child care development, right, or you are graduating, if you're taking the low levels of psychology, right, to get an associate's degree, so that means you're dealing with child care development. That means you're dealing with preschool. That means you're dealing with the early functions of the mental functions of the brain. When you're dealing with children, you're dealing with the earliest stages, right? You're not taking a science study course class. So on your certificate, hold on, it wouldn't be dedicated to science. It would be dedicated to child care.
Right. So
that could be a science.
So you got a
to be
AA.
more specific, it would be dedicated to health and child care.
So you have
no.
So you have a AA, which is Associates of Arts, and you have an AS, which is Associates of Science.
That's why they're distinguished.
Two-year degrees, which I need to go back and get.
It would say AA because it is a preparatory art, but it would not say science on the certificate because it's not dealing with that it's not dealing with that branch of study.
It has to distinguish itself from an art degree, right? So you can have an Associates of Arts degree, like an English degree.
Yeah, Roy, he just said it's AA, it's not an AS. So therefore it's not a science. So I understand what you said. It's an AA, it's an art degree, it's not a science degree. It's a difference. It's like, it took me a minute to understand that you could have you get a bachelor's of art in mathematics. And I was like, why is it an art degree? And I had to go
because it's not a science.
I had to go through the curriculum and see what they was learning. It's different. It's a different course. You take different classes, and that's why it's an art degree and not. It wouldn't be a science degree. Whereas mine, I took a lot of pure math classes, as well as like statistical classes and stuff like that. So mine is more of a science degree than.
But math is not a science in general. You can use math.
Argument that people make that argument, but people.
The sciences use mathematics.
But math is not a science itself. There's no
experiment.
Like
I said,
math is a formal science, Roy.
No,
it's a science. It's a science. And if anybody come to my face,
everything would be a science.
Wait, hold up, Roy. I'm gonna tell you this. Anybody come to my face, tell me I ain't a scientist, nigga. That nigga could get punched out. And that's how I wrote it.
You're using it in a slang sense because every subject deals with the physical.
Is it slang or is it a description? It's slang or description?
Slang. It's slang.
Where? In what language?
In English, in American English. It's
Who
slang.
says it's slang?
Because everything is a science. If the way you're using it, everything would be a science. Because it deals with human senses. Everything is going to deal with that. Everything would be a science.
All right.
Philosophy would be a science.
You do have philosophy of science.
Philosophy.
You do have
everything would be a science.
They have theoretical physics now, which deals with they had theoretical
everything would
physics,
have
which
to deal with
deals
the
with
senses.
philosophy.
Every field we study has to deal with our senses. So that's why it's a slang. Now the focus of our study is not the senses in math or in philosophy. That's why they're arts. There are no experiments that you could perform there. That's why they're arts and not sciences. All sciences, all empirical sciences, have to deal with observation and experiments. History, English.
So are you
They don't have
saying
that.
So you
this,
saying when you
English is
say
not a
science,
history
you're
class.
talking about empirical
Hold on one second.
science.
English is
Yes.
not
So
a
this the
science
issue.
degree.
Hold on one second. So this is the issue that y'all are having. Y'all are making it seem like there's only one small slither field of science. Science itself is a wide
The
variety
study of the natural
category.
world.
of a field. Hold on one second.
It's a category.
So all scientists are not empirical scientists. All
No, they
science
are.
is not
No.
empirical
Academically,
science.
they are.
No,
Academically,
they're
they
not.
are. Yes, they are.
That's the problem.
You have to show me
First off,
one.
First off, hold on, Roy Chess. So I see the issue that you're having. The issue that you're having is you're grouping all science and scientists together.
No,
all
I'm not.
science and scientists are not the same.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that it's a category. When you get
We
a
all know it's a
degree,
category.
they break it down into categories. And the
We know
reason
that.
why it's a category is because it has observation and experiments. All sciences that are empirical have that. Math, history, English grammar doesn't have that. That's why they're not sciences. So
I know
using
it.
a slang.
Hold on. I know it can solve all of this. I know exactly what can solve all of this. Humble, you right. I should have said empirical sciences instead of just saying sciences.
Yeah, but that's
No,
what it
that's
means
not solving it.
academically. All academically.
Right.
All academic sciences.
What he just explained is the importance of a proper noun and a common noun. You know what I'm saying? When you just that's why we use not that adjectives. That's why we use those. That's why we use adjectives when we are describing things to be more specific.
I see what you're saying now, Humble. I shouldn't have just said
he's using
science.
a slang.
I should have said empirical. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, but that's a
Because
given.
I do agree with you on everything else.
That's a given. All academic sciences are empirical. So if that's clear, then that's fine.
Well, but if somebody like Humble asked that question, he just saying that somebody else asked that question. So maybe I should make it clear from the jump. I agree with you.
Well,
I want to try and jump down, get back. Hey,
He's
brother,
still- no.
Quantum, we
still
going
wrong.
we going to get up tomorrow, bro.
I got you. Yeah, I know you weren't trying to jump down. At first I didn't understand what you was trying to say. Now I understand what you're trying to say. You ain't saying that I was wrong. You saying maybe I should just like he said, it's an adjective that could be put on there. Put that adjective on there.
Exactly.
Empirical, because it might be somebody who be like, well, I'm a scientist, but it ain't empirical science. It's formal science, and you know what I'm saying. So you're right. I should have said empirical. Gotcha.
Ain't he ill doctrine? Ain't he ill doctrine? He funny as I don't know what. Look,
there is no formal science.
Just lit.
There's no degree that says formal science. There will be a Bachelor of Arts, Master's of Arts, Doctoral of Arts, or Science.
Yeah, we get it. We know ain't no degree say no formal science, man. We got that. Nobody
Right, that's a
arguing
slang.
that.
That's a slang.
It's not
Yeah,
no slang.
it's just where I messed up.
You
Science.
you need to write a paper on that and prove it.
That's just what it is. No, none of the academia degrees will have that language on it.
You need to write a paper on that and prove it.
That makes sense because Roy Chess,
Well,
if
he
you
can
write
do a
paper on that,
presentation on slang.
if you can send it to the academics and you can make them change their mind on what science is, you're a bad man.
I know, right?
No, everybody knows what science is, but it requires experiments. There is no science that doesn't have experiments in it. Right. And the things that don't require experiments are not classified as sciences, unless you're using slang. Because then everything.
All scientists and physicists, they use mathematics. They apply mathematics in their calculations and measurements.
Right, but they do more than
experiments. Experiments.
Yes, and that's where they go wrong. That's why they can't have absolutes. Math can have absolutes, but science cannot, because they're using human senses.
That's so is the sun not absolutely there in the sky?
You mean right now? Maybe
right
it's
now.
there right now, but I can't guarantee you that tomorrow or to the next day or next year or next 5 years.
Hey, but if I go outside and do a mathematical or a scientific measurement for the sun, is it going to give me an absolute that the sun is there or not?
No, it's not gonna. It's never gonna be an absolute. It can never be an absolute.
So I'm not. So I'm not sure. So my science is gonna bring me back that I'm not sure if the sun is in the sky or not.
No, it's gonna give you a percentage. It's gonna give you like 98%, 99%. You'll never get.
Well, the sun is in the sky where you are located, because on the other side of the world, probably not in the sky during that time.
Yeah, science by definition. Science by definition can never be 100%. It could be 99%, 98%, 97%, but it will never be 100. But math
So
can
it-
though.
So is it 100% accurate to say that we're all on this panel right now, or that's not 100% accurate to say?
That's not 100% accurate.
So
Yeah, 'cause I'm
what is
on and
the
off the panel.
illusion in saying that we're on this
It
panel?
looks like I'm on the panel, but I'm on another screen right now.
And Oli keeps coming and going.
Man, I can't hear shit. My shit be
Yeah,
cutting out.
A1 ain't even at the damn.
See, he's not there either.
Hey, yo, my man want to say he know we holding it down. We are good over here.
But yeah, man, I want to say, humble. I understand what you're saying now. It's just that what I said is just because of this. Scientists usually has to connect to evidence in the world, but not every science is purely physical in subject matter. And it is not automatically true that every scientific truth reduces to physics. So I understand why you said I should have said empirical. But I got a question for y'all about thought.
That was a
And
great
because
comeback.
this is just one of my things about thought.
Physics is a branch of science.
If thought isn't physical, how do you remember where you stay?
That has nothing to do with physical.
When you think about going home, then why doesn't it?
That has nothing to do with physical because
That's muscle
you
memory.
said thought. You know what I'm saying? Thought is just in your mind. That has nothing to do with the physical, something that you could touch and hold.
Does it?
He's corresponding it to it though.
Well,
That's what he's doing.
I got
He's
the short.
corresponding the thought with the physical.
Yeah, but still, the thought is if you separate the thought, it's just thought. Period.
Yeah. But he's doing both. That's
But
what he's doing. That's what science does.
I'm saying though, how is okay? Like my mama or the school teach you about the letter T, right? Now T ain't always on my mind, right? But they taught me about it, so now I remember everything that they told me about this letter T. So now this is in my mind somewhere, right? So if I just to write my homeboy TJ and his name start with a T, I reference that T that's placed on my mind. Am I right? I remember. Why you laughing, man? Am I just?
Because he said he loved dictionary.
I denounced that super chat.
Chess isn't on the panel, and he loves dictionary.
I denounced that super chat. Just take the money and run.
What did it say? I missed it.
You didn't read it?
He
Read
said
it.
there's a 1% chance.
That's too funny.
That's funny.
My man, yo, Doc.
Shout out, yo, Doc.
But hey, Roy, you supposed to ask. Did y'all ask him y'all finish asking y'all questions?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say just one thing, Ole, that you gave the formula for the Bayesian, but you didn't break it down, at least in the simple form of English, right? That would have been helpful. It's not that I'm not asking you for the history of it and all that, but you could have just told us what the P stands for, what the H stands for, what the E stands for, and why is it written that way, right? And then we can research it ourselves. But if you just give a formula like that, it's a little bit hard for the first time who's introduced to it.
Yeah,
It's
my
not
bad. I thought I
user-friendly.
did. Yeah, I thought I did. I said prior, hypothesis, evidence, posterior. Didn't I say that, Humble?
No, you may have said it, but it wasn't on the slide. You
no,
may have said it.
Okay. I got you. I'll put it on the slide, Roy Chess.
Yeah. That would be better. Yeah, and then we can look it up and stuff like that. Just so it's more complete.
Yeah, I understand too, because even myself when I was explaining it, I did get caught up on saying posterior and prior, in the wrong sense. But it's the first one is the prior hypothesis, and then the evidence you get. But like you said, I need to put it on there. I'll put that on the slide next time.
Oh, that's what those variables meant. See, I was lost.
You gotta break those variables down. Yeah, because then we can follow it better.
Yeah, I did say it, but I
do both.
Got you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially if the equation is not like common or famously known.
Yeah, I got you.
So that's listen, good stuff though, y'all.
What about the do anybody got to say? Because I know it's a bunch of theists on here and atheists. Like I said, I'm going against atheists too because I don't believe that there isn't a highest power. I believe that if time and nature are the necessary constitutive conditions of existence and they're the sufficient conditions of existence, then functionally they have the right to be named God and Goddess, and existence is the highest power.
So let me ask you. So time and nature is that part of that's part of existence though.
Yeah, that's what constitutive mean. They are what make up existence.
Now, my
Wait, no. What I'm saying is time and nature is part of existence.
They
You know what
are
I'm saying?
exist-
So if
Together,
that's what make up existence, it couldn't be that way. They have to be the offsprings of existence. That's what I'm saying.
Nope.
Existence
Doesn't
will
work
have to
like that.
make up
Doesn't work
time
like
and
doesn't
nature.
work like that's only if you looking for a creation. I don't look for creation. Everything is
No,
formation. I don't have a creative that's the only way you come to that infinite regress thing that you coming through, but I don't work like that.
so do time exist?
Yes, time exists.
Do nature exist?
Yes, nature exists.
So that means that time and nature is a offshoot from existence.
You have
Because they
existence
both
because you have
exist.
but that time
Or
but
you
there's
saying they exist
is
and
there
time
is
exists without existence. That's what you're saying?
no. I'm saying that you need time and nature together to have a world. What in philosophy we call it a world. For any world that you can imagine,
Reality.
for any
To have
reality that you can,
reality.
for any reality that you can imagine, you have to have time and nature. So this is how it goes. When you have time and nature, this is why my equation said if existence is obtained, it's because time and nature have obtained. So this is why time and nature have always been. This is how I know that they are in the condition of eternity and in the condition of infinity, not the numbered
Mhm.
infinity or the state that people talking about. Eternity and infinity are conditions. Now, when you have time and nature, then you have an existence. If you don't have neither one, you don't have a full existence. And without either of those, there isn't no existence. So when you have time and nature, that's existence.
But you just oh, I'm confused again, bro, because you keep going. I think you mean because are you saying that do time exist on its own, like in its
No,
own realm?
no, that's why didn't I tell you that a constitute? No, they don't exist in their own realm. Time and
Right.
nature
So then
are
if they don't
together.
exist in their own, but existence exists whether you can see
No,
it or not.
no,
It
no.
exists.
If it is,
Yes, existence.
if it, no, no, no. If it's existing, it has time and nature.
That's not necessarily true.
That is necessarily true. This is why these are the constitutive necessary conditions of existence.
You have to give him a counter model then. If you're saying it's not true, you have to give him a counter example. Name something that doesn't happen.
He'll never be able to give me an
I'm trying
existence
to think
without
of
time
something,
or
but it's
existence
kind
without
of
nature.
hard. But
I'm talking about it's undoable. You will never be able to give me something without having
so
ordered
the best
update
thing,
or structure. Never.
the
You'll
best way is to go
never.
to the double split and spin, but I don't want to go that far. So what I'm saying is that either time and nature is in their own realm, right? And you saying they come together and they birth existence.
I never
If it's
said that.
not
Stop
that,
saying that. That is not what I
hold on,
said.
I'm
That is
saying
not what I said. No, don't do that. That's why you mess it.
But listen to me. If that's not the case, if they don't exist in their own, they don't have their own realm where they exist, then you can't say that they birth existence. Existence birth them, birth time and nature. Those two constructs.
Wrong. And I never said birth. And maybe that's why you getting
Birth that offspring.
I'm
figurative.
just saying that's why you getting it mixed up. Because you're not logically looking at the situation. You're trying to put stuff in that has human type traits, birth and shit. This is not what I said. Listen to me. Do you got your computer around?
Brother.
Do you have your hold on. Do you have your computer around?
Figuratively. I don't have to.
But you can't because for some reason
How
you keep on
using figurative language and time and nature is figurative.
I said you. You're trying to say that birth, because when you say birth, you're acting like something is coming to existence. And I'm telling you that time and nature has always been. This is where you
Okay,
keep
that's what
getting
I'm saying.
messed up.
So if you saying time and nature always existed, then you're agreeing with me. That's why I just said you either saying that they exist in their own realm, meaning they always exist. That's still
I never
showing
said
that
that.
they are
Listen to what
part.
I'm saying. Time and nature. This is what I said.
It's
This is
time
what I said.
outside of
No, hold
existence.
on, time out. I'm gonna
Okay,
tell
hold
you.
on.
Let
Let
me
me
say it
say
again.
something. Let me say
I'm gonna
something.
tell you what I said again, and then you
Hold on,
take
hold on,
the
hold on,
words.
hold on, hold on,
I'm gonna
hold
tell you.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
Hold on.
I know
Hold
you
on.
trying. I know you trying to explain
One
something.
mic.
Hold
One
up.
mic. One mic. One mic.
I
One
know,
mic.
but
One
wait,
mic.
you're getting
Hold on.
confused.
Hold on. One mic.
No,
One mic. One
listen,
mic.
listen,
One mic.
listen.
One mic. Hold on.
Right,
One mic.
listen.
One mic. One mic. One mic. Hold on. One mic.
All right,
Listen.
we're
I'm gonna say these
go ahead,
words
Quantum,
again.
and then you
I'm
right
gonna.
next, Hurt. You right next.
I'm
Go
going to
ahead,
say these
Quantum.
words again. Don't mix my words up. Don't put nothing new in them. Take my words. If you can't understand my words, look my words up, because when you start mixing my words up, it is not what I'm saying. These are the words that I'm speaking to you. You have tools that you can go look up and put these in there and understand what I'm saying if you can't understand how I'm saying it to you. I never said that time and nature brought existence into. If time and nature have always been, this is what I said. This is my statement. Don't mistake my statement. If you can write it down, and then put it in your chat GPT and ask your chat GPT what I'm saying. This is what I said, okay? I said time and nature are the necessary constitutive conditions of existence. That's it. If you can't deal with that or know what that means, I can't explain it to you because I tried to.
Right, listen.
I try to
Hold up, wait,
explain it.
wait,
It
wait,
does.
hold
It
on, wait,
doesn't
wait.
make sense,
Hold on,
brother.
hold
No,
on,
it
hold
does.
on, hold
It
up, man.
does. Let me
No,
let me
wait.
see
All
if I
right,
can.
yo, hold on
Let me
one
break it
second.
down. Wait, hold up, man.
It's Hercules' turn. Go ahead, Hurt.
Okay.
Yeah, so when you're giving a lecture or a presentation or something, people are going to draw their inferences of what you're saying. You could say what you said. Like you put the you had the formula of that existence if and only if time and nature. So what Capone is, what he drew from that is that if existence is going to exist, that means it takes time and nature to exist. And if time and nature time and nature has to be something that's outside of existence to bring existence into existence.
Now you
That's
see
what
why that
that's
don't work. Now
no
you see why that
hold
don't
up,
work
hold up,
because
hold up.
oh
Wait,
my
wait,
bad,
I'm
my
not
bad, my bad.
finished.
Go ahead,
I'm not
my bad,
finished.
my bad.
Finish it up.
But that's what he's drawing that from what you're saying. And so
Right.
you
Right.
can't say, yo, I didn't, you may not have said that like that, but that's what he's drawing from you. That's his conclusions from what you're saying. You can say it specifically, but he's still going to draw the conclusions from what you're saying.
I know,
So
and that's
what
what
he
I said.
so what he
Right. On his
all he
slide,
was
it said.
is you
On
have
his
to break
slide, it
it down.
said existence is the highest power, and time and nature are the necessary conditions.
Yes, but you're misinterpreting it. That's the problem. And he's giving you grace. So what a biconditional means is that you have a conjunction of two different propositions. So he's saying that they're interchangeable, right? That if I have time and nature, I would automatically have existence. And if I
I
have
agree.
existence, then I should be able to find time and nature.
I
Right?
agree. I
So
agree with
those
that.
are
That's what
interchangeable.
I said.
So what was you arguing about there?
You can't have the left
No,
hand side without the right hand side.
but
That if
that's
I
what
have
I said. I said
H2O, I have
either.
water, right?
That's why I
If I have
used the.
water, I have H2O. I can't
That's why I
separate.
used it figuratively. That's why I said you either saying that time and existence is the offshoot of time and time
Yeah,
and
but you
nature
said it's an
is the
offshoot.
offshoot of
No, it's not an
existence,
offshoot.
or
But
existence
it's
is
not an
the
offshoot.
or
It's
It's
not
not
an
an offshoot. That's
offshoot.
where you messed
That's
up.
where you messing up. That's why y'all
man, bro.
philosophies
Y'all
fail.
tripping, bro.
No, you tripping.
He
That's why
just
y'all
said the same.
philosophies
You
fail.
just said the same
But
No,
thing.
I
you
If
came
didn't.
back
they're
and
the
said
necessary,
something else.
listen, hold
You
on, hold
just
on, hold on.
came back and said
Let me,
something else.
look,
You keep on
hold on.
changing the words, which
Well,
lets us know that you're not understanding what I'm saying.
I didn't say offshoot. There's no offshoot.
There's no
It's
offshoot of none
interchangeable.
of that stuff. You keep
Yeah,
on
there's no offshoot.
category
bro, you
erroring.
just said that a
I did not.
necessary
I never said.
condition.
I never said
If
offshoot.
something is a condition, that means something is it's something. If these are the conditions in order for something to happen,
It's
that
a
means
condition.
this is an offshoot of that. That means this comes from that. What is you talking about?
It does
No,
not.
you're
Tell
talking
me does
about
time and
one.
nature
You're talking
exist? If
about
you
one.
talking about time and nature, then they have to exist. That's existence. If you talking about time, if you talking about existence, then you have time and nature. But where
Do you
you
have
go
to have
wrong is
both
that
of them
you
for existence, or do you just have to have time for existence, or do you have to have time and nature for
Which
What did I say? I said the necessary.
Nigga, you saying the same shit. Bro, my bad.
you're
You
not
saying the same thing that I'm saying.
I am not. I
Yes,
am
you
not.
are.
I am not.
You're not.
No, I'm not.
No, you're not saying the same thing.
I'm gonna leave it
You're taking
alone.
one-
Hold on 1 second.
You're
Leave
taking
it
So
alone.
what we're
one.
gonna have, hold on 1 second. So what we're gonna have is Capone say what he think Quantum is saying, and then we're gonna have Quantum come and deal with what Capone think he's saying. So Capone, what do you think Quantum is saying?
So, okay, like I asked the brother, I said, so he's saying that you need time in nature for existence, right? And I'm countering that is asking him, do time already exist and do nature already exist? And he said no. So he said you got to have time in nature. That's the necessary conditions, meaning you can't have one without the other. And that is existence. That's what he's saying.
That's only one expression. There's two expressions there.
All right,
So
hold on.
Well,
one
you
second.
did
Hold
the
on 1 second.
interchangeable
Hold on, Capone.
thing.
Hey,
I don't think he
Quantum, is
did.
that what you saying?
Quantum is going to say no. There's two expressions that he's
Two
given.
expressions. Go ahead. Two expressions.
You're only analyzing-
One with one result, right?
What's that?
Two expressions, one result,
I'm
right?
good, Brody.
No,
I'm good,
no,
King
there's
J.
two
The link
different
is down there.
expressions.
Sister
Oh
Issa.
no, you say it's two. Okay, my bad.
There's a left-hand side and then there's a right-hand side. But there's on the left-hand side, there's one expression with a double arrow, and then on the right-hand side, there's a conjunction, right? So you will have two
Hey,
arrows
hold on 1
expressions
second.
with a
Hold on 1
conjunction.
second, y'all. Hey, so Jay the Snake, man, listen, this is the this is the Coliseum right here. This is what we do, man. We get it in. You feel me?
No,
So
he can go ahead.
I let
So
them get it
formally, I would
in.
have
When
to
I,
show
hold on
you.
1 second, Roy Chess, I got you. So I let them get it in, and when I feel like it's getting a little too out of whack, I step in. But you know, I encourage the battling on here. You see what I'm saying? I want the brothers to go back and forth. I'm never gonna let it go too long. But you know, when these brothers start to get it in, I let them get that off their chest. So we all good up here.
I'm
Go
right
ahead,
here
go ahead,
listening.
Roy Chess.
I'm right here listening. They doing good. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, so there's two expressions on the right-hand side, right? So it would be like two different sentences on the right-hand side and one sentence on the left-hand side. And you're only analyzing one sentence. That's where you're messing up. That's what he's trying to tell you.
So is 1 + 1 = 2?
Yes.
Do,
Right. So you have two on the left-hand side
is-
and 1 + 1 on the right-hand side. But that's one expression for one expression. Now,
Right,
if you
so
add
can-
another expression,
Can I put 2
Want me
+
to put
2
the
=
expressions
1
back up there?
+ 1? Can I write 2
screen, show
=
the
1
screen.
+ 1?
yeah,
Show my
you can.
screen.
Share your
Oh, he's
screen.
gonna share the screen.
Yeah,
That's the same thing. That's the same thing that he's saying, and that's the same thing that
No,
I
it's not.
said.
I guarantee you, it's not. Hopefully, he does this right.
What does "and" mean? Hold on, before you do that, what does "and" mean? Is "and" an addition?
No, and is the nature part, time and nature. So that upside down V is an and.
So I'm saying if I was to write it out in like a prop, like if I was to prop solve and I was to write it out in words,
Right. If you have existence, then if and only if you have existence, then you have
I
time.
mean, if I was to read that and I put it in an equation, would the "and" be a plus?
No. I mean, there's no plus, there's no addition, there's no math.
All right.
It's
All
just
right.
it's just a word. You're
All
using
right.
variables to express a word or a
All
sentence.
right, hold on 1 second. Before because I want Quantum to break this down right here. No, go back, Quantum. I want you to break that first part down right there. But before you do that, I'm gonna introduce Sister Issa Queen. What's up, Sister Issa Queen?
Peace to everybody on the panel. I hope y'all can hear me okay because I'm traveling.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Issa.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother Quantum.
Hold on, let me answer one more question. So if I say I have one apple and Issa Queen has one apple, when I write that expression out, do I say 1 + 1?
You don't have to say that. You could say that and we would know what you mean, but you should just write it out the way you mean it.
No, I'm saying when I have to write it out, so it's a word problem.
addition.
And you write it out in the in a mathematical expression.
No, this
this is
is
not
logic.
math.
The end equates to a plus.
Nature. No, it's nature.
Nah.
All
It's
right,
right
I'm
there.
done.
Hold on one
Existence,
second.
time, and nature.
Let Quantum break it down. Go ahead, Quantum, break it down.
Okay, my slide's kind of covered up, but if you see up there that E equals existence, T equals time, N equals nature. Is that what my screen say? I got something that's over my nature part. If that's what. Okay. You see that? You see that? G D.
So that's what the constants mean. That's what the variables mean. Yeah, that's what. Go ahead.
This, if I said this and you wrote this in words, I would write the total word existence. That arrow that's pointing both ways means if and only if you have time and nature. That's what the T is, and that's what the N is.
And what's the symbol in the middle?
If time and nature obtain. There's just time and nature together.
Yes, that upside down V is an and. It's substituted. It's instead of writing the word and, they just use a symbol for it.
So it's not plus at all.
No, there's no math. There's no multiplication, addition, subtraction. It's just variables.
See what I think it is?
What type of what is this?
This is philosophy.
Oh, get that's why. All right, my bad. All right.
What do you mean that's why?
But
I said philosophy on your last presentation. I'm not well-versed in philosophy.
That's what I was gonna say, Humble, and you right. I think you is saying part of what I'm saying. I think you just missing the one part, and I think the reason that you misunderstanding me is that you keep turning it into like a timeline. I'm not saying that first there was time and then nature and then existence. I'm not saying that first there was nature, then time, and then existence. And I'm not saying that time and nature are floating around in some non-existence place before existence. I'm saying something simpler. I'm saying time and nature are the necessary constitutive conditions of existence. That means that if time is there and nature is there, then existence is already there. Not later, not after, not eventually, already. So if you stop thinking in story steps with it and think like this, a thing needs a what and a when. The what is nature. That's form, structure, identity, and boundary. The when is time. That's sequence, change, before and after, and duration. If there is no what, then nothing is anything. If there is no when, then nothing can occur or persist. So if there is any existence at all, both are already in play. I'm not giving you a creation sequence. I'm giving you a condition statement.
Yeah, it sounds like to me. So, let me state the flaw first, right? So I was looking at it mathematically, right? I was taking your words and putting it in a mathematical equation. That's what I thought that you was explaining. But since you're dealing with philosophy, that's totally different. Now, I would say this. What I was trying to say.
No, it's not totally different. It's mathematical logic. That's what.
That's what I was just about to say. It is mathematics, but
it's math and philosophy.
So,
Quantum, do you have another slide to equivalent? Let's break this down. The other equation.
Let me see. Let me see.
Let me ask you this. So, to me, it seemed like that you were describing the strong force and the weak force in physics. Y'all familiar?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but
the strong force and the weak force is what holds everything together. That's
it right there.
Oh, here you go.
Yeah, that's it, right? That's it. Yeah. So that's on the right hand side, right?
Yeah, I don't know what none of that means.
Yes, you do. You was just saying it. Existence, if and only if, time and nature. It's just act like it's math. You can. Matter of fact, I'm gonna grant you that. Just act like that N is a plus sign. Just act like it's math. Except for act like that double arrow or the arrows mean equal.
Right. That's what I was looking at it like that. That's why
the only thing that's gonna change is you're gonna be able to put it in mathematics subjugation, and that's where I think.
So time and nature are interchangeable with existence.
Yes, that's what it's saying. Yes.
Yes.
Hey, Quantum, real quick. The slide is a little ambiguous with that. The arrow in the middle between the two boxes, that shouldn't be an arrow. It should be an and sign. Because you're saying the left-hand side and the right-hand side are the same. It should be an and.
Which you talking about that one that's lit up in the middle?
That blue arrow in the middle.
Yeah, I think we talked
the blue
about
box
that.
and the gray box. It
Yeah,
should be an ampersand. So
I
that
feel
it's clear.
So that it shows the biconditional without actually being the biconditional. Got you.
Yes, because you have the arrow in the blue box and the arrow. The blue arrow is something different from the arrow where the E arrow. That's not the same arrow as this blue arrow.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember you said that the first time I showed these, I explained, or I thought I did explain, but it wasn't. I wasn't at that time when I was putting that there. I was just showing that when you go from step 1, then you go to step 2.
Yeah, so the arrow means something different in that
one right there.
So
Yeah,
ambiguous.
It was.
So
I was just showing that this is step 1 and this is step 2. But since you said that, I put the if and only if in there. That'll make more sense when I'm showing.
It has to be an and on this one.
Oh, it has to be an and. Okay.
Yes, it has to be.
Oh yeah, because this ain't the biconditional. Okay, got you.
Yes.
I got you.
Because that's what equals a biconditional, and that's the part that GD Incoherent was complaining about. That he's talking about the left-hand side, but you see that there's a left-hand side and a
right-hand side, and he don't know it's a right-hand side. I got you. I got you.
Right, so he's complaining that he's seeing that time in existence, time in nature is an offshoot of existence. That's what he was saying, right? That's what you were saying, right? GD Incoherent. GD Incoherent, can you hear me? You were saying that existence is time in nature is the offshoot. That's what it looks like according to the diagram on number 1, right? But there's a number 2 on the other side. So you have to take both of them into consideration.
Yeah, it's just showing that you. Well, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
That's where he's messing up, where he's saying it's an offshoot and this causes that thing. And that's where he's messing up. So this is confusing if you're new to like symbolic logic and stuff like that. So that's why you have to change that slide at least.
Got you. And this slide deck. Let me see.
Because that arrow is ambiguous in science and in math. Because sometimes it means if then, like if because of this then that, and it doesn't always mean that.
So let me ask you, when you say you had a slide that just said if there's no form, can you go to that one where it says there's no form?
Tell me when to stop.
Keep going. One more. Hey, where is that? Right here. Okay. No form. Explain this. Read this.
No form. If nothing has no form, then it means it has no identity. No this, no that. So this is a nature. Oh yeah, it said right there. This is This is a reductio to existence. This is one of the tests. It's called a reductio.
But you have to explain the identity part. What is identity?
I know the identity means
said no form.
If you don't have no form with nothing, then you can't get identity to anything. Nothing will be able.
But what is identity?
Nothing can be identified.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, nature. That's what nature provides. But if you don't have nature, you'll have no form, no identity, no this versus that.
No attribute.
Something exists. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that would be clearer than just saying identity, because somebody's going to
What about gases? Hold on 1 second. Well, what about gases?
Or plasma?
What about them?
Those things don't have form, but they have an identity.
Are they within existence?
Yes.
Okay.
So he's saying they do have a form. So
what's the form of?
Well, they do have an identity in it. So
they have an identity in the form because you can identify.
If we can identify something, it has a form, basically.
Absolutely, you identify.
So what's the form of hydrogen?
I mean, you got that. We already know the chemical bond of hydrogen.
No, I asked for the chemical bond of hydrogen. I said, what's the form of hydrogen?
That would be the form.
A hydrogen atom. A hydrogen atom.
A hydrogen atom?
That would be the form of hydrogen.
Yeah, one hydrogen atom. One atom would be yeah.
So we do
Why
know
not?
gas. We do know gases don't have forms, right? That's why they're gases and not solids.
Can you identify that?
Yeah, but he
It don't
not
have to
talking
just have.
form in
It don't have
the
Hey,
to
boil
just have
some
form.
water.
It don't have to have. It don't have to have form if it can be identified.
Boil some
I'm saying.
water.
I'm not saying. I'm not saying everything has form like that. I'm
You're not
talking
talking about a physical form.
when you look at this right here. This is just telling you if you don't have nature, that's what you won't have. But you have nature, and within existence, things have nature. And so if a gas and hydrogen is within existence, then it has an identity. Even
So
if you can't do the form, you can identify hydrogen. You identify hydrogen in a water atom, the H2O and all
right,
those things. So it's it exists.
even in yeah, you can see the microscopically, it's subatomic. You can see the particles, right, that makes up the hydrogen atom. So it do has a form. Just because we can't see it, don't mean that it don't have a form.
We can
And then
measure it.
that's why his thing. So a lot of what you're saying goes along with physics, with the actual physical uh discoveries that we of the natural world,
Uh-huh.
of the observable universe.
Absolutely. I didn't change. I ain't tried to change no physics or nothing. I tried to correspond everything and make it fit because that's what I said. All of the arguments that I ever come across, they be incoherent because they don't have this form and structure. And that's what uh Roy Chess first started talking about, or well, I remember when he first came. Well, the first time I seen him anyway, he was talking about how we form arguments, but we don't form. We can form a valid argument or we can form a sound argument. But for your argument to stand the test of time, it needs to be sound and valid. And that's the type of argument that I tried to form. That's why mine is a transcendental argument for the necessary conditions of existence, which I feel that those necessary conditions of existence are the constitutive necessary conditions of time and nature.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
it
there's a
holds, it
there's a
holds up
problem with
against
this slide.
well, it holds up against Western thought and Western religions, but we already talked about this. It don't hold up against a traditional African spiritual thought at all because you're viewing time as linear, and African spirituality they don't view time as linear.
It's like
I don't view time as linear either. In my entire philosophy, if you ever get a chance to look at it, you'll see. I
time
never
is a
said time was
cycle.
linear.
To have that equation right there, existence and if and only if time and nature, that's linear. That's a linear equation. So
Nah,
that's what I'm saying. You're viewing
it's
time as linear.
No, it's
no, I'm
not
not viewing
linear.
time as
If you
linear.
It's
go
not
back,
linear.
It's
It's not
not. It is
linear.
not.
It's
it's not
I don't
linear.
get what you're
equal.
going. That's why I'm saying you got to look at the total entire philosophy before you even start making those type
It,
of things.
One
I
and
think
Even
two
when
this
you
is
was
an expression.
and you never did. I forgot too, King Hercules. You asked me about that entropy thing, and I answered you, and you told me next time you come back, you was gonna tell me something about it. What do you? What?
I don't remember what we was
Oh,
talking
oh,
about.
oh,
Oh,
okay,
because
okay.
it's the same thing. That's the same thing as you viewing your philosophy is viewing time as linear. You say you don't view it as linear. Okay, so at what part of it is not linear? And you say that it's not a linear equation. You're wrong. That's
No,
you're
it's
saying. And
it's
Roy,
both
hold up,
those.
Roy, stop. Roy, stop, man. I took mathematical logic as well, man. Goddamn, I know what a linear equation is when I'm looking at one. All right, there is nothing circular about the equation that he presented. You could represent it. It's the way it is. It's a logical equation. It could be represented as linear. You cannot represent it as non-linear. So
If
you
you
have to
Why
show
combine
not?
me.
premise one and
Wait,
two,
wait,
you
hold on.
You have to
Hurst,
show me how you
why
represent
not?
it. Because he's saying that existence, if it only if time and nature, that's the same thing as saying existence equals time plus nature.
Yeah, that's what I had got
So
out
you
of
have
it
to
at
show
first,
me
but
where it's not non-linear because what I just said is a linear expression. So that's all I'm saying. Is you have to show the part where it's not linear. That's all I asked.
Sh-
That's all
it's
I
both
I,
directions. That's why it's not
hold on.
linear. It's both directions. This is one
okay,
direction that
then
you're
then
looking
you
at.
can say then
oh,
you can say
okay,
nature
I see
plus
what he's
time
It's
saying.
equals existence.
what he
Yeah,
trying to force it. I
That's still
understand what he
linear.
doing because he don't agree with my view. So that's what he gonna say. But this is why my
I think you
view
do.
isn't linear.
Okay,
And
go
you
ahead.
trying to
No, let
force
me
it.
listen.
I'm not saying that time is straight little ruler moving one tick at a time in the simplistic sense that you keep assuming. I'm saying time is ordered update. It is the condition that makes sequence, transition, change intelligible at all. That is not the same thing as saying that reality is just a one-dimensional line. That dimension that you talking about, that's why I tell y'all be in that thing that you told me about entropy last time. I wrote it down. Entropy does not save your objection. The second law says that for irreversible processes, the entropy of a system plus environment increases, or in isolated systems, entropy does not decrease. That gives physics a thermodynamic arrow of time, but it does not mean that the whole universe should have already ended. In the crude way that you're saying it, definitely does not prove my framework is linear. Entropy growth is about thermodynamic asymmetry and state evolution, not a proof that all time must be represented as a simple straight tick, tick, tick line. That ain't what I do.
Yeah, but you haven't shown that, and you're saying it is a sequence of updates. Being a sequence of an update is something that's linear.
So,
Well, I don't have to show it because I
wait,
never
go to
said
the
it. You are the one that's
You
inferring
just
it.
said it.
No,
go to
you
the
don't
slide
know.
You just
that
said a
breaks down
sequence
the
of
time
updates.
part.
That's what I'm
Because you
saying.
did the nature.
You just said a sequence of updates.
That's what I'm
Sequence of
saying.
updates. It's
That no,
that's a progressive transition. Progression could be sporadic, but at least in a logical structure is linear. This is not an abductive argument, it's linear. So
So all I ask is that he could show.
it's
He
only
can
linear if
show it
it's only
non-linear.
linear if y'all talking about creation. I'm not giving a timeline. I'm giving a condition. Time means there must be some order by which things can update, change, or persist. Nature means there must be some form, identity, or structure by which things can be anything at all. If anything exists, both are already in play. That is the constitutive claim, not a linear history claim. What are y'all talking about?
Yeah,
that
that
is a
sounds
linear
like the
historical
strong force
claim.
and the weak force. Especially when you get
It's
dealing
not
with the like
strong
cork
force.
soup and everything. It's like the
Y'all just have to look at my philosophy, the
pre-existing
entire thing, and then
conditions
you
of
can
the
make a.
universe.
Because I eat you up every time. You don't know nothing about it, so you can't say nothing. And I understand the things that you haven't,
Well, I
but
mean,
I'm
when
not
you're
saying
feeding,
those. Just because you have those emphasis, don't mean that I have those emphasis. I have the philosophy, so you can't tell me what I'm saying about my own philosophy. That's absurd.
when you're using ChatGTP to quick rebuttal people, nobody's telling you anything except for an algorithm. So I mean,
I have
it's
a
for,
philosophy.
I understand that,
I'm
but
answering you through my philosophy.
as it relates to how you
All of my
just
answers come through the facts of my philosophy.
okay, so now your philosophy is about brute facts. What is your philosophy about brute facts? Since this is what your philosophy is, a brute
Now,
fact
did y'all hear me?
explanation.
Did y'all ever hear me say anything about a brute fact? This is a transcendental
You
argument
said
for the necessities of existence. Stop trying to make me say
there's
things
a
that I
brute
never
fact.
said.
But we're just
Okay,
pointing out flaws in your philosophy.
And all the flaws that you said, I showed you that I didn't.
No, you didn't, bro.
if this is a transcendental
Yes, I
argument, sir,
did, bro.
why is it?
Hey,
If this
Corey,
is a
your
transcendental
mic
argument,
is
why?
choppy.
All right, hold on.
Gotta
Can you hear
take the
me?
Bluetooth off.
Y'all gonna have to let go of the
Yeah, we can hear you.
African science, y'all. Y'all coming on over.
Can you hear
Come
me better
on
now?
over.
Real
Somebody speak.
fast, y'all.
To
But
Real
you
to
fast.
using
to
science though, even in your
to a
philosophy.
philosophy
Hold
that
on one
all
second.
of us went.
Hold on 1 second,
If,
y'all. We got Brother
if,
Sadiq on the panel. What up, Brother Sadiq? And we got to
What's
cut him up court. What it do? Cut him up court?
what's up, fam? What's going on,
if,
family? I see y'all going in a customary fashion. Great.
Hey, Mr. Sadiq. How you doing, Mr. Sadiq?
Hey, what's going on, family? A great presentation, by the way, Quantum man. Keep it
Thank you,
going, brother.
Sadiq. You the first one that said that. I
Peace, Sadiq.
appreciate you
Peace,
so
Courtney.
much,
Peace,
man.
guys.
You
Peace, guys. Peace,
always,
everybody.
you always,
Peace, humble.
even
Peace,
if you
A1.
don't
Peace,
agree with
peace,
me.
Courtney. Peace, across the board, King. Hey, Roy Chess. Everybody.
Peace.
please. Okay, so this is not about matter at all. There's no matter contained in this equation.
I think
That's the question.
he's equating nature. Nature is equated with matter.
Okay, therefore, this is not a transcendental argument. If it was transcendental, only portion, all constituents would be transcendental or some type of abstract conceptual reality. if it being justified and argued for, the constituents would match what its intention to be demonstrated. This is not a transcendental argument at all. A transcendental argument will be something like the moral argument, because if there are objective moral rules, laws, or obligations, there must be an objective moral lawgiver. That's how some of these arguments go. Notice the constituents, the lawgiver, and often identified as God, an immaterial entity with some form of mind or consciousness. Like, that's the transcendental situation. Moral objective realities. Those would not be something you can contain inside of a box, put it onto a scale, and tell me how much they weigh. No, those would be transcendental realities. So the constituents must match.
You done?
Yeah,
no.
Go ahead.
You are misunderstanding what makes an argument transcendental. A transcendental argument does not require every term in it to be some ghostly abstract thing floating above reality. A transcendental argument is about the conditions of possibility for something being intelligible, experienceable, knowable, or real at all. The issue is not, are all words abstract enough? The issue is, what must be the case for the thing in question to be possible? That's my standard. I don't know what you're looking for.
So
my argument is transcendent. So my argument is transcendental because I'm not starting with particular objects in the world and building upward from them. I'm asking what must already be true for there to be any world, any object, any distinction, any occurrence, any experience, any intelligibility at all. And when I say nature, I'm not reducing nature to matter in the crude sense you're attacking. Nature in my framework means form, structure, identity, distinction, boundary, and constraint. Matter is only one possible expression within the border of the category of existence. If something can be identified, differentiated, or structured at all, nature is already in place. So you're attacking a weaker version, the straw man of the terms that I'm saying. Y'all whack. Time is not the argument. Is not a clock, and nature is not just dirt. Time is ordered update. Nature is form and constraint. Those are not merely empirical objects. They are constitutive conditions. That is exactly why the argument is transcendental.
It's not transcendental because, again, the thing you're justifying is not even intelligent.
A transcendental argument asks what must be proposed for X to be possible. My X is exempt. See what I'm saying? He's all done. He's all done. You lose. This way you lose. A transcendental argument asks what must be presupposed for X to be possible. My X's existence as intelligible reality. My answer is time and nature. If you remove order, update, nothing can occur, persist, or change. If you remove form, constraint, nothing can be anything at all. That is the conditions of possibility argument, which is a transcendental argument.
So you're saying existence predicates is the necessary precondition for the other two things that you're saying must be put together, and hence they also exist before actually coming together and being formed.
That's what I was saying.
To be coherent.
They've always been.
Interesting. Because now this is simply an attempt at an ontology, not an actual argument for transcendental necessary precondition, because to begin with, existence you have not identified, from my assessment, as being a personal entity.
But I'm not saying
that, because that would have to be necessary in order for it to be intelligible.
But I'm not saying existence.
Whatever's necessary must in and of itself be able to ground the possibility of intelligibility of itself before it can be recognized by other things in any way, shape, or form.
That's why we know time and nature has always been.
It must have personhood.
No. That's where y'all can see that. I knew that's where we was getting at. I knew you was a theist.
But I'm not saying.
Listen, I'm not saying
Therefore, this
existence.
is not an intelligent disposition
Oh,
to
exactly.
demonstrate the
Yes, it is. We
feasibility
sitting
of
here having an
existence.
intelligent conversation about it right now. You trying to refute it?
That's
Don't say it
because
ain't intelligent.
we're
Listen,
speaking as it
I'm
relates
not
to
saying
logic,
that. Can I
which
refute?
again are principles that are not
Because it's
justified by
intelligent.
means
Don't
of
try to
these
lie. Don't lie because
articulations.
my worldview better than yours. I'm not saying existence predicates two things that sit around before all things come together. That's what y'all keep saying. See, your
Right.
mind can't even open up. You keep saying that. I'm gonna say this one more time. I'm not saying existence predicates two things that sit around before all things come together. I'm not talking about a temporal before. I'm talking about the logical and constitutive prior. That means I'm not saying first time, then nature, then existence. I'm saying
No, I never said that.
I'm saying if anything exists at all, then time and nature are already required as the conditions of that existence. So,
Yeah, but that's not even mathematically accurate. If that's the
but it
case,
is. And that's what my
okay,
philosophy is
according to
here to prove. That's what I have to
Bordegoose
argue. That's why I have to give it.
Lincoln
That's why I have
theorem,
to get peer
how do
reviewed.
you
And
address
you're not a
Bordegoose
peer to
Lincoln
review
theorem
it.
as it relates to cosmology? How do you relate Bordegoose Lincoln theorem as it relates to cosmology? Because you still can have a quantum flux prior to the combination of these things that you're saying is required in order for existence to be comprehensible.
I already told
So in
him
other
that.
words, you can have dynamics prior to this state not even coming into existence, but existing.
I'm going to have to agree, brother Quantum, with that rationale. Existence is is the prerequisite requirement for everything
Mm.
before
And that,
Right,
physicality is even thought of.
but you
It's we
don't
have
have it, but you
so we can
can't
prevent
have any.
absolutes. What's that? Go
Correct,
ahead,
but you
brother.
can't. That's correct, but that's why I stated
right, you
and that's
said
why my
that though.
philosophy is like
You
it is.
said that's
That's
the
why I put
highest
it in the
power.
structure that I did
Okay.
because
I
I'm
just kind
not.
of heard this that the going back and forth kind of just threw me a little bit. Yeah, right. I mean, right.
Yeah, yeah.
I can. Okay.
That's
Right,
what I'm
but
Right.
saying.
So wait,
all
wait,
I'm
wait,
If,
hold
if
on,
saying
hold on.
look,
is
So
you,
Sadiq, so
What's up?
you're saying that time in nature first have to exist, correct?
Depends
and
on
when
the
they exist,
context. I'm a,
and as
Go ahead.
soon as they exist, and I ain't gonna say as soon as they exist because I'm telling y'all they've always been. So since we do have time in nature, we've always had existence because we've always had time in nature. And if you say that there are dynamics prior to existence, you already
yeah,
smuggled in existence. That's what y'all keep doing.
Right.
If you're trying to
no,
say
Right.
something
no, I have
exists
not.
prior
I'm
to
speaking
existence, that's what you're doing.
mathematically.
Why?
I'm speaking mathematically as it relates to quantum
Because
physics.
dynamics means movement, relation, change, transition, interaction, or some kind of update. But none of those are nothing. If there are movement and there is something moving,
Who
if
said
there's
it was
relation,
nothing?
then if
Who said
there's
it was
relation,
nothing?
then something is related. If
That's a
there's
straw
change,
man.
then something is changing.
Nobody
So the
said
moment you
dynamics is
say
nothing.
dynamics, you
No,
already
no,
gave me.
no,
The
no,
moment you
no.
said dynamics, you gave me. Yeah, you
As
gave
soon as
me.
you
Soon
said
as
it
you
is
gave
Dynamics
me
don't
nothing.
dynamics,
exist.
a condition of
No, that
order,
is
a
false.
condition.
You
You
have
see how you don't want me to
you have
answer?
false.
Every time
Yes,
you try to
because
answer these people, they won't never
you're
let you
One
answer.
falsely
mic,
Let
y'all.
me
proposing.
One mic.
finish. Let me
One mic.
finish. A hit
Go
dog
ahead.
always holler. Let me finish. Don't get mad because I can answer these bunk questions that you got. The moment you said dynamics, I didn't. I never brought them in. You
I
did,
wonder
thinking you were
why.
smart. And the moment you brought them in, you gave me this a condition of order or update, which is time, a condition of
False.
identifiable
False.
relation or structure, which is nature. And therefore, some mode of existence. So no,
False. I did
you
not give
can
you
not
time.
have real dynamics before existence. What are y'all talking about? This
I
is why
gave you
we are, and
I gave you
I
a
bust him up every time.
mathematical
Bust you in
situation.
your mouth. That's why you
You
live.
don't
That's why you
understand the nature
lose.
of the
Yeah,
statement.
yeah,
You
you're
don't
not listening,
understand the
man.
nature of the
No,
statement.
no,
Because
y'all don't want. Of
one thing
course,
I
you're gonna
never
say I'm not
did,
listening because you a theist too.
I don't, I thought you were done.
Wait, hold up.
Y'all, I'm
Hold up.
not.
Wait, hold up. Hey, hold
I'm
up.
not.
Hey,
The
hold
only
up.
reason
Wait,
y'all
wait,
trying to
Check it out.
wait,
One
disagree
wait,
with
mic,
it
hold up.
because
Hey,
guys.
you
you
theists.
said you was going to prove
You
that it's
guys
This
are
is
One
nonlinear.
theists.
mic.
theism.
You said you was going to prove that's nonlinear. You haven't done it yet. Can
Yes,
you
I
prove it?
have. Yes, I
Prove.
did.
Okay,
I
prove it.
proved that
Is
long time ago.
your
I
theory
proved that it
is
was not. I,
theism.
I proved it was non-linear a long time ago. I'm not going back to that. What you doing, Bar, is you confusing the two
I
things.
was
That's like I said, existence as a formed observable
hit
state,
dog
and
Tyler. I'm just
existence in
waiting
the
to
broader
respond.
sense, there has been any real condition at all. My argument is about the second one.
Okay.
You say that.
Now,
Can I finish?
oh, I thought you were earlier. Go
Yeah, no,
ahead.
I
So
ain't.
wait, hold
When I
on.
land, I tell you I'm landing in a tree.
All right, go ahead.
I do not believe in creation. This is why y'all keep saying that I'm saying things that I'm not saying, because y'all keep on thinking about that I'm
Well,
inferring the creation, and I'm not. You have to
I do.
understand that I believe that everything has always been in some state, phase, or form.
I agree.
To have existence, something has
Everything
to
has always existed in some state, phase, or form. Where?
within existence.
That's
And where is that at?
incoherent.
You're gonna have to
The
probably give, let's say
incoherent.
some examples, brother Quantum.
As
Yeah.
Throw out some
Everything has
examples, brother.
existed.
Yeah,
Everything has existed in
Incoherent.
some state or form at all times.
yeah, it's a little ambiguous. Yeah,
something has
let's
always
yeah,
existed in
Everything.
some.
Well,
right,
I'll say this: nothing don't exist.
facts,
It's always something. So
right,
it comes from existing or
right.
existence. So
We know this, man.
Well, I
yeah.
mean, we don't know that because we weren't there if there ever was a
Yes, you do,
point of
because you say
origin.
God existed. Because you say God
And
existed in creation.
we can
So you say
calculate.
there's always been
I don't
existence.
know why you said you wanted to finish and then give the floor up, and then when I begin to speak, you want to talk over me. It demonstrates the dog that was hit.
Tighten up. Tighten up. Let's go. You got the floor.
So now, real briefly, I can discuss mathematics. You can discuss mathematics prior to a classical understanding of space-time reality. All right. You can understand mathematics as it relates to quantum theory and and deal with mathematical entities that are digital. They're digital entities prior to classical space-time bringing all things together into one. So that's not necessarily true, but it would demonstrate that at least physical states of existence do not exist. Yes, that's me. Physical states of existence don't exist at all times and in all places because
Facts.
that's digital content.
A question for Quantum. Hey, Quantum, do you know Immanuel Kant?
Immanuel Kant.
Yeah.
Yeah, philosopher.
Yeah. What about him, bro? You brought him up. What's up? Humble. Why you brought him up?
Because he used
Transcendental argument.
transcendental argument.
He used what?
He uses this transcendental argument.
Not
He's
this
the
one.
one
Not
that
this one. He
the
don't
one
use
that
this
came
one.
up with this transcendental argument.
No, he didn't. He came up with a form of transcendental argument. He didn't come up with this
Yeah.
transcendental argument.
Yeah, they're different kinds, right? So that's just a category of a kind of argument. Like
Yeah.
his argument is different from this. That's what he's saying.
But boy, man, you keep on switching classical space time to all over in form whatsoever. And those are not the same thing. I never said only classical space time counts. I said existence requires time and nature as constitutive conditions. If you don't know what constitutive conditions is, you need to look it up. So if you want to talk about quantum states, digital entities, mathematical structures, or pre-classical requiems, regiments, anything, that still does not escape my point. Why? Because the moment you are talking about a state, a relation, a distinction, a probability, a ordering, a transformation, a structure, you already have what I mean by nature and time in play. Nature means form. I'm going to say it again. Nature means form, identity, structure, and distinguishability, has always been. Time means ordered update, relation, transition, and sequence, has always been. So a non-classical regimen is not a no time, no nature regimen. It is just a different kind of ordered and structured regimen. Mathematics describing something does not mean that thing exists outside all form and order. Math is a formal language of structure. Math is a formal language of structure. If you're using mathematics to talk about digital entities or quantum states, then you are already relying on identifiable structure and rule governed relations. That is exactly my point, not yours. You already
Yeah,
said prior to classical space time, the word prior does what I say everybody do when they try to fight me. You smuggle in order. Why? Because you keep on having a creative mind, and I'm not talking about creation. This is why you lose. Even your own sentence borrows a time like relation while trying to deny time. I don't get y'all. You
yeah. The
confusing
main reason why you
non-classical.
don't get me is because you don't understand Bourdon-Guffin theorem, which is not speaking about a point of creation. Especially once you start getting into Booth's theorems, which are related to the possibility of possible worlds. So you're absolutely mistaken, and ultimately, all it sounds like you're necessarily describing would be something such as, I don't know, a Hilbert space, because that is the only necessary precondition, some type of vacuum to do dynamical assessments before there actually is a vacuum or Hilbert space by which these type of assessments can be calculatable. And by the way, intelligence here might just be an emergent property. If there's something I don't hear how existence in and of itself is intelligent, or how it actually expresses intelligence. Um, I hear how you're trying to overlap form and things like that. Like, I could also mention geometry, because guess what? Geometry is one of the early maths that had nothing to do with time. That's according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. So you can have geometry outside of, and that's a form. Regardless of its structure, that's a form. The combination of the two is what's required for anything to exist. The form and structure. But really, the only thing that would make this intelligible would be some type of rational principle, which still again is vacuous in light of the disposition you're putting forward. I don't see any type of rationale within this mix that is actually inputting or covenantally governing, provisionally, or anything like that, reflecting by means of whatever. I don't see anything, any language of that sort in order to make this your argument coherent in and of itself. Because it would seem like whatever the necessary precondition is would have to have the intelligent principle to the maximum degree, almost like in an ontological sense, like in the ontological or in the modal ontological sense. So greatest possible pizza or whatever you want to say, it would have to have that quality maximally in an omni sense. So in order for rationality to even be expressible in light of whatever you're saying its constituents together make up. And again, geometry can be formed without without uh, without structure and without time. Yeah, that's the point. Geometry is form without time. So, and yet it's existing because it's not related to time constraints or dynamics.
I never thought of that. Huh.
What do you
Wait, so
think, Quantum?
geometry is outside of time?
It
I
can
want
be now that he
I
brought it up.
want to hear Quantum address that. That's going to be interesting to get Quantum spin on that.
I need to look that
Oh
up.
man, like I said, it always starts with the presupposition of uh, um, creation, and and I like where I'm going because I hear him finally agreeing with things, but he always tries to lead it back to it has to be a necessary something else that's making these things happen. So this is how understand that he's trying to apply the creation point so they can get a God to worship. You know what I'm saying? And I understand that because you need that. But what I am happy about is that you said even if all of that is real, even if all of that made it through and stuff, it still constitutes uh and when you said constitutes, you didn't say uh a creator. I just know that's what you mean. So
The Boyd-Group
you mean
blanket theorem does not constitute
what you
creator
doing?
language in its theorem
What you doing?
at all. That
What you
is a
doing?
false. That's a
What you doing?
false. That's
What
a
you do?
false
What you
notion.
what you doing is you mixing four different things and pretending they're just one object. First, a transcendental argument is not an argument that every constitute or every constituent has to be spooky, abstract object. A transcendental argument asks what must be true for something to be possible at all. Stanford actually states in plain transcendental argument identity form that necessary conditions for possible existence of some target X. That is exactly what I'm doing with existence. Second, when you talked about Hilbert space, does not help you escape my framework. A Hilbert space is a mathematical structure, basically an inner product vector space used in analysis and quantum mechanics.
That's not what he said.
That is already form,
That's not what
relation,
he
and
said. He said your framework only exists in Hilbert space.
that is already form. I don't care what he's saying. When he said it, he's already presupposing form, relation, and structure, which is what I mean by nature. And a quantum vacuum is not the same thing as a Hilbert space any fucking way. Why you trying to get one bomb? The vacuum is the lowest energy quantum state. Hilbert space is the mathematical state space in which such states are represented. So you're already relying on structured form and distinguishability, not escaping them. Also doing that while you're being disingenuous.
Hold on. Are Hilbert spaces physical spaces always? I don't think so.
Third, when you say prior to classical space-time, you are not refuting me. You are only saying that the regimen may be non-classical. Non-classical is not non-ordered and not non-structured. If you can talk about states, amplitudes, relations, geometry, possibility spaces, or transformations, then you already have what I mean by time and nature in some generalized sense. You know this. You have not escaped the framework. You just described a different mode of it. Fourth, you're conflating intelligibility with intelligence. My claim is not that existence is a big cosmic brain or a little hidden person. My claim is that existence must be intelligible enough to support structure, relation, distinction, and order update. That is a condition claim, not a claim of agents, not a creation claim. And that's where you keep on trying to throw mine back to. Rational intelligibility does not require a supernatural mind any more than a geometry requires a geometer floating in the void. And geometry doesn't save your objection either. Geometry is a formal structure. Even if you discuss geometry without clocks or classical temporal dynamics, you still have relations, distinctions, constraints, and form. This is still nature in my usage. So geometry is not a counterexample to my argument. It is an example of it. And if you want to bring up Brodengother Vilken, whatever his name was, possible world theorems, that's good too. But don't bluff with theorem names. The BGV theorem says space-time with positive average expansions are past geodesically incomplete. It does not by itself give you maximally intelligent being, and it does not overturn a condition of possibility argument. It addresses a cosmological issue about past incompetence and incompleteness under expansion, not whether intelligibility requires agent intelligence. Y'all be f***ing me up with that.
Intelligibility does require an agent's intelligence.
To
because
you,
who is it
I can
intelligent?
prove it wrong.
What is it intelligent? What or who is it intelligent to? Inanimate objects do not express intelligence. They simply are inanimate objects.
Intelligibility, not intelligence. That's what I said. That's what I just said.
I'm glad that's the case. So what is expressing intelligibility as it relates to your formulation? What is recognizing this intelligent content you're expressing? An intelligent agent.
No, an agent would be somebody. What do you mean? Are you an agent?
What's the
Are you an
reference
agent?
for
Wait, hold on.
intelligible? Yes,
Are you a
yes,
ref?
just like you are, because you are able to
Are you an agent of creation? Are you an
you
agent?
are able
Did you?
to express the attribute of intelligence
Are you the
and
creator of existence?
comprehending. I didn't claim to be, no.
Okay. So if you ain't the if you're not the creator of existence,
This
then
is such a straw man.
the, no, if you're not the, I'm asking you a question. I'm trying to get your view. I actually trying to engage with you. Really, when you say intelligible to who, is it intelligible to you?
Or what I said, who or what
Is it?
is
Yeah.
is the
Is existence
equation.
intelligible to you? Do you believe that there is
Um,
something rather than nothing? Do you believe that you in existence right now?
I could jump into so many different modes of philosophical tropes and expressions that it would leave you baffled.
No, but
And for
I
the
don't want
sake
to
of
do that. I want
argument,
you to
I'm
tell
not
me.
going to do that.
Yeah, I
I'm
want you to
not going
be
to do
no,
that.
because I'm trying to
I
be real.
do
I want to
believe that
be real.
I do believe that there are minds.
Okay.
Minds exist. I also believe that other minds other than my own exist. I believe that these minds are the type of things that express personhood and identity,
Okay.
and that also have some type of rational faculty to be able to express, describe, and rearticulate and reformulate. You're going to turn left here. Got to get over quickly before these things pop up. Okay. That are able to express intelligence, and hence things could be intelligible to them. So, and there's some type of intelligence that must exist in order for this equation that we've been outlining today can relate to.
Yeah. I don't agree.
Okay, well, if that's the case, you cannot claim that this is an intelligible
I can
argument.
because I never said creation. You keep on saying that it doesn't make
I've
sense.
never
Yes,
mentioned creation
but
either.
that's the reason that's the
I
reason
didn't
you
mention
saying it.
creation
But
either.
that's the only reason you reasoning like that.
I'm not.
Your reasoning is not of a unbiased view. Your
A
reasoning
mind,
is
minds are not
your
created
v
entities.
your view is not an unbiased view. Your view is your view because you believe in because you're you believe there's a God. So of course you're gonna say that. That's why we just have to disagree. It don't
Tad
mean
bit of
that my argument is
apologetics
wrong.
going
It just
on.
means that you don't agree with it. That's all that is.
You say it's a tad bit of apologetics going
Yeah,
on. Huh?
man, that's all it is. You know what I'm saying? It's always gonna point back to that. They gonna always say that I'm right, but even though you right, you missing one thing, and that's that creator. But I never said there's a creation. I never said nothing ever started or began. Everything has always been. This is why I win.
You don't win
That's
because it's
not
the
why
same
you win.
argument.
That doesn't prove anything. That everything always existed. You haven't proved that everything already has existed. You
So
just saying it.
the creators say that God already existed too. So what's the
I
difference?
know it. That's
How
what
is
I'm
that
saying.
argument?
And that's the argument. No, that's the argument.
The argument is
That's
not
the exact
different.
argument. The argument
Yeah.
is whose idea of God is more intelligible. Do you believe that there was something outside of time and existence
No,
that created existence, or do you believe that existence is all? That's the total argument.
No,
Roy
you're
J.
missing the
Of
point.
course,
You're
no,
missing.
you're
You're
missing
missing
the
what I'm
point.
saying.
No,
You're
you're
missing what I'm
missing
saying.
the point.
No,
You're missing the point.
what I'm saying is the form of the argument is identical to yours.
But then once we get to the form of it, we have to go by the individuality and the specifications and the specifics of each view. His is
No,
different
that's
from
not how
mine.
that. That's not
His
how
is
logic
different.
works, buddy.
His is
You know,
different. What you
that's
mean
not how it
logic? I'm
works.
talking about what do you mean logic? This is
The
comparing
reasoning here,
worldviews. This is
I don't really
comparing.
use that word, but
This is
the
critiquing
reasoning
worldviews.
here is bad because you can't flip it like that.
Because I believe you're a Jew too, right? I mean, you're
I'm not a
Jewish,
Jew.
right? Oh, but
No,
you
I'm not
believe in
Jew.
God, though. You believe in God, don't you?
That has nothing to do with what I just
It
said to you.
does. That's why you
No, it
guys are
doesn't.
always going to say that it's
The
wrong. You're
argument that
never
you're
going to say that
presenting,
it's right. You're never
the
going to say
argument
that the
that you're
argument
presenting
right because my
is
argument isn't for God. If I
Sure,
put
one mic,
God in this,
guys.
if I put God in this argument and put God right there, they agree with it and
the
love it
reasoning is
to
bad.
death. The reasoning wouldn't be bad. The reasoning would be perfect if I put God in there. You have a biased view. You're gonna say that. Do you argue it? Let's argue it. Get your argument together for your creation. I'll get my argument together for formation, and let's do it. I'll show you that it's valid, sound, and it's the most parsimonious, most ontologically sound argument in existence.
No, it isn't. And then you have an issue with when you talk about existence.
There's no issue.
Right? Are you talking about
You have
physical
the
existence or mental existence? You can't have it both ways.
Mental existence come within the totality of existence. If you have to put an adjective on existence,
it could be physical existence or mental. They're not the same.
That means it's part of the
mental
totality.
are not the same. You can have to pick a lane.
I never said anything about. I said existence. Period.
No, you have to pick.
I said existence, the totality. See what I'm saying? You can't. I can. How you gonna tell me I can't? What do you mean? My argument is that the totality of existence
the descriptions are different.
No, that's because you wanted to be a creator. That's because you wanted to be a creator. Do you want to debate it?
You can't.
I'll show you how your God. I'll show you how your creator needs time and nature. I'll show you how your. I'm past that. You don't. I'm past it.
No,
what
you're
do you
not.
mean? You ain't proving nothing. All you proving is that you believe in the creator. You never said nothing about you believe in the creator. You never said nothing about you believe in the creator. How do you think I know you believe in the creator?
That's why I don't.
Yeah, it does. That's exactly what
it doesn't.
How would you know?
Nothing I said has to do with my belief.
How do you know?
Okay. How do I know what? That they theists?
How do you know that he's a theist?
Because of the argument that he having against my argument.
No, I didn't even mention God.
You don't have to. Your unbiased view infers that you believe in a creator.
What?
This is what. That's a flaw in your argument.
It's not a. It's not. Ask him, do he believe in a creator?
That's what you have nothing to do with what I'm saying. No, it doesn't.
I'm done. When y'all want to debate, give me a topic to debate, not eat you up.
I'll debate you once you show your non-linearity of your formula.
He wants to ride the fence on existence, because if I say something that is not physically existing, he's going to say, well, it exists in the mind. Then if I say something physically exists, well, I got you in there too. Like, you can't do that. You're going to have to pick a lane.
See what I'm saying? See how they simple, y'all?
You're going to have to pick
he have to pick one lane. He have to pick both one lane. My philosophy is so robust that it is the lanes. It's both of the lanes.
No,
it is the lanes. It is the lanes.
It's both. It's inconsistent.
Hold on. I got a question. Does that also mean that you're
anymore? Oh wait, my bad.
Yeah, because I was going to ask, does that also mean that your philosophy proves that nothing also exists?
That nothing also exists. There's no such thing as nothing. There's no such thing as nothing.
Yes, there is.
Or mentally.
There is such a thing as no thing.
Okay.
Meditation, when they meditate, right? Buddhist monks meditate, they think of nothing. So nothing.
That is, nothing does exist in the mind of Buddhist monks, for example.
Nope.
Yeah. What do you mean no? They don't.
That's what I said.
What they're thinking. If you ask them what they're thinking, they say nothing. That's specifically what they say.
So when they infer nothing, they're giving nothing something. They're giving nothing a form of something in their mind.
Facts.
Yeah.
So it exists in their mind. So therefore, nothing exists.
You can have a glotty logic. There's nothing wrong.
Said that. They listen.
So nothing exists, right? Nothing.
As soon as it exists, it's not nothing anymore.
It's not nothing.
No, it's still called nothing.
No thing.
It's not nothing.
It has no attributes.
It's a
Listen,
thing,
man.
now.
Y'all can keep
on. It's definitely a thing. It exists, right?
No,
Does
it's
it
an
exist?
idea.
Not in the creator world.
What?
No, it doesn't.
Tell me
exist.
what it is again. Tell me what
it's
it is.
in the mind.
Tell me what it is again. You said it's a what?
It's
an abstract.
You said it's an idea.
It's an
idea.
idea.
As an idea in your mind.
Yeah, but it doesn't physically exist.
It doesn't matter. It exists.
It does.
We're talking about exist. No, it matters to you and your creationist worldview. It matters to you and your creationist worldview.
Doesn't exist at the same time.
So
nothing exists. In the physical sense, it's not possible for nothing to exist. But in the mental sense, it can exist. So we have a problem there.
No, we don't have no problem.
So
all we have to do is when somebody talking about nothing, you just ask them which definition of nothing you mean. You have a problem with it because you don't think about
the
that.
type of nothing amongst
How
our
do you
experience
express it
and
though?
the religious experience.
Yeah, they're imagining no thing. So if they can imagine it, then it's something right then. Even though it's no thing, when they're
No,
imagining,
ideas are not.
if
Ideas
they
are
can
not
say to
physical.
themselves,
The
if they can
idea,
say to themselves, I'm gonna
But
imagine no
ideas are
thing,
not
they have
physical.
the idea
So
of something is something
yeah, but the idea
because
is not physical.
you bring that to reality. I mean, but
No,
it's still a
you
thing.
can't bring an idea to reality.
I didn't argue it was physical.
what you mean you
You're
can't bring
making
an idea?
arguments for me. You're making the arguments you want me to make. I didn't make that argument.
No, but an idea is not physical, so
I
it
didn't
doesn't
say
mean.
that. Why do you keep saying
Never
that? Did I
said
say
that.
that?
No,
Nobody
you
Why do
said.
you
said
keep
that.
repeating it as if it's like you're defending against me saying that? I didn't say that.
Man,
I just said it's a thing. And then you said you're further characterizing it, but are in the argumentative form. You don't just add that then. It's not
Like,
physical. And then we can
It
both
doesn't
agree.
have. It doesn't have
We both
physical.
agree. So yeah, but it's still a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing, but so that
this
means
is
nothing would exist in his theory. So
See,
it would exist
not
in one
no,
sense and it not exist in another. So
because
he's
they're
gonna
two
change the
different
concept.
things. Because they're two different things. They have two different definitions.
Of course, that's what context means, right?
Well, then, if they're
There's
two
two
different
different
things, they
contexts.
both can exist. It doesn't violate the law of identity. They're two different things. They have two different identities. You have to.
They're two different contexts. They're not
Okay
that
then.
is
Okay.
they're not consistent with each other. What are you talking about?
Okay. I agree with you. What that mean?
What do
That
you mean?
just
inconsistent.
means when you. That's not no
That means you're
inconsistency.
wrong.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't.
Yes, it does. You can't
No,
have
it
it both
doesn't.
ways.
Yes, I can.
No, you
You
can't.
can't have it both ways in your worldview.
Why not?
Don't
Being
tell me. I
subjective.
don't know why he can't. You got to ask him that.
So that's a good question. That's
what's
a
an
great
example?
question. Nobody said that we can't. You're the one that said we can't, but yet you're claiming you can. I'm asking on what basis can you claim to have your cake and eat it too, but not allow others to have their cake and eat it too, and for the other person it's legitimate.
Well, it's not cake. First of all, you got to see that that's not cake. That
It's
ain't cake.
What you talking about, Willis?
That's it's a figure.
So
I know, man. I know. I'm just
you
trying to be
can't
funny.
speak
I'm just trying to be
figurative to him.
man. I mean, you know what I'm saying, man.
If you can have your cake and eat it too, others
If
can as well, and
I don't
all things taken equal, all views are
listen,
equally.
everybody has a right to have their worldview. Your worldview is gonna be your worldview, and in your view, it's the predominant worldview. Can't nobody tell you nothing. That's why I tell everybody they should form their own and not bag off something somebody else got, because then you can argue it better. Because sitting here trying to argue with me and tell me what I can and can't do with a philosophy that I formed is one of the incoherent things of the world.
Exactly, because form and structure are not physical, and yet
What?
all your ultimate form and structure are not physical, and therefore your ultimate argument and justification is for conceptual realism.
And your God outside of time and nature is poor conceptually, and that's why it fails.
Well, you
Unfortunately,
explaining you explaining that deity. You explaining it.
No, I'm
all
not.
I'm
I'm
doing is
explaining what I'm explaining. What y'all doing is trying to
Well,
give it
you
a
saying that you're
personality and
not, but
intention, because I never once said that there was something outside of time and nature. You said that.
interesting. So, Borg-Guth-Vilankin theorem has nothing to do with God, but yet speaks about
I'm
how
talking about you. Who is Borg? This is me and you. I'm not debating him. I'm
mathematics.
debating you. What do you view?
Right.
You keep trying to bring me
I'm
somebody else's
articulating.
view up in
I'm
here. Oh,
articulating.
you telling
I'm
me that
articulating
you ain't got brains enough to have your own view? I don't even think I
I
should talk to
wish you
you
would
anymore.
actually listen. I wish you would actually, instead of trying to just degrade your detractor, engage with them. Yes, I'm a theist. I'm not referring to this as if it's a theistic argument
Can I
because
get the
it's
bomb drop right
absolutely.
there? I knew he was a thief. Can I get the bomb drop? I'm just good.
I've always said I'm a theist. And every time I've been introduced to this platform, I've been introduced as a theist.
I don't even
This
remember that.
fact, that's interesting. This fact is really inconsequential to the nature of this discussion. Absolutely inconsequential to the nature of this discussion. And the reason is because we're not even discussing if or if there's not a God in light of existence being necessary for anything to be at all. And God could be understood as the necessary precondition for existence itself, whether it be physical or non-physical. So if you are legitimately saying you never said that there was anything before time, and you mean it, there could actually be, theoretically speaking,
Oh yeah.
especially because, so you said, oh yeah,
Yeah. Theoretically speaking, you can always have all kind of plenty of people can have
and
ideas and possibilities, but then you have to go and try to make those possibilities possible. If you can't make them
no, you
possible,
don't,
then they're
no, you don't,
impossibilities.
no, you
Yes, you
don't,
do.
no, you don't,
Yes,
no, you don't. And this is
then they
why.
ain't answering. Then they ain't answering nothing, and you just wasting your time.
I wish you just hear me out, please. All I do is apply your framework in light of what I'm arguing actually does exist
Oh, so
necessarily.
you are arguing something. You said you wouldn't. Oh my God.
I said, I'm glad you didn't pay attention to what I said. All I have to do is demonstrate the truthfulness of your argument by means of using E for something else that is not what you're arguing, even though it must also exist, necessarily speaking, for anything else existence or the coherence of anything else. Because transcendental arguments can be placed in both modes. It's not just the impossibility or possibility of intelligentsia. That's
Okay.
not the necessary means of
Okay.
argumentation for. Like, again, I already gave another transcendental argument that was not a necessary thing as it relates to intelligibility. It was a necessary precondition for a moral lawgiver by means of the fact of objective moral laws. So that's not the same argument that you said all transcendental, that at least your mode of transcendental argument is attempting to do, can do. It's not the only mode. So yeah, all I would have to do is supplement your argument with the very same constituents, except change or at least the meanings, except changing them onto an alternative platform. And if it is true that God necessarily exists before structure, order, and form, and in order to have structure, order, form, you also must have existence, then that means necessarily, because God is a structured, orderly, formed entity, God necessarily exists.
That's what I was saying. That's how I was using it.
And ultimately speaking, you cannot argue the impossibility of that contrary, because that contrary actually could produce the content that is intelligible for subjects, namely us, as it relates to the objective reality by which we experience.
So
Yeah.
so what you gonna do? So what you gonna do? You gonna form that? You gonna do that and then bring it over so we can debate it and we can see whose is more intelligible? I'll crush that dumb shit quick.
Well, hold on. But so would you agree that
No, I don't
if
agree with
you
nothing. Nothing y'all say. None of that.
okay? So I'm gonna pose something. So if you have beauty in design, that means that you have a designer.
No, wrong. If that was the case, y'all always talk about that intelligent design stuff. If it was that intelligent, why is it so many dumb people running around? Why is it all the dumb
Well,
shit going on in the world? Because it's not an intelligent designer.
Because
You guys are here. Man, let me do. I can't wait to debate either one of y'all. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show
dumb
y'all
people
that
have
y'all
to.
got. I'm gonna show y'all that y'all God need time and nature to do any of those things that y'all said. Mainly creation. He needs time and he needs a nature to do that. If you think
All
he
right.
outside of that or before that, fine. That's cool. Go form your argument.
But
Bring
what
it
if
on
he
back
is
over
that?
here to the. Bring it on over here to the. I told you he is that. I in fact told y'all that existence is the highest power due to the fact that you have time and nature. In that function, in conditional state, in the functional conditional state, time is God and nature is goddess. That's what I've been trying to tell y'all. But they're not
Okay.
in. Listen. I'm trying to hold myself because y'all
Go
keep
ahead.
moving the goalposts and going to somewhere. When I answer a question and you say, if this is the, you get it in debate form.
You explaining God though.
Get it in
That's all
debate
I'm
form.
saying. You
I ain't.
explaining. You
Of course,
explaining God in creation. Yes, you
I'm
is.
no, I'm not.
That
I'm
was my
explaining the
whole thing.
formation. No, I'm not.
Even if we do,
Because that creation that you're talking about is an intention. Formation
but
ain't
hold on. So
intention.
you saying you explaining formation, but even in even in the Bible, it talks about how he formed things. That's
You
formation.
need to come over here. If you believe in what I'm saying and stuff, you don't have to say that it's a creator God. You can come over here and give it the
Well,
exact
just say
identity
that you
that I'm
believe
giving.
in the Bible and you just trying to explain it in an
I never
abstract
said
sense, bro.
I
That's all
never
you
said
gotta
that.
say.
I never said that. I gave you my philosophy. I'm not a religion. This is a philosophy.
Okay, philosophy.
It makes sense because it's logically sound. I'm telling you, jump out of religion and come on over to this philosophy of
It's not
quantum monism.
logically
Help me
sound the way
teach
you
you.
present
That's what you
it.
need to
Let
do.
Philosophically
King Hurt get in here
speaking,
real quick. King Hurt,
That's what you need
God
to
you gotta say.
exists.
Hold on,
Philosophically.
GDN. Hold on,
Go ahead.
GDN.
Go ahead.
King Hurt.
So let me just say
That's what
this.
the Hebrew word means. My
I'm about to
bad.
go to bed. Yeah, I think so. Again, it's like we talked about this before. You're using your logic, your philosophy in your arguments, but then you say that you're not you don't have, you're arguing against creation. You don't have a creationism in your argument, or it's not about creation and the creator, but then you use the terms of people who believe in a creator or whatever. You use terms, and then you argue against people who use like the same terms. On when you talk about time, you'll tell them, hey, don't use terms that regard time. Then I mean, we could say the same thing in your argument. You shouldn't use any terms that's a part of a spirit or religion, a creator system at all in your argument. And the last thing, like I said, from my point of view, me being a traditionalist, an African traditionalist, your argument is flawed because it is based on a linear system from our point of view. All right. And we don't see time as linear. And then time and nature was created. Existence only exists because it comes from something. It comes from that point of the beginning, the created system. And the reason that we know this is because, like we said, we could prove it mathematically. Ben just said we could prove this stuff mathematically. Like I said, we talked about this before. You said describe a point in, not in history, but you said describe a system where time and nature don't exist. Where has that point ever been? And I told you, noon. You know what I'm saying? The Kemetic, they talk about it, noon. The Dogon talk about it, Amaz egg. This is a point where time and nature and existence did not exist. And if you think about it mathematically, that's the Dirac delta equation. Because at this, it's that point where it has the potential of creation. It has the potential to create everything in our universe, and it is zero at everywhere except for at one point. And what causes that spike, as the ancestor said, was the vibration. Was when Amma spoke the universe into existence. So that vibration caused the universe to come into existence, caused time and nature to exist. So from my point of view, your argument it doesn't hold weight from an African point of view, because you're not pointing out how existence already has been in existence, has already been there, and
Right.
as it always has existed. All right, and then your argument against entropy, for the second law of thermodynamics, it doesn't match up, because we're talking about a closed system. When you talk about a closed system, you're going to have entropy. All right, and so the universe, as we look at the universe, is an expanding universe. It's always been expanding. It's still expanding. Okay, and so what's stopping from the universe from collapsing back on itself? What is stopping that? What is stopping time? You say time is order and update. It's sequence of events in order and update. Okay, what is the order? What is the update? From an African point of view, what causes that update? What we would say is that's Ma'at. That's Ma'at. That's why we pour libation. That's why we do the rituals, because it is the update for the universe. You're giving the energy to the universe. So what is your update? What is your order? And you saying a sequence again? A sequence that's still linear. You're still going in that linear in the path. And if you
That's why you say it's linear, because the
if you
sequence.
continue to go linear, what the ancestors say, that's going towards isfat, that's going towards chaos. Eventually, you're going to exhaust out. All right. So, but again, I'm saying it's just concepts that people it's concepts and ideas that you have. I mean, it's a good concept. Like I said, it holds up very well against Western. I think Western religion, as you pointed out. But when you talk about African spirituality, you got to get into the metaphysics as well. You got to explain the spiritual world. You got to explain how the spirit is part. You know what I'm saying, and how the spirit also interacts with into your argument. Because from our point of view, spirit has always been, and the only reason that we exist today is because of the spiritual world. It's because of the spiritual realm. Okay, so and I mean, it's just like I said, we just having conversations. You know what I'm saying? There's no need to get too much to get too heated about it. You know what I'm saying? And I think just have fun with it, man. Let's just have fun with this. You know what I'm saying? You voice your opinions and your thoughts on it. You provide your evidence. That's good. You know what I'm saying? But I think have fun with this, because you know what I'm saying, I have my own thoughts, my own theories, and people push back all the time, and that's good, because I need to push back. I think we all need to push back as we building up our thoughts, as we building up our theories, and we're trying to prove them and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And try to make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? As a math person, it was mandatory. You have to. It's a class called, you got real analysis and topology, and abstract algebra. When you're doing your proofs, you have to prove it, and then you have to disprove it. So you just can't go on and say, okay, this is true. So I'm used to, you know what I'm saying, you writing, I'm writing stuff, and my professors told me all the time, I prove my theories, the way I prove stuff, they's like, Herc, this is sloppy. the way I do it, because I was never formal with it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't mind to push back, but you know what I'm saying, let's not get upset when we pushing back against each other. You know what I'm saying? Just build off of it. You know what I'm saying? Build it. It's like, okay, take that into advice, and you go back to the lab. You know what I'm saying? You just, all right, let's see where this flaw is at, man. Because that's how you do your research. That's how you make your argument better. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we're gonna get heated. I'm just saying, yeah, you're gonna get upset, but let's not try to get too upset with it and take it personal. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I got.
Yeah, my bad if anybody, if I feel like I got personal or something. I was not trying to get personal with nobody. If you feel like I was, I too like to critique. Sometimes I get upset because I've put so much time, work, and effort into doing this. You know what I'm saying? And of course, if somebody tell you that it ain't no good, you can go buy a car right now and you're gonna swear that it's the fastest car in the world, and you ain't even drove it. It's just the fastest car in the world because you bought it. With that being said, you right about the Western theological system, because that's what I was raised in, and that's the first place that I tried to figure out what was going on. And all I was trying to do was, like I said, I couldn't take the thing that people were saying, that it was a devil, that a devil is the highest power that make you do stuff. The devil, not the highest power, but you know what I'm saying, you don't got no control. It's a devil that can tempt you, and if he tempts you, you know what I'm saying, you're supposed to get tempted, but you should have been strong enough to stand out of the way. And then you stand there and you growing up and stuff, and you in school, and a white boy come by and call you a name or something, and the teacher even hear him call you a name and stuff, and you hit him and push him. And of course you wasn't supposed to, but the white boy don't get in no trouble. They just you start asking yourself questions like, dang, why is the devil making them do that? And every time I do something, it seems that I'm making a choice, and I'm just, if I can bear the consequences, I make the choice. You know what I'm saying? And so that idea of a higher reality never passed me. Like I said, I have those. That's what time and nature is to me. They've always existed to me, just like your God has always existed. The difference is, you say that God created existence. Now, maybe you mean that God created our existence and he already existed, which is fine. I'm saying that God can't do nothing if he don't exist. And to exist, there has to be ordered update, structured constraint, or structured form. This is why I'm saying that idea even beats that, because even this existence that we talking about, or our universe or something, our universe exists within existence. Existence is to exist is the highest thing. To exist is to be something. To exist is to be able to do something. If you're outside of existence and you're saying that something don't exist, it's outside of existence and it created existence, I just simply can't agree with that. And I can't see how you can even form that in your mind that something created existence unless you're saying that it didn't create existence because it exists. So it didn't create existence. It's within existence. It just created this existence that we're in. Then you have a logical argument because it exists and you saying that. But the reason you won't say that because you know if you say that, you're saying that it's subjugated to time and nature, which is nothing wrong with that. If you're saying that Maya has all of the aspects of what I call time or all of the aspects of what I call nature, then we see that I can propose to you a different standard without intention. That means we don't have to worry about what I got to do right or what I'm doing wrong. Is this person going to heaven and I ain't? Why is all the evil people getting all the money? Oh, he only got that rap stuff because he's worshiping that. Like, you can't never get by to nothing with that idea. So I'm not rejecting a higher power. I understand that there's something up there, but it's not a creator like you guys say. That idea has been
It's not
searched for
romantic.
over and over again. And like I said, I'm not trying to take nothing from y'all. Now, since I said that, remember, this ain't y'all view. So I can't go off and say, oh, it just ain't working because it's working for y'all. All I can say is you need to form an argument and put that argument up against my argument because I formed the argument. You saying it ain't standing, find the places that ain't standing. Don't tell me no more. Just form an argument to find something that you want to argue about, get your argument together and bring it to the Coliseum, the debate Coliseum. I'll bust you up, bird food. You will never be coherent with a belief that something exists outside of existence. And then when you tell me that it is in existence, then you are conceding.
But there's a
Wait, hold on.
wait, hold up. This is real quick. There is a theoretical what is it? I can't even think of it. It's a physics what is it? I think it's called it's called like dimensional I forgot. But anyway, there's
what it's about. What it's about.
I'm about to say it. There's a concept because like think of it like this. As you said, you know, it's hard to perceive something existing outside of our existence, right? Of course, that's hard to perceive. But think of it like this: we're three-dimensional beings. We cast a two-dimensional shadow. So, in order for our universe to exist, there must be a fourth-dimensional being or something that's casting a three-dimensional shadow. Now, there's I forgot the name of this theory. It's an actual real theory, physics theory. I can't think of the name of it right now. But you know, the math
chaos theory. Is it chaos theory?
No, it's not chaos theory. I think it's like
explain it to. Can you
Matrix,
explain it to us?
But the math adds up because mathematically, you know what I'm saying, we can prove that there is a fourth dimension. You could prove that there's a fourth dimension and that objects in the fourth dimension you can only map objects into those fourth dimensions. They don't map in our dimension. So it's proven that the fourth dimension actually exists. So therefore, biologically, our world is our universe is a shadow of the fourth dimension. So something existent beyond our existence,
yes,
is a concept that is like many of us we can't think. It's hard to picture, but you can actually prove it. It's actually done. I'm trying to think of the name of it. I think it's called like, damn it, hologram. I think it's called a hologram. Hologram theory. I think that's what it is.
It is a such thing.
String theory. It sounds like you explaining string theory.
But I want to ask. I want to ask you something.
Let me type that in. Hologram.
I want to ask you something too while you typing that in. And y'all, I'll be asking my questions. I know they might be seeming like kind of slick and nothing, but I'm asking my questions genuinely. I don't be playing when I ask questions.
Hey, I want to respond to. I want to respond to Hercules too. When I get a chance. When y'all done.
Like you said, so we can prove the fourth dimension, and those beings in the fourth dimension are the ones that created our dimension. Or you said we're a shadow of that dimension.
Our universe is a shadow of the fourth
of,
dimension.
of the fourth dimension. How do we know that that universe ain't a shadow of our dimension?
Because you can't. That's like trying to say that your shadow is you. Your shadow is projecting you instead of you projecting the shadow.
And you know this because you put it at the fourth, and that's where you put the fourth dimension at in your view. Okay, now, so is the second dimension the shadow of our dimension, and do we have power to move
So
beings
yeah,
in
and
that?
so when you think about it, yeah, because you got the first dimension, second dimension, third dimension, fourth dimension, and so on and so on. So like I said, we're in the third dimension. So the second dimension is just just what is that? It's just flat. There's no thickness. So it's like the shadow, like you see your shadows. So if we can interact with the second dimension, we can move stuff from the second dimension, but whatever's in the second dimension would not understand what we're doing. They would not understand that we're moving stuff, that we're the ones moving it. The same thing. We cannot even visualize a fourth dimension. But the beings in fourth dimension, they can move in it and out of our dimension. You know what
Now
I'm saying?
wait, now wait. And
Right,
I hate to
right.
stop you
That's what
quick.
I've
I
been
hate to
saying.
stop you quick, but I just want to say, wait.
And
You
it could,
said
in
you
time
said
is
we can.
subject to them.
You said if we can. You said that we can't move nothing or mess with nothing in the second dimension.
No, I said we can interact with a second
We can
dimension.
interact, but okay. And so you believe
But
that
the
the fourth,
second dimension, but the
but
beings in second dimension will not be able to
then
interact with
act with
us
us. How, like, why is that?
because they live in this a non thick. Like there's no thickness in the
Do we
second
th-
dimension.
now? Do we threaten them, or do they have? Could they exist without us?
Yeah, they exist without us. Yeah.
So now the fourth dimension. You said the fourth dimension. Can we exist without the fourth dimension?
No.
No, that's
So
not.
how can we have? So now, okay.
They
I don't even want
exist.
to ask
They
that
can
question.
exist. No, no, I understand what you're saying. The second dimension entities can exist and live their lives without us interfering or saying bothering them at all.
And we can exist without the fourth dimension bothering us at all, right? So why do we gotta?
I
I
mean,
see what he's saying.
You
yeah,
see what I'm
So
saying? Like,
I
we
see
can.
what he's saying.
We can.
especially if there's dimensions higher than that. Because if there's dimensions higher than that, then I sure shouldn't be worshiping that God. I need to be trying to find the ones that's in the highest dimension.
The highest. That's why it's called the Most High. But I'm glad y'all. I had to cut you off, bro, because I got to get
No,
in
no,
here
I
because
was there. Go ahead. Yeah, I was there. I was there.
Hercules from the lead. So I don't mean no disrespect. So Hercules, when you was describing Nut, um, would Nut be the primordial waters like people like to say?
Yeah.
Okay, so if Nut is the primordial waters, that's basically the cork soup, right? Where everything the elements lies or whatever. I don't know much on about cork soup. I know a little bit, right? So also when another thing is when you were saying that his equation was linear, but then you said because it had a sequence. But then you described Mayat. Mayat is order and balance, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
So that order and balance that balance. It has an order. That's a sequence.
Well, not in that sense. No,
But
actually Mayat is from. All right, I'm saying this is the first time I'm saying this publicly. Mayat is actually a physical mathematical constant in the universe, and
Right.
I'm saying that because I'm working on actually proving that, showing that it's an actual mathematical constant. So it's order, it's order and balance, this harmony that exists between the physical world and the non-physical world. You know what I'm saying? The microscopic and the cosmic, microscopic and the microscopic and the macroscopic. That connection between the two. Maya is the connection, showing you that that there's a balance between you're balancing the physical, you're balancing the spiritual, you're balancing that what's unseen. You know what I'm saying?
So
So
mhm.
now I'm saying that's what Maya is.
So in reference in the terminology of strong force and a weak force, Mayat would be what?
Mayat's not in that. That would be what they call what the Kemetic people had called I think it's Nahet and the Jet. Those two they're two concepts of time. So that's what they would be. They would be that they would kind of be equivalent to that idea of the strong force and the weak force, because that's what you need to hold everything together in the universe.
All right.
Can I?
So one last thing. Damn, I just had it. Uh, what were you just talking about? Oh, the order, right? So Mayat is order and balance, right? But you said that his equation was linear in the African spirituality, or the indigenous Africans. They we use the a more what did you say, a non-linear
Yeah.
understand. We have a, you said that linear is Western, and the Africans used non-linear expressions, right?
Yes.
Okay, but non-linear is chaotic.
No.
In
Being
by the- in
linear.
the in by the Egyptians utilizing Mayat, or even having a word for it, that shows that they was using a linear system.
No. No. I would say no, because for them the concept of linear reality, that's the concept like of in Western we would say the arrow of time. And for them they would say the arrow of Isfat, the chaos, because
Right.
you're going out towards you're linear, so you're going out towards infinity, uncertainty. Today they have the uncertainty principle. So for them there was no uncertainty. They took the uncertainty out of the equation. So you're not just going out towards infinity. You're just not going out towards nothing. So they they this is this is it's hard for us to understand, because I'll tell you, this is something I just started doing the last year, about a year and a half now. It was hard for me to grasp as well. So they had to, for us as Westerners, like I said, we grew up with a linear time. You know what I'm saying? Time progresses, and it's you going, you're continuing on. But for them, you don't want time to progress. Just keep going on and on and on and on. Like I said, it's fact. So they look at
That,
time
that,
recursive. You're coming back and you're restoring the balance. It's coming back and you're restoring it. So it's not going straight out. You know what I'm saying? They that's why in
but
every
right. So is linear just straight out? Because so what about something that's in a cycle?
but
Because when I looked up nonlinear systems, right, I got
mhm,
it, you mentioned ISFAT, and it started talking about things that's chaotic, right?
mhm, mhm.
So, and that's what I'm saying. So if the Egyptians utilized Mayat, then they wasn't in ISFAT. So they
Mhm.
would have been using linear. They would, by the definition, they would have been using a linear system. That's why I said
No,
that.
they were using a non-linear system to avoid this.
So, but if they was using a line linear system, then that's chaotic. That would have been ISFAT.
No, 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 no,
So you
no.
saying you saying that this definition is wrong then?
I'm saying it's the reverse. The non-linear system, it restores the balance. It restores Mayat. If you're not restoring it, you're just going out. You're just using a linear system.
Yeah, but in order to restore it, well then okay, that would be nonlinear, and to respond to that, in order to restore it, that means that it was that they was in ISFAT.
Yeah, yeah, to avoid it. So you know what I'm saying? You
Yeah, so
come back.
that's okay. So then, if that's the case, then so you're not saying they was always in Maya. They had to restore it. So then,
Yeah.
yeah, that's non-linear. But the moment that they're in Maya, that's linear. That's what I'm saying.
No, no, no. So they see it, like I say. So you see it as a cycle. Like, so think of it like
Right.
this. Think of it like this. Your birthday comes around every year, right?
I don't celebrate birthday, but I
Well,
get what
I
you're
mean,
saying.
your born day. You know what I'm saying? It comes around. It comes around every year. You know what I'm saying? For the African view, that is a circle. You know, you coming around, but you get older. So you're not moving like you're not moving in a complete circle you're coming right you're like it's uh like you coming I should share my screen to show this, but it's not like a complete circle where you're coming right exactly back to the same point. As you get older, you're growing. So the circle is becomes a spiral. So you're coming back to the same point, but you're on the next level. You're on a higher octave. You know what I'm saying? So as you know, it's a circular system. Spring, summer, fall. It happens every year. So that's how they started to view things. Stuff happening every year. It's coming back around. Stuff is always coming back around. So that's why they say time is circular, because things are always coming back around. Summer always comes back around. Winter always comes back around. You know what I'm saying? So that's how they saw it.
But that's an order, though. That's a cycle in an order.
Yeah, it's a cycle, but it's still. But
So it's linear then. If
no,
if it's yeah, that's not non-linear is chaotic.
no. It's not non-linear. Doesn't have to be chaotic. It doesn't have to be. Okay, it can be chaotic, but it doesn't have to be. You can stop it from being chaotic. Okay, so that's why I'm saying that it's a circle, but it's a spiral. You're moving in a spiral motion.
Right, like how they look, like how a galaxy is
Like
represented
the
by
universe
NASA.
is moving in the
Yeah.
spiral motion. Everything's moving. So it's the same thing with them. So you're seeing it as it's coming around. You know what I'm saying? It's a spiral motion. But yeah, it doesn't have to be chaotic. You can eliminate the chaos from it. I got a good example for that, but it's like that's kind of part of my research, and I don't want to reveal it yet.
Yeah,
I
I'm
got
working on something too. So, and it's gonna go into Egyptian and even the ancestors of Egyptian culture as well. So it's gonna go into the whole what's it called,
cosmology.
cosmology.
Hmm.
It's another word. It's cosmology, I think. But yeah, it's gonna go into all of that, right? It's like when you was explaining the what the het in the hetet or some the infinity and
Hmm.
eternity.
Yeah.
Also the who, right? The who is the well, that's probably be the head. That's probably what you was talking about. The who is the infinity. So yeah, I'm working on some in that sense, and maybe we can build even more. But I think that those are describing the preconditions of the universe.
Hmm. Hmm.
And real quick question before you leave, Hercules. The spiral that you're talking about, it only goes in one direction, right? So how do they reconcile? You can't go backwards on the spiral.
Yeah, that's the same thing. That's the same thing I said that to uh again, that's something I'm working on mathematically, to show, because yeah, it's the same, the concept of like why doesn't the universe collapse back on itself? You know what I'm saying? After the expansion, what's stopping it from collapsing back on itself? Basically, the short answer is that's Mayat. It's stopping the universe from collapsing. It's expanded out. But why don't it just collapse back on itself? After something, you know what I'm saying, like you know what I'm saying, like a whirlpool in the ocean. It happens, and then it goes back. It collapses back in. So what's stopping the universe from this expansion, from it collapsing back in on itself? So there are mechanisms in place that the creator, that Amma has put in place, that stops the universe from collapsing back in on itself. And mathematically, you could show these, and that's something I'm working on. I want to get into, but I'm gonna just say that it's Mayat that stops the universe from collapsing back on itself.
What about history? Why can't we age backwards? Why can't, like, if it's going around in a spiral, why don't we?
Because
Why does it
the spiral. Think of the spiral coming up from the keyboard. You know what I'm saying? You're going
right?
upwards.
And
And
it
again,
never
like I
goes
said,
back.
like I said, the math is going to stop you from going back.
Oh, okay. I see. So you have to have a name for that, right? So that's
Yeah,
what you're working on. Okay.
yeah. Something I'm working on. It's I think, but one of the things I think that holds it together as well is what is that? It's phi. Um, Phi. What's phi? 1.618. we see it. We see it everywhere in the universe. Fee, I think that's one of the mechanisms that's keeping the expansion to expand instead of it collapsing. Um, but like I said, it's just something that's just a concept that I have. That's something I'm just working on.
So a lot of the physicists say that it's not always going to expand. It's going to reach a point and then it's going to stop. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's exactly what the Dogon say. That's exactly what they say in EFI. It says the same thing, that it's going to come a time when the universe will stop expanding, and Ahmad's going to bring it back. Everything's going to go back. And I just hope I'm not around.
Does that mean we're all gone and then he creates a new creation, or does that mean he's just going to recycle everything? Like we're still going to be here?
I don't know. I think it'll be a recycle. You just bringing everything back. I would say this. It's one of the things that the brother was like I said, don't get upset. One thing I get frustrated with the pseudo killers with Ankh and them. They say a lot of dumb stuff. Well, I ain't gonna say dumb, but a lot of questions. But when I mention things like this, they question it, and it's all like, I'm pseudo and this and that. I'm like, well, hold up. You have to understand the African concepts, African philosophy. And if you're not reading African philosophy, then you're not going to understand how they think and how they view the world. And that's a key component that many of us don't do. We don't read African philosophy. We read Western philosophy. We study that, but we don't study African philosophy. So one of the things that they say in the philosophy is that when the time will come that Mayat, or not Mayat, I'm sorry, that Ahmad, the creator would call the the universe, bring it back. And one of the things that will be the cause of that is the unbalance. The unbalance in the universe. Saying if it's unbalanced, if Mayat is out of balance and there's a lot of Isfet, then it's like, okay, well, you need to start over. And one of the things I was pointing out in the culture, like today, the world we live in today, the ancestors would say it's Isfetic society. Because it's a lot of chaos in the world that we live in today. We're out of balance. We're out of sync with the earth, and you're out of sync with the universe. And something I just found out that I didn't even know about, that the earth itself has a vibration, has a frequency that it vibrates at. And that was one of the main things that the Great Pyramid and the pyramids in Giza, that they built them for, is to vibrate and sync with the earth. And I think the frequency is like 7.6 or something like that. But I think it's called like the Schumann resonance frequency or something like that. But research, they went over, the research showed that the pyramid, especially the Great Pyramid, it vibrates at the same frequency of the earth. And so that's one of the things they was trying to do, trying to maintain that balance. But today we're completely out of balance with the vibration of the frequency of the earth. I think if you look it up, it says like about 10, like we out of balance, like 10 to the power of like -16 or something like that. We're completely out of balance with the natural vibration of the earth. And that's because of all the technology and stuff that we have today. And, this whole concept of the Western understanding, Western science and African science and Western thought and Western philosophy. People, we don't understand that because we grow up in a Western society. So we think it's natural to think that, the more you become advanced in your mathematics and your science, then you would develop technology. And so one of my presentations that I did is I was showing that in Kemet, they was advanced with their mathematics. It was equal to the math that we know today. However, you did not see them creating technology. They didn't create artificial technology. Their technology was organic. That's why you can't find the tools that built the pyramids, that cut the stones for the pyramids, because they would have used something that was organic to the earth, and that would have dissolved over time, and that resolved over time, in the earth. Whereas today, in Western mind, you exploit nature. You take everything from nature that you can get. to make technological advances. They didn't do that. Remember, they try to stay in order, in harmony with nature, so they didn't exploit nature and try to take stuff from nature. So that's one of the things that it's hard for us to understand because we grew up as a Western people in Western society, and so we think like Westerners, and we think, you have to, be this technological advanced society. We're exploiting everything, no matter, what I'm saying, no matter what the consequences are, it don't matter. As long as you know what I'm saying, getting that money, as long as we get that money, that's.
But a lot of the Western sciences is based off of the Eastern world. The
Yeah, it was,
indigenous Africans. A lot of this stuff is stolen
but you got to remember, but still, like people like John
or
Locke,
borrowed.
and who else? Descartes. You know what I'm saying? Them the ones.
John Locke and the Francis Bacon. Them.
Yeah, they the ones who came up with that idea. Like, yo, we gotta exploit nature, man. The hell with nature. We gotta take what from nature, to do best for us. So that idea branched away from
He got that in his
being in
book.
harmony. Yeah, being in harmony with nature.
So these principles are deities, or are they just principles?
They netters.
They're natural. So that's the thing, that they're natural elements of the universe. The natural laws of the universe. They're not
Right, but
are they beings?
But the Western world identifies them as deities because
I got it in my book. I can read it. Y'all want me to read it for you? I can read it.
Hey, real quick. So let me ask him this real quick. This is a short one. So Hercules, when you just told Roy Chess that the spiral is upward, right? For me to picture it, is you saying like how they say how the Earth is moving through space? Don't you know how they showed how the Earth is moving through space and like and everything is revolving around the sun?
Right,
I mean, how the sun is moving through space and everything is revolving around the sun in a spiral. It's not reverting back. It can't go back. It's only going forward in a cycle. All right, cool. That's the picture that I had got when you said that.
Y'all know I gotta get up early, man. It's about to be 1:00, man.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'll holler at you guys, man.
Okay.
I was trying to show you. I was trying to show you this. Herc. I was trying to show you this real quick. Herc. You see?
Yeah.
I got Kimmy in my book.
Philosophy, earliest philosophy of.
Y'all gonna be sleeping. That's why.
Okay. All right.
I know. I don't be telling people what I know because I be hoping they be coming to debate, and then I don't be playing with this. Like, I know who Maya. I know all of this. I wrote it in a book. Like, this is part of that helped me frame what I got. That's why I know that the conditions that we talking about and why you be saying like I'm talking about these things. I understand why you saying that because those are the things. The only thing that's happening is I took intention out, and that's why I can't call them what they is, because intention makes for a whole other problem to me. And so but right here I show where I correlate, which
what's that next chapter? Oh, go ahead.
Yo, I'm gonna holler at y'all. I'm gonna go there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, yeah.
Thanks, bro. Peace.
So right here, right? So when you say Kemet is not in opposition with Onlyism, right? Is Mesopotamia in opposition of it, or do that agree?
When I say they ain't in contradiction, you know what I mean when I say not in contradiction. It's just like you said when you said that I'm talking about God, right? When I'm describing existence, you said I'm talking about God, right? This is what I understand. Like, I understand the correlation and the concepts of what people was trying to explain when they was explaining it. So yeah, when we talk about the highest power, I believe that they were genuinely looking for the highest power. It's that intention thing when they found that they could because I ain't gonna say I had, of course all of us try to, but I tried to put my mind in a time before religion, and I say, like, what was the people doing? Of course they looked up and they saw the sun and they recognized that the sun was the reason. Of course they recognized water and stuff like that. They didn't give it like a personality or intention. They just looked at it. At some point in human history, we started having to identify things with humans. And I think it's because that's the easiest way to indoctrinate your kids. Now, if you think about it, indoctrination been going on for a long time. Like Abraham's kids, like Abraham believed in different things and stuff. And before that, like when we talk back to Kemet and stuff, they believed things that before we got Western philosophy. So we know that it's always been basically the same thing people trying to explain. It's just people put their own understandings on it. Now, some of these understandings, parts of them still stand up. Just like the Mesopotamia God, I understand that when they talking about God and then they talking about wisdom, they're actually trying to put a face on Mother Nature. And all I do is take the intentions out of those things, because when you think about God, the only thing that he got is the attributes of controlling time and the attributes of controlling nature. And that's the only thing that he has that we don't got.
Well, it's not that they were putting. So you gotta understand, they was rationalizing the concepts. But what I
Yeah.
would say is that because it's hard to comprehend it. But how intelligent did these individuals had to be to even understand these principles of the universe? This is it. Both communities, Mesopotamian and Kemetic, was both they were saying the same thing. They
Right.
used different words because they spoke different languages, but they
And that
was
was in different
identifying
places.
the they was identifying the same thing, and I
That's what
believe one came from the other.
that's what I agree with. I agree with they. It's all one story, and I ain't even just talking about the religious. I'm talking about when they started looking at for the highest power. Different cultures said this is what the highest power is to us, and then they start, you know what I'm saying, living their life, their culture. But once these cultures started spreading, and you got a religion, and you come to a place that the girls is a little bit finer here than they is over there. When you get in this community, they don't got swords and nothing. They start.
And then another thing, only they what it is, what caused it. This is the which this what went into the ISFAT part, right? The chaos is they started mixing things, right? They started putting I don't know, manipulation, I could say, but they started to mix things, right? Not necessarily the two cultures, but they started to worship creation rather than the creator. You know what I'm saying? For instance, the their stories, the mythology and the cosmology was all the same. It's just now they started to form idols and worship those things like statues and stuff, and say, "Oh, this is Ma'at," but when Ma'at is the balance of the universe. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying. Like when you think about the creation accounts, like different, like in Kemet, you have just different models from the different cultures or the different populations of people. Like some of them emphasize a tomb and Ptah or
Mm-hmm.
a moon and just all those other, and they call them primordial forces, you know what I'm saying? But they basically, like you said, they're the same concept. It's just, I don't know, it's something about humans. Once you get an idea, and we know that like we say, Kemet, they have their own cosmology or whatever. It was working for them, but I'm sure that we could always find um flaws in people's views if we wanted to. But wasn't nobody trying to look for no flaws in their view until somebody else came. And this is where I say, like, if these people are saying Mayat and then another group come and they say Atum, but they talking about Mayat, and then people start trying to say, well, it's Atum more so since we know Atum and we say it's Atum is the reason, and these other people say nah Mayat, it's gonna start causing controversies. And they talking about the same thing. This is the same thing that happened with the Abrahamic religions. This is the same
Mm-hmm.
thing that happened within the Hindu religions, except the Hindu religions don't fight. I don't believe. I might have to look into that a little more. But you know what I'm saying, and that be the, and I say incoherent because that's when I first started making this. That's what it was to me. But it makes life unintelligible to know that I'm fighting GDN
Right.
just because he think that
I agree with that.
this people, you know what I'm saying, and so I. what I did, man, like I said, like I told you, you see, I don't take nothing from physics. I don't try to change. I ain't tried to change none of that thing. I actually came up with my own equations that I formed through the things that I've experienced. And so I don't take nothing from them people when they were saying. All I'm saying is that once we start getting to the creator and different creators, different forms of creators, different, at some point we have to say, what is we exactly looking for? And I think the thing that we should be looking for is what is the reason for existence and what sustains existence. If I look and I say time and nature has always been in some state, phase, of form, and the form that they in now is a fractalized form, we are the same thing as the universe, so forth, so up, so forth inside of existence. The fractals of existence are like bubbles, bubbles of conditions for different things to occur. These are the possibilities within existence. Ain't no multiverse outside of existence. The multiverse is existence. My
Mm-hmm.
my perception is a universe. Your perception is a universe. And all of the Jermaines in the world is the multiverse of Jermaines, but they in this existence. They don't exist anywhere else. This is how we get all these concepts that we have logically if we take intention out. The only reason I can see these things and um propose these things, because like we know what I've proposed this philosophy, that this is something that I'm proposing. I'm not saying that this is 100% true. This is a model that I think people can grab onto that makes more sense. It answers more questions with less. It's on Occam's razor. It's standing on everything. It's answering questions. When people say, like he said, Mayat, and I say existence, what's the difference between Mayat and existence? Mayat has an intention. Existence doesn't have any intention. Existence is, so everything else within existence must be, and that's the way of persistence. That's the vector towards what he was talking about, the vector towards continuity. But that vector don't go like that. When you think about entropy, if we have a self-sustaining toroidal sphere that's sustaining itself, the mechanism must be, if something is um in chaos and going into what he called entropy and not going to be, or failure, I don't know exactly how he said it anymore, then we must suspect and we must assume and we must know that somewhere else something is forming and being a steady. It ain't chaos. And I guarantee you, if we could zoom out and become big, we'll see that all those things that we think are chaos ain't chaos. It just look like chaos at scale, because what is chaos really? Something that we don't understand. Because soon as we understand it, we put a label on it and it ain't chaos no more.
No, chaos. I think entropy is not about chaos. It's about disorganization. It's
Right,
about not having a standard form. So
right,
that if you had a room and you leave that room in your house, like let's say you go away for 10 years and you come back, that room is not in the same condition that you left it in. It's going to
right,
have dust bunnies. It's going to have some things out of place. That's
right.
entropy,
Uh-huh.
right? So it's not
Yeah,
necessarily chaos, but
yeah,
it can
but
include chaos, but it doesn't have to be chaos. It's just disorganization, that things are going to move, things are going to change on its own without your input.
yeah, but that's just in that one room, in that one
Yeah.
thing. In the totality, it's gonna be a room somewhere else that somebody is cleaning up, and actually, it's gonna be a brand new room forming somewhere. So
Yeah, but eventually the entropy is going to hit everything that's not being in motion, right?
yeah,
Not
and
being.
then where that entropy goes away and all of that stuff that was in motion ain't in motion nowhere. When this stuff over here that ordered starts going in motion, this other stuff over here is going to reform into something that sustainable. The universe sustains itself. It's perfect. It's perfect. That's what entropy
It,
is.
it's
I
perfect
Some
mean,
because
way,
it
some.
had a perfect designer.
But
if
if
the
it would had
design,
a
yeah,
perfect,
that's
if it had
what.
a
If the
perfect, if it had
design
a
is
perfect
perfect and it's
designer,
being sustained by a higher power,
but then why
Universe is
come every
fine
then why
tuned
come everything then why come everything that was created ain't perfect? That goes
because it's
against that.
only because it's a purport. Well, that's your perception of it, right?
Right. Explain it to
So
me.
from
Explain it
in
to
the
me.
beginning, everything had to be perfect for a perfect universe to exist.
but then on top of that, you can look
You had to
in
have
different
perfect
ways.
laws of
Like,
physics,
is it
perfect
perfect because it
conditions.
was already His will, or is
Well,
part of the
you think of
divine
it.
decree? So is everything actually going perfectly according to plan? Like you go
Think
on
about
forever
it like
about
cooking.
whether or not perfect is perfect and what perfect is, because if you are imperfect, how do you know what perfect is?
Right.
Perfect is just subjective to you, but to a perfect being like God, perfect is what He decrees perfect is.
That's
Yeah.
what
And see, and I think perfect.
that's what Court was talking about. Cut him up. That's what he was talking
And
about
that's
when he was saying that the comparison. You had to compare it to something or something he was saying.
But
I
that's
had
what I'm
to
saying, and that's when I run mine through the thing that I was telling you to know the layers, the coherence gates. When I ran that exact factor through the coherence gates, what you get is that the creator, when you say creator, the perfection of a creator would have to be a perfect creation. If not, that's the contradiction. But that ain't perfect. And that's why I say you always have to go define your things. I should have defined it first. Perfect to me is that which exists that don't contradict itself. And that
Perfect
idea of God
according to who?
But that's not the standard definition. Generally, perfect means without flaw, without error.
without contradiction.
No, not without contradiction. That's not correct. It's without error, without flaw. That's what perfect means. That's when a Christian says that, they're usually saying that God cannot make mistakes,
Oh,
just like
that's
he
the
cannot
Christians.
lie.
Oh yeah, that's the Christian thing.
Well,
In
I
quantum
mean, in
only
general,
in quantum onlyism, the definition of perfect is that which is real that doesn't contradict itself.
when you say contradict, what do you mean?
The
Hold
same
on,
thing that you
where
said when
does
you said
quantum only
the same thing that you said when you said not
what we
flawed.
talking about.
bruh, where does onlyism or whatever it's called, where does it get its definitions from? Does it make them as it goes along?
Nope. We take the concepts that they already have and we simplify them and put them in the best form that it is. If you look up perfection and
According
non-contradiction,
to
I
quantum
guarantee you it's gonna say the
onlyism.
same thing as not. No, according to scholastics and Stanford
It
encyclopedias,
said, like you said, it
Oxford
says without
encyclopedias.
flaw, without error.
Yeah,
That's what perfection is. It doesn't mean without contradiction.
it does in quantum onlyism because quantum onlyism has conditions. This is why I say y'all got to form your own view
Yeah, but
because
you're
your
using
own
the word
view.
contradiction in a weird way. Most people are
I'm
not
Yeah,
going to.
you're not using it
it
in the
seems
way that
it
it
seems
is.
I'm go ahead.
You're
I'm
going to
sorry.
have to
Go ahead.
define
Go ahead.
yourself. I mean, you're just going to have
Yeah,
to
yeah,
explain
yeah.
it. If
Amen.
you're
Go
using it like
Exactly.
that, you're going to have to explain why you're using it that way, because
Yeah, yeah.
that's not
That's
the
why.
standard.
ahead.
And in order, okay, so in order for quantum onlyism to be able to determine what is perfect, it has to be perfect. Is quantum
Yeah.
onlyism perfect?
Whoops. Yeah. It's a conceptual. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's a conceptual. It's a
So it's with
conceptual. It's a conceptual.
not only is it
It's
with flaw,
conceptual.
it's with
Damn. Can I?
contradiction as well.
It don't have no flaw. That's only in your eyes, though. That's only in your eyes because you're a
And that's
creationist.
what I'm saying. I'm pointing that back at you. That's
Yeah, that's
only
what I'm
in
saying,
your
and that's why,
eyes
and
that this
that's
is
what I'm saying.
perfect.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I ain't telling nobody to believe it. Are we? If you want to make some money and $50 debate, let's put your ideas up against my ideas and see who stand up in a logical debate. I'll bust you down. Can't nobody defeat this logic. I'll go and I'll show you that
Come on, man,
without contradiction,
You're
perfection
making it
is the
subjective, though.
bro.
same
That's the
thing. No,
problem.
I'm just
You're
saying
making
this is what I did. This is what I made it for. This is
you're
what I
making it
created my
subjective, though.
philosophy for.
You're
This
not
is what I
supposed to make it
created
Come
my
on,
subjective.
man.
this is
I
what I
got my
created my
own.
philosophy for. My philosophy is created to audit other isms. If you have an ism and you got one, you a theist. So this is theism. I bust theism over the head all day. That's the thing. I only got one lane for y'all to fight. I can fight theism in so many lanes and make it incoherent. Like there's no win. What you need to do
So
is if you don't agree with my ideas, like you said, I agree with you. That's what we're supposed to do because I don't agree with yours,
So
and that's what discourse is. But then now you need to just stop asking me questions and everything because I don't want to answer no more. You disagree with me, I disagree with you. That's just what it is. You're a creationist. I'm a formist. Grab you an argument that you think you can got and bring it over here to the debate league, and we don't have to be having these little I don't agree with you things. We already said we don't agree. We don't
You can say
agree.
that now. You can set it up now. If A1 is here, you set it up now. You already
What you
got it.
want? What you want to debate?
So this is what well, y'all can set that up. But
So
this
I
what
have a psychological theory, and it's called the actualogification.
Is that A1 snoring?
Oh, that's probably Sadiq.
that's
I
probably
bet it's
Sadiq.
Sadiq.
I created this theory.
What is
Well,
it? Let
it's
me hear.
not.
Can I hear some of it, please?
So essentially, you have since the day you born, you logify. That's what I call it, logify. So like you're making sense of the world, and it's totally normal. But it can become clinical when when your beliefs or your world feels threatened, and you start to get these rigid false narratives. And and I feel that can go on either side for real. But if you are, but there's a thing in my theory called where that I call relogification loops, where people refuse to take in new information as new information, and what they do is they use the new information to confirm their false narrative.
So you done? You finished?
No, I just wanted to give him my idea where I was
I
what my
kind
what
of
my theory
I
was
kind
because
of under.
he asked me a little
Yeah, I
that
kind of understand. You already got it. You need to form that.
Bro, he got the mechanics.
Yeah, what was it? I wanted to hear. You need to
That's
form that.
basically what you
You need to form that
explained
a little
with the
bit. Yeah, you got
Bayesian
something going right
equation,
there.
the
You
Bayesian equation and stuff. That's basically the same thing.
Bayesian equation. Exactly. That's and I wasn't gonna say nothing, but that's the update. That's why I say the way I use Bayesian, I used it to measure it against different things. But in my equations, I got a book called Divine Mechanics. In Divine Mechanics, it tells that recognition, and this is why I choose recognition over belief, because if you can recognize something, if first you're aware of something, I'm aware it's a table in front of me, I can recognize that it's a table and that it's in front of me, so I can go around it. That Bayesian updating that I use to weigh against that, it's actually in my philosophy as the equation for recognition. This is why before Herc seen it, he had never seen the equation. The thing is, he put it in his he had put it in his chat bot, and his chat bot gonna tell it exactly what that equation said. This is why I say you can form philosophy. You'll have equations and everything, guys. You can really do it. Don't let nobody
I,
tell you that your
I
shit
got
ain't valid or sound. Because if they telling you that it ain't valid or sound, it's just because they don't believe you. They don't like your worldview. Or I ain't gonna say
I
like
got
your worldview. They just don't
cosmological
believe.
theories and more. Like I
Yeah, man, you
mean,
need to put that together. Shit, that's what I think everybody need to do, because in the end, it don't matter if I believe you or not. I'ma always have my own personal belief. If we believed in the same God, and I went to church with you, when we closed our eyes to pray to God, I guarantee you we both praying to something different. Like they ain't gonna. So it ain't gonna.
All
so
right,
him,
let me
hear
say
me
this
out.
real quick. Let me say this real quick. So since y'all talking about theory, I had this one theory, right? Like how you was I think that was Roy Chess explain, somebody was explaining the spiral going outward. No, that was hurt. But anyway, so this is my theory. This is that from the beginning we knew, well, like we knew who the creator was, right? From the the first existence of mankind, we understood that. But as time went on, and as we um, procreated and multiplied and became abundant, and experienced different things, it gets muddied under the waters, which what the Egyptians called it. Isfet. It becomes chaotic. The Hebrews called it Satan. You know what I'm saying? It started to oppose. You know what I'm saying? It's an adversary. So that's what I'm getting at. So we have to get back to that original state of understanding, right? To be one with the universe, to be one with nature, in existence itself. That's what I'm. That's what I think, and I think that's what the whole born again thing is. Metaphorically, it means like going back to the creator, knowing the
Yeah.
creator again.
And
Hold
see,
on,
and
hold on, hold on.
I
Let me
my
let me throw this. Let me throw this at you.
go ahead, go ahead.
Um, in Islam, we believe that like your future, you are basically closest to God when you're born, and then basically you corrupted by this world, and that's how you end up getting further away from God. And when you come to Islam, you back to
But you're not acknowledging. Wait, say that last part
Hold on.
again.
I said when you come to Islam, you're back, like you're coming back to God, or from basically.
So the Hebrews call that repent. So what you saying is, wait, because first you said in Islam, when you're born, you're the closest to God, or what you would call Allah, right?
Right.
So would you be born into Islam at that point?
Yes, you're born a Muslim. That's what we believe.
Right. So how do you have to come back to Islam then? How do you?
Be-
Because
because you have separated yourself from Islam through well, I guess
Raw
you wouldn't say
corruption.
that you personally separated yourself from Islam, but
It's
like
raw
your
corruption.
environment has separated you from Islam.
but I'm saying if you was born a Muslim and you never strayed away from it, how would you have to go back to it?
Oh, that's the I don't know specifically about that situation because that's not the situation that I'm
Yeah, because
in.
Muslims
'Cause
is very strict. So if you was born a Muslim, you get like you're gonna end up being a Muslim. Like that's
it's
what.
Muslims that stray away later on in their life. You feel me?
Well, yeah, that is true. But what I'm saying is, what you're saying is that you messed it up. You said you born into this world, and then you have to come when you go back to Islam. That's when you closest to God.
And I'm talking about the people who like my situation. I was born Muslim, but I was raised by Jehovah's Witness, then by Baptist, then you know, I was raised throughout different Christian. I want to call them sects, but like denominations is what they call them. But yeah, different sects of Christianity.
Oh, I didn't even know that was you. Debate, my bad. What up? Hey, can I
What's
say
up?
something?
I
Can
even
I?
I even I even used to study with a Mormon, but I never dabbled in the little Mormonism thing. I just studied what
That's what I
Mormonism
did.
was.
That's what I did. And but to answer that first thing that we was talking about before we get on deep in there, I'm like both of y'all. But this is what I believe about the beginning. I believe that in the beginning we understood that we was subjective to the universe and the mechanisms of the universe. It's we started getting smart and we started having human intentions to better one's conditions until these conditions go from the family had being good to personal intentional conditions. And once these personal intention conditions came and I could get people to believe that, I mean, because like first it start with your kids. If I'm grown and I see storm clouds coming and I'm telling kids, yeah, this the God of the, I know this God and I know that God or something, this is the storm God, they're gonna grow up, you know what I'm saying, into it. But it's gonna come a time when somebody gonna do something and try to recognize if this ain't working. Before they was doing that though, they just started using it for personal gain. I mean, this is exactly what we see. Even when Abraham, if you go to some books, I done read some certain books that say that Abraham actually His daddy was used to sell idols. Abraham was
Mm-hmm.
supposed to take the idols to different places and doing it. So that leads me to know that Abraham at one time believed this. But then it says I read a story about him sitting there one day. His daddy brought some gods and told him to put the gods on the trailer and take the gods to Mesopotamia to sell, or somewhere in Mesopotamia to sell.
Mm-hmm.
And his daddy left. Well, it was like a fire, and one of the gods was close to the fire, and it caught on fire, and a bunch of them caught on fire. He knocked one of them down. It broke. Boom, 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 boom. His daddy came back. The only god that he was left was the one that was in the fire first. All the other ones, Abraham had broke up. When his daddy came, asked Abraham what happened. Abraham told his daddy the gods had a fight.
Yeah.
No, for real. And the only one that was left was you
I
heard it.
recollect
You read
that. I
these?
know what you're talking about. That's in the writing. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, just different things like
I have
that.
never seen that. I never heard that story.
Oh yeah.
What about the idols with Abraham? He broke all the idols and said that and told his father that the gods they broke themselves, like they was fighting each other. No, he said the one that he put a mallet in his, because he uses idols. He put a mallet in his hand
Yeah.
and said, "Oh, this idol broke all the other."
Trying to save himself from an ass whooping, really, if you think about it.
I really want to see this story.
But he was being sarcastic though too. He was trying to tell him like, bro, you worshiping these damn things. These things can't move. Because if you don't believe that they did that, if you don't believe that this idol, the last one that's standing, did it, then you don't believe.
You ain't never believed in it at all. Yeah.
You never believed them. So he was using a high level of logic. Like he was using common sense, basically.
Common sense. Like you say, like logic and stuff. And then all the way to, you know what, if I get my own God and get people to start coming over here and raising things the way that I'm tell them to raise it and doing all of this, tell them I gotta, and I ain't saying this because it sounds like I'm down talking, because like I say, I don't like talking against religion or God or nothing, but you know what I'm saying? It's like I see the impact of having power when everybody is going by what you saying and stuff, and the consequences is if you don't do what I say, God gonna get you. But when God react, it's really me just doing what I want to do. What I told you to pick wheat. What is you doing over here raising cows? That's against God. God told you to raise that wheat for, and then I kill you because, you know what I'm saying, I say it was God. And then these type of ideas just have gone on through history. And the first thing that everybody know, I think it was, like I say, existence as the highest power.
What about the things that the prophets were able to do?
Elaborate.
Yeah, so but
for example, Moses, and the fact that like the plagues, the separation of the sea, all these things.
You mean Musa, right?
Yes.
Right. No, it tells you in the scripture. It say that these things was done by the finger of the God. So that
right. So I want to say this, that is also documented by the Egyptians.
Yes,
that this happened.
It's called the Impure Papyrus.
Right.
I mean,
it says the water turned to blood. It literally says that.
Yeah, the omniscience of impure, which means would translate to the great account. So
yeah.
Now, can I say something? This ain't got nothing to do.
Ian is written around the same time. It's written around the time that they give the Exodus. Well, right after that, it's written like I think it comes like in 13 something. But go ahead, bro.
Now I've when I first came, I labeled Roy Chess as a skeptic. That's because I have some skeptic ways too.
Don't we all?
Now think about this. I just be thinking about things. You know what I'm saying? I understand the writings in the papers or the scrolls, papyruses, and all of those things. But let's just say there was a time when it wasn't archaeology, and then a group of people decided let's get this thing called archaeology, and we'll be the ones going around digging, trying to find stuff, right? And these people be becoming engineers and stuff and have good mathematics. We know what engineers do. And so they go to a place over here. And let's just say all of these are Christians. So they want things to happen. So they go over here to a place and say, we think this is, I don't know, Raftabai, right? And we go over here and we just start digging with the tools we got. We can dig anything we want out of that structure and say that it was anything that we want it to be. Do y'all agree with that or not agree?
Hold on.
Let me hear you, Let me hear you.
The what was the tablet? Damn it. That allowed them to start understanding Egyptian
Rosetta
texts.
Stone.
Rosetta Stone.
The Rosetta Stone. The Rosetta Stone. Yeah, the Rosetta Stone, and they were able to do this because there were languages that still existed at the time. Yes, so they were able to these multiple languages and Egyptian. So that is how they were able to decipher.
No, not the deciphering. I'm talking about the ones who saying, yeah, this is what the carbon dating say. This is this. Oh, I'm the one that.
You talking about
when you look in there, it's a thing that says this is whoop de woo woo. He's the father of the people who, or he the one that made carbon dating possible. He learned that the isotope, you know what I'm saying, that thing.
But
these
people, I gotta give you some pushback on that.
Come on, give it to me, because this
the
just
only
this is an ideal I be having.
If all that is wrong, if all of that, so say like the archaeology, if in anthropology, if all that stuff is wrong, then we don't know nothing.
Nothing. We don't know.
And I don't dwell in nothingness, bro.
Well, but look at this though. Look at this.
Or the unknown. I don't dwell in the unknown either. I believe all the things that's known is just we chose to it's like we just be ignoring it or something like that.
But don't that just mean we have to come accountable? Don't that just mean we have to come accountable within existence and be like, you know what? I don't care if it is my only time here. I'm gonna make it good. I don't want to. I mean, and of course we can't do that right now. Why? Because I'm talking about the wars that's over there going on right now. GDN, you know it, are spiritual wars.
Yeah.
People fighting over who got the right thing to God. Or you say Allah God, we'll drop bombs all over you and show you that Allah can't stop us dropping that, and they send like Jesus can't stop our bombs coming. This is what they over there doing right now. Then you got people from over here who ain't even got nothing to do with it, but they got religions too, and they got ties with these Catholic peoples and all type of different stuff. I don't know if I'm supposed to be saying it. I'm not knocking nobody's religions or anything either, y'all. I'm just telling y'all this is what I see, and this is why I came the way that I came. I don't like that.
Yeah, but that's the deities, these entities. Whenever they came to the earth, this war was always a caveat that they use to the people that they interact with, right? War was a premonition of the gods. It was a declaration of the gods. You know what I'm saying? That's why they have flags with their deity written on it or something. That's what the whole thing. That's why we got flags. You know what I'm saying? So that it's all about power, right? In control. So yeah, they would say they would go and have war in ancient time. You know, they'd go and have it'd be a war or whatever. And they'll take over a territory and they'll say that the deity gave them permission to do so.
Right.
And the people that lose the war say the deity caused them to lose the war
To lose
because
the war.
they'll take some accountability. They'll say because they didn't do what the deity said
Said or something.
or the order of the laws or whatever, that the deity didn't protect them against the people coming up against them or
Right.
some
They
in
won't
that
say that
way.
the other people's they won't say that the other people's God was just stronger than that God. They gonna fight their deity, they gonna go, they gonna suffer, they gonna come back, hope they get an upper hand on these people who deity, I guess they believe is bigger than theirs, but then somebody else from somewhere else come and show that they deity is bigger. And it's just that's what I don't like,
And then
because the governments is the big thing, but when you get down to the personal side, personalized side of existence, and like my regular life, and I'm looking at how my life is and I'm happy and how I'm, but then I know because I done been in places and stuff, the atrocities that's done happened over here in America, how they bad, how they did us for years. But then I think about how I'm 47 years old. It's been war in the Middle East for the entire time I've been gone. Like, it ain't nobody that's ever been grown there. And soon as people get like 40 something, they go drop bombs on everybody. And then all they have is kids, and they let the kids grow up for 20 years, and they kill them when they 40 and have their kids, and they come like this shit is recurring. And this, I'm talking about,
It's
this is
always been
all,
that way.
it don't make no sense. It didn't have to, it don't have to. We can be where we at right now without none of that. We could have been if we would have just
No,
had
no,
understanding
no, no, you
and took
couldn't.
account of shit. If
War
we could,
have to exist because you got to get the.
mm, mm,
It's It's like and I know this gonna sound. It's gonna sound bad,
nah,
but
go ahead and say it though. We in here talking. Say that. Say it.
so that's what I'm saying. Like how you was saying, like our universe is a reflection of a higher universe, right? Of higher dimensions or whatever. That's it's the same thing. You in the old tale they talk about the gods warring. Even in the Indus Kush in the Hindu, you know, they have the Nagas, they warred against each other. The Greeks, they have the Greek gods war, the Egyptians,
no, they
all
didn't.
these,
Not against each other.
yeah,
The
against each
Greek,
other.
the Greeks
Zeus
did not.
saw his sons. I mean, Zeus he killed
His
Kronos. What you
daddy.
talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, he killed. But the gods
The
didn't
old gods
punish.
versus the new gods. It's always been like that. And so humanity is reflecting that. That's why a
Yeah.
lot of the war tactics and a lot of the technological advances is named after these deities still
But hear me
today.
out. Hear me out. What I'm
So,
saying is
so when you
they
go into,
are
hold
they.
on, I'm from the land. I'm from the land. So when you go into this whole Israel and Palestine thing, what's been going on there, that was is they trying to form greater Israel, right? Because it was prophetic for who that land supposed to went to. But y'all go
Mhm.
ahead, y'all go ahead.
Now you
But
good.
what
Before
I'm
you
saying,
say
That's
something,
a
that I
fact.
just want to say what's up to Yara. I didn't see you even slide up in here. I don't know how long you been here either. I just got back, but
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I
yeah,
ain't.
yeah,
uh,
yeah. Peace to y'all, family, shalom, and saying all that, man. I'm enjoying the conversation. I just want to say, man, y'all spot on, man. A lot of people don't understand the conversation in this direction. A lot of times, that a lot of this, man, is it's about warring priesthoods that's been at war for thousands of years, and they in control of the land. They
Mm,
want control of the land because they think it's power in owning the land. And so, even throughout the Bible, like GD and Capone, you just mentioned, like they were after. It's about land and inheritance rights, right? Even in Israel, we get a lot of things wrong when you're talking about when they talk about um the and you see that the youngest son is always chosen over the eldest son. You can see that theme running all the way through the entire text, right? And you can see that in other ancient Near Eastern cultures, that the land rights are supposed to go to the oldest son, but somehow the land is always defiled, and they always don't treat the earth like they're supposed to treat the earth. And so what happens is, then they form a lot of these deities not necessarily to control the masses, but to control the land. Because a lot of what happens is that, like, Gideon Capone, are you from Chicago?
Con.
Yeah, yeah. So, like, I used to have this conversation with my people a lot of times. So in Chicago, right, you would have like GDs and BDs versus vice lords, right? And what you would see is that you would see one with Rock, the Star of David, right?
Yeah.
And then you would see the other with Rock, what? The
The
Islamic
pentagram.
crescent moon, right? I keep telling people, like, if you really understand it, like y'all was just actually saying, like, that's a spiritual battle that
Yeah.
takes place in the heavenlies, and it comes down through us in the earth, and we don't understand that those are the fights we be battling, right? That same spirit, like a lot of cats don't even understand it, that's what's happening. um so when they talk about as above so below, like, that's actually true, right? So you see that the wars and different things like that, the Bible talks about the prince of Persia and principalities. You have certain spirits and demons rule over certain areas of land and different things like that on this earth. Um, and it's about the control of what we call, the universe and different things like that. So a lot of this stuff, man, is there's always starts with a spiritual aspect to it. And we're just part of we just pieces of the pawn. We just pawns on the chessboard a lot of times. You know, when it comes to these spiritual understandings and meanings of scripture, but it's real.
Yeah, it's definitely
Yeah.
real.
And
Yeah,
what I
yeah.
was saying is, as far as the Greeks, they did not they did not fight them. Well, not really. Like, they didn't get into battles. They basically used people to, well, according to Greek mythology, they used people to, you know, basically take their anger out on whenever whenever they was mad at each other. So Poseidon raped Medusa in Athena's temple. Athena didn't say, "Look, you defiled my temple, Poseidon. So, you know, I'm going to use my powers against you." No, she turned Medusa, who was supposedly more beautiful than she was, she turned her into, her hair was snakes, and anybody that looked at it would turn to stone.
Right.
So, and when Aphrodite, what was it? Aphrodite, Athena, and one of the other goddesses. Um, and what happened was
Hera. I think it's Hera.
the
Might be Persephone.
I'm not sure what the other goddess was, but Troy, supposedly that was because, and the thing with Achilles, that was supposedly happened because Achilles' mother, who was a goddess, was um she um didn't invite Eris to a her wedding, and then Eris threw the apple of discord and said to the fairest. And so, who was it? Aphrodite, Athena, and I can't remember the third one. But all three of them are using humans because they are mad. Because who was it that
Right.
decided?
But they having a dispute amongst each other, and it reflect, and it acts out through war through the humans.
Every
Or
That's how
time.
that's how that's how they did it. That's how they did it, according to
right.
Greek
But okay,
mythology.
so I agree with that. That's four dimension trickling down to the third. It's a proportion. So what about
They
so what
never
about
they
the
never they
Titans?
never went up against each other, like he
Wait, hold
said
on.
in
What
Hindu.
about
In
the Titans?
Hindu, hold on,
What
hold
about
on,
the Titans?
hold on. Let me look. That's they they distinguish between the Titans and the other family of the gods, which is like the Cyclops. The they even though it's a big family, they distinguish that these are over here, these are over here, these are the gods, these are the
The
Titans.
demigod. These are the demigod. The
Yeah,
what
these are the
They the
Titans and
demigods.
demigods, right? And they
Right.
couldn't come up to Mount Olympus, where the gods was.
only
Well,
if invited.
yeah, they
Uh,
was initially the Titans were initially on Mount Olympus,
Right.
and the
Zeus
one that's
kid.
able to tell the future or whatever the case may be said that Kronos will have a son that would be more powerful, that would basically take over him and all that other stuff, and so he ate his children.
he ate the shit out of, but
So
he
he ate
didn't.
his children,
Didn't
and when
digest them.
Zeus was born, when Zeus was born, instead of the mother
He was
letting
born
Zeus
in a
get
cave.
ate, she
Right.
gave him I guess a rock, and I don't know how large that rock had to be. Probably had to be the size of a mountain, but like
Yeah, and he
so,
ate the rock. I
and
remember
he
that. I remember
he
that.
ate the rock. He sent him over to learn how to fight and all that other stuff to his cousins, the Cyclops.
The Titans.
No, the Cyclops. This is a big family, mind you. They are cousins. The Cyclops are the cousins of. I think I'm not sure how they related to the because they did a lot of inbreeding and stuff like that. That make it real weird. Like Titans only had sex with Titans. Cyclops mess with Cyclopses, and gods mess with gods unless they mess with humans. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Right.
So
Yeah, that's what I.
But
it's a
you
lot
saying,
of inbreeding.
you
That's
still
that's
saying
how
that to
that's how
say
that
that
shit
the
works. There's a
gods
lot of
didn't war
inbreeding
against
in
each
Greek
other.
mythology.
So, but you still saying that to say that they didn't have war or they didn't fight against each other.
Right. Like you said, in in Hinduism, the gods had wars that were seen across the skies. But and this was against each other. But in Greek mythology, they just used people as pawns for when they got angry at each other.
Oh, I get what you're saying. But the end, they also battled though. Like I said, Zeus killed his
Ooh.
father. He killed Kronos.
See, that's what I said. Like the
That was a
gods,
that was a whole that was a whole war. That was a whole thing. It wasn't just him just
right.
going
The
in there and
gods
killing
did not
Kronos.
battle amongst each other.
Zeus had his brothers or the other guys to go against the old guys. That's a war.
Right. He saved the rest of his brothers and sisters, and then they became the gods, not the
Right.
Titans. The
Because they beat
Titans
them.
are separate than the gods.
Right, but the Titans would. Right, I understand
So
that.
that's what I'm saying. The gods did not battle amongst each other.
So who did Zeus? So when Zeus went against when he went against Kronos
He went
and
against the
what's
Titans.
the other dude name? The one with the fire, Prometheus, and all them.
All of them. All of them. Atlas. All of them.
Right. So that's they dethroned them. That was a war. That's what I'm saying. That part
Yeah,
is
that's a
that's them
war,
fight.
but not amongst the gods. That's a war amongst the Titans versus the gods. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but Zeus, they was Titans and then they became gods. Zeus them.
No. Zeus's them daddy was the Titan. Zeus's daddy and them was the Titans, right?
Right.
However it goes, it's one way or the other. I'm not that
Oh, you
familiar with
saying
it,
you
but
saying the
I
Titans was
remember
gods too?
reading it.
You saying the Titans God too? GDN.
No,
That's what.
they make sure to separate that the Titans weren't
The
gods. The Titans were
demigod.
Titans. The Cyclops were I forgot what family they fall under, but like all of these different ones fall under a different class that are not gods. even though
Yeah,
they're immortal or supposedly immortal, just like gods, but they're
And
not.
that was before the gods too. I can't remember why. We studied this in
if
class.
they before the gods, then they was once deities. They
That's
was
what you
once
saying. Okay,
divine.
that's
Now,
what
I'm
you
not
saying.
saying
I knew that's what you
I'm
were
not
saying.
saying that they're not
Zeus and
deities.
them, Zeus and
I'm saying
them,
that they're not gods.
yeah, but Zeus and them dethroned them, and they became the new gods. Zeus,
No, no,
Hera,
no, they weren't new gods. They
Hermes.
were the gods who defeated the Titans.
The Titans was like their own
All right,
class of
I'm gonna
being.
give you that.
Yeah,
Like
they had their own class.
Right, they was the old gods. They was the old
No,
worship
no,
people.
no, no, no. Now you add in stuff that don't exist.
because Kronos and them
All
wasn't
right,
creating
so let
nothing
me.
like
Now I
Zeus and
gotta
them was.
look this up. Give me one
Because
second.
Kronos and them didn't create nothing like Zeus and them did.
Kronos was supposedly always here. The father of time.
Ain't Zeus the one that's supposed to be created mankind?
Um, I'm not sure how they talk about how mankind come, but like
I want to say that I think Zeus the one that's supposed to be.
Zeus was a serial rapist. Like really.
Man, and his wife did never do nothing. Always went and did something to the women. Didn't never do nothing to his ass.
Yeah,
Hey, you right that in
he
there.
raped like yeah, all his children that were yeah, he raped them women. Like came to him as like Hercules' mother. He came. I don't know how that worked, but he came into her
Wasn't he a horse?
as gold.
I thought he came to her as a stallion.
All right,
Wasn't
so
that Persephone?
I just looked it
No,
up, and it said the Titans
no,
was so Zeus and them are called the Olympians,
Yes.
and the Titans was the gods before the Olympians rose to power. That's what I'm saying.
That's what you were saying. That's what I thought you were saying.
Y'all can continue. I just had to go look
they
that
have
up.
different classifications,
Yeah,
but
they was Olympians.
okay. So you saying that God is just the title of the person in charge?
Let me pull it up again. Let me look at what they pulled up. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Man, you know what? I think I still got my books. Let me go see. Real quick.
Throw me out. But yeah, they was the old they were the old gods, and the Olympians it became the new gods. They became being Zeus and them became the Olympians that dwelt on Mount Olympus.
Mm-hmm. And what happened? Do it tell how they defeated the Titans? Or
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. But if I what's it called, it's gonna throw me out the screen.
Because his
oh, okay.
first thing was to make Kronos regurgitate all of
Hey,
his children.
see, I remember that part. He cut didn't
Yeah, he
didn't
had
he
to
cut
spit
his
them out.
stuff out that stomach? Oh, I thought he cut his. I thought they cut his. I thought he cut his way out. He
No, he
cut his
probably
stomach open
did.
from the inside.
I thought he
Then
would. If I'm not mistaken, he regurgitated. It was something that I think. I'm not sure if it was a lightning bolt or something like that that made him regurgitate all his children.
Zeus lightning bolt, probably so.
but they
Yeah, I'm
came
gonna
out
put
and then
that.
fought against him.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, so even in Norse mythology, the gods fought against each other. So
not. That's what I'm saying. In Greek mythology, the gods. Well,
well,
let's put
even
it like
even
this.
if they use the people, that's still that's mythology. So they still that's still the gods fighting.
Yeah,
They just acted out in war. That's still them fighting against each other.
they
Ares
not.
going against Zeus. That's still the Athenians going against
Oh, you know
the
what? You know
the
what?
Grecians.
The worshiper.
When Ares, the god of war. This is actually a crazy thing because matter of fact, I guess there was one time that I can recall in Greek mythology. The Ares, who is the god of war, was with Troy. His wife was was fighting for what is the nigga name that
Achilles.
no, not that nigga.
Who?
The nigga
Aries' wife?
from Troy that took Helen of Troy.
Oh, you talking about damn? What's dude name?
Pa-
You talking about
She
Paris?
Achilles?
promised
Paris?
she promised him like it was she gave him it was
Armistice, something like that.
I can give you the power of all of
Adrian?
your
No, that's Achilles.
I can give you the power of the whole world or all the most you be the most powerful man or whatever the case may be. Then um it was something else that the other one had offered, and then the other one had offered um I can make you the wife of Ares had said I can make you fall in love with I can basically give you the most beautiful woman in the world basically or make her fall in love with you. And so that's what he chose, being young and dumb, because power over the world and all the other stuff is way better. I love women, but come on, man. I can get many like anyway, but being young and dumb, he chose the most beautiful woman and she ended up being the wife of um because like I said, this all happened because one of the goddesses, Eris, was mad because she didn't get invited to the wedding. She was the goddess of chaos or whatever the case may be. And so the um Achilles' mother didn't invite her to the wedding because she didn't want the chaos. But she ended up crashing the wedding anyway. And she threw the apple of discourse in there and said to the fairest. Now you got these three gods saying, I'm the fairest. No, I'm the fairest. No, I'm the fairest. But anyway, Ares was on the side of Troy, but one of the goddesses that were with Greek had ended up hitting them in the head, knocking them out on the battlefield. It's the only time I can think of where they actually talk about uh, a god or a goddess actually getting physical against another god or goddess. I forgot about that incident. So yeah, I guess they did get into that disputes every now and then. But like I said, they did a lot of weird stuff. Like they were with their sisters and
You ever seen the? You ever read the book American Gods by Neil Gaiman? They made a show about it too, adaptation. So
nah, I haven't.
in the shows, I mean in the book, it's all about the war of the guys, the old guys versus the new guys, and it's all different types of guys that's brought here in America. Um, Hindu guys, Greek guys, Norse guys, uh, Egyptian guys, all different kinds, African gods, right? So, um, what happens in at the end? It's a spoiler, right? So at the end of the book is what happens is, well, how the guys know that it's going to be a war, and the war is over the worship of the people, right? So the old guys is not being worshipped as much, and
Money.
now the new guys, technology, media, all these other things, all these other
Money.
money. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So they the ones that's being worshipped. They the ones that got the humans quote unquote attention and worship, and they giving their time and energy to. So now it's a war, and the wars act out through a storm. So when there's a storm, that's when you know that it's a war, right? In the book. So, but what happens is, even though that it's a storm, the guys are actually battling on the field in the unseen. I mean, they call it off stage, backstage. They call it backstage, meaning it's off the, because it was a book, it was a narration, so they call it backstage, meaning that it's off the set. You know what I'm saying? But in the but yeah, the guys they was actually fighting on the battlefield, but it acted out as a storm. So that goes along with what you were saying with the Greeks. You know what I'm saying? They was actually they was warned, they was having these disputes, and they acted out as in war against the people that worship them.
Yeah, they let people do the dumb shit, and people just fall right into it.
And it's a big ass, oh yeah, that's another thing in the book. It's a big old chess game. they playing chess.
So now with that being said, now what makes y'all think Greece switched to monotheism in Jesus?
Because if you look at it,
Nobody
they
understand that.
originally went to Zeus about the apple of discourse to say who's the fairest or whatever the case may be. And Zeus was smart. He wasn't going to get in between an argument between three females, his wife and his two daughters. So he said, I'm pass this off to the human.
I used to hate Western humanities, man. That's all they taught was Greeks.
Well, they did. Hey, so then you know a little bit. What they what made the Greeks switch to monotheism?
Well, they didn't.
Not,
They
nah,
just switched.
not
What?
eventually.
Hold on. Why you think that they did?
Helios Biblos.
Yeah, but that was written by Hebrews that spoke Greek.
Yes, that's also a good fact.
That was written
So
by
that's just like
Hebrews.
that's just like us. This is like say if you want to write your story, you want to write the history of your people, right?
Uh-huh.
You write the lingua franca that you use is English.
Right.
You will be telling an African or an indigenous tale. You get what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So
That's
the
the same.
Greeks. So
That's
that's
the
what I'm
same
saying.
thing.
So that's why they switched because the Hebrews brought it over there. That I was just thinking about that. When you think about them gods and stuff, and Abraham, if you put Abraham in the shoes of Zeus, how he did his daddy and them, and the people who believed in many gods was the old gods. They killed that just for one god, and that's Zeus going and becoming the one god. No,
So
I'm just
you
trying to
putting
correlate. Let me stop.
so you putting Abraham as a deity.
No. I'm saying that if you want to know what I really believe about all that, because I don't believe in the supernatural. I just believe that those stories are stories of people, and people didn't understand what they were seeing. Just like I heard a
How can you
mystery
see
one
something
time.
and not understand it though?
I heard a mystery one time
That's just a phenomenon.
that it's a society out there that reads the Bible, and when they read it, they read Revelations first, because Revelations is really the story of the wars in heaven, and they read the last book first, then the first book, and then the second to the last book third, and then the second book, and like they do it like that, and it tells the total story of real creation about the angels, the wars in heaven, and all that.
Hmm. To read Revelations first,
Yeah, but it's a couple
what
other
is in
things you got to do.
Genesis first?
This It's a couple other things. Well, they said Genesis is really the second book. They said the wars in heaven is the story that everybody be missing, and that's why they still have that's another one of the incoherent things that they have, because when they put the first book last and made like that's what's to come, it makes people not even ask about the wars in heaven, and they just automatically assume that Adam and Eve is the first, even though, and they said this is what this mystery right here of people who understands this is the real people who will actually find what they're looking for, because they'll understand
Oh, you saying like
that.
them must be Gnostics.
No, it ain't no Gnostic. This is I'm telling you, and this it's kind of crazy the story that they came up with, but it's all real with no supernatural stuff. And it actually tells the story of heaven, and so it tells about Jesus, but Jesus is actually the morning star. So that soul that's in Jesus is actually that soul. So that was Jesus at the first, and that's why he had to come back and make amends for what he did in the wars before the wars in heaven. But it really wasn't the the same thing that they said when they said Lucifer like turned his back on God and none of that stuff. It was when they started biologically enhancing themselves, and then they had the wars in heaven and messed heaven up, and really messed up the reproductive sequences of the beings that was in heaven. They came down here and saw that they could mate with women in heaven. I mean, what mate with women on earth, and started doing that. The thing that was over them didn't.
Oh, so they saying the wars in heaven was first.
I mean, we know they was.
Well, some
You
people say
don't,
that the
but
wars in heaven happened when what's it called when Christ was born. But some do say the Michael fighting the devil and everything, and the angels falling, the third part of the stars or whatever is that's pre
They
Adam.
put it
You
in the
know what
back.
I'm saying?
They
Yeah.
put it in the back of the book so people would think that that's a prophecy that's supposed to come, but that's really what happened first. Makes
Yeah,
sense to me because it
I
answers
wouldn't
for
say
the
that it's
it
a
answers
prophecy.
it
It's
it.
a revelation. It's revealing. Yeah, it's revealing what happened. Yeah, that's why it's called revelation.
But they call it a prophecy though. A lot of people think it's a prophecy.
No, that ain't no prophecy.
but
Quantum.
I'm gonna have to stand in on this, but that's not. I mean, I can see where you get that idea,
No, that ain't
but
my idea. Somebody else had it. That ain't my idea. Somebody else had that idea. I was just telling y'all
Now
something I
I'll
heard.
I can
say
see
this:
what. I'm not
the
saying. I'm not
last,
saying you personally, Al.
Oh, okay, okay.
I,
Phew, phew.
I'll say the
I
last
heard what you
chapter.
said. I heard what you said. You said that that these people read the Bible in a certain order. So I know it wasn't you per se, but I'm saying I can see how you can get that idea, but nobody knows whether it's a prophecy of the future or a vision of the past. Nobody can actually say that.
Okay, okay.
Well, I'll say this: there's parts in Revelation that's revealing what happened before, and then there's parts of it that is prophetic, like the where it's showing it's revealing everything. It's revealing the hand behind
On the
everything
other
that's
hand,
going on, and it's showing prophetic things that's going to happen.
on the other hand, there is something that
Like stuff that's happening today. You know what I'm saying?
is
That's
So
what I
there's a
thought.
book. Hear me out. Hear me out. There's a book that is supposed to be in the Bible, but they took it out
what's this called?
because
What's
they
the name of it?
wanted control.
What's the name of it?
The Apocalypse of Peter.
The
When
Apocalypse
is
of
it?
Peter is in the pseudepigrapher. I do read that in the Apocalypse of Peter. If you want to scare the shit out of a motherfucker, that's a good book. That's a good. If you want to like put the fear of God into somebody, bro, that's a book
That's
to
the
let
one, right?
to read to 'em.
Can
That's
you
the one
summarize
where
it for me real? Can you summarize it for me real quick?
It's
Oh,
detailed. Now you can't summarize it because it's detailed.
oh,
Detail.
for
It's too
real?
detailed, bro.
Yeah.
Like one instance is all right. This I'm gonna tell you the end part. A man lives out his life and he died. No, he kills a man, right? And the man he kills a man lives out his life, right? When he dies, now, is it that? So Peter is watching. So Peter's watching this dude. He's finna kill the dude. He watching this apocalypse. So he's in heaven. So he's looking down, and when he looked down on the earth, when he's told to look down on the earth, the people on the earth look like the stars that's in the heaven. So how we look up and see all the stars in the sky, the light and stuff, that's how it look when they looking down on here on the earth. And this guy, he about to kill this dude. And the thing about it, he had all the time in the world to not do it, and he still did it. And then that guy had to be judged. So when that guy is judged, they show him that, like, look, you had this amount of time to repent, to not do these attention that you was acting on, and you still did it. That's summarizing the parts that I remember of it, though. Maybe the brother
Well, there's a part. There's a part in there that talks about various sins and the seven layers of hell, or whatever the case may be, and the various sins that have very specific punishments for each sin. And Peter, this all happened because Jesus showed Peter the heavens, and he showed him the hell. And so, what happened was Peter said basically he was scared. He was shocked. Like, he was like, it would be better for these people if they never existed.
Mm-hmm.
And so Jesus tells Peter, are you saying that you love these people more than God who created them? And he checked Peter real quick. And the reason why they didn't put it in the Bible is because there's a specific part of it where it talks about at the end of whatever eternity is, however long eternity is. So obviously eternity does not mean forever.
Y'all
So
talking about the apocalypse of Peter as the death of Jesus as a substitute where the Christ is above the cross in the heavens with the pleroma, laughing at the people who are looking at the crucified Jesus. That apocalypse of Peter?
nah, I'm talking about the apocalypse of Peter that talk about the sins of they talk about the punishment for the sins. It talks about the specific angels like Azrael that watches over hell and watches over the divine punishment. And he tells them about the fact that after a certain amount of time, God is going to grant the righteous a boon, which is a wish or it's another word, a favor or something like that. You feel me?
I'm not denying that
And
that's all in the same
in
text.
this, he is saying
I
that
don't think they put those
he
books
says
on
that
books, bro.
at the end, like God will, the righteous will basically ask for the forgiveness of the unrighteous, and God will grant that to them.
Yeah, but I don't think those books was taken out for control. They got a reason why they
Just
was
listen.
taken out. Some of them they didn't
was-
they didn't know who wrote them. So
If
they
you hear me out, bro. I'm not saying this right or wrong. I'm just saying I can see why they would take a book like, or would not consider a book like that, or they would take a book like that out for control. Because if the people knew that they would be forgiven, regardless of if they were evil or not,
But Matthew
they can't
13
control them.
says that. Matthew
Hmm?
13 says that. And
What?
not only I mean Mark 13. And not only that, um Peter Paul tells you that you're going to judge angels. So like it's things like that that's in the Bible. So I don't see what's the reason. A lot of stuff they took out because they mentioned certain angels' names, and people started to worship those, not worship, involuntarily worship those angels' names and stuff like that. Like when they
So
found out this angel is over this and this angel is over that, so they started calling on those names. And so they like, man, we got to do something about this. So they called it pseudepigraphy, and they didn't take it. It wasn't taken out first. It was taught privately amongst the people that's wise enough to
That's
grasp
the
the
thing.
full
That's the
understanding
thing.
of it.
That's
It
the
yeah,
wasn't
because
thing.
taught
You don't realize
publicly.
back then, the only people that were allowed to even read the Bible were, I mean, that were even allowed to read the scriptures were the priest and the common people didn't
So
read
you talking about
the scrolls of the scriptures.
the
that's not
Catholics? Go
The
ahead, Corey.
Catholic priest
Yeah, that's
or
the Catholics. But
or
I'm
whatever
talking when
priest was
I'm talking
in,
before the Catholic priest. I'm talking about the
right.
ante-Nicene church fathers.
Right,
When the book
and even
started
even
after
then, they
before
even
the
then they didn't
before they
the common man did not have access to the scrolls or the or the writing. It was only
that's not
read by,
true. That's not true because in the Gospel of John it say that these mean I think it's in Acts. It say that this gospel shall be preached throughout the and published mean writing throughout all the nations.
so real quickly.
Go ahead.
I don't know if you all are familiar with ancient Near Eastern literature copying methods, but one of the primary ways text got duplicated was by means of hiring a slave to do the writing for the household. What the earliest Christians did was rapidly and without any government control authority, rapidly and quickly spread their literature. This was not a spreading of text. And by the way, it was unique in the ancient Greco Roman culture to be a text based people, book based people. This is something that's unique amongst ancient Jews and early Christians in the first century. And beforehand, only really the Jews that were people of a book. So the fact that we're talking about this and the fact that we need to take into consideration the ancient scribal habits, one of which again included where a household would hire a slave, and we do have a few papyri documents documenting this habit. They would hire a slave, and the slave would be the one trained for either reading or writing or both, um, and whatnot. And also, as it relates to how the New Testament text seems to have been copied, and this is as it relates to just about all the manuscripts, all the early manuscripts, and all the early archaeological data. We don't have evidence of scriptoriums. Scriptoriums will be a center where you come, sit down, listen, and put the words down on the paper, where you're auditorily hearing the text and then you're writing out what you hear. We don't have good evidence of that in the ancient early Christian literary communities. We only have an emergence of literacy in this cultural context where Christianity happened to take over the pagan world. Now, Howell, I heard you mention or ask the question earlier about uh, Greek. How did the Greeks become monotheistic? You do have monotheistic in ancient Greco-Roman theology. They were just different than how the Jews expressed their Second Temple Jewish monotheism. Um, if you read the literature, you'll see scholars talk about paganistic, or pagan monotheism versus Temple Jewish monotheism.
Oh yeah, and I forgot all about that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you had a natural in Greek. They had a natural deity that all of Greece worship, or that whole country. So like in Athens, everybody worship Athena, but in certain households, they had a chthonic deities. These was household deities that the people worship in their household for certain protections and stuff like that. So you had the so like well, I already gave the example Athena, and then you'll have like some lower deities, and those would be like for the household. I just
And
want to throw
last,
that in there.
yeah, that's great. I'll recommend three books for everybody to read. One of them was really short because it was a lecture that was given by the scholar. Two of the books are from the same scholar. Um, one book is called "Why on Earth Would Anyone Become a Christian in the First 3 Centuries?" Um, very short lecture turned book, but it's very, very dense and it's very, very good material. So that's from Larry Hurtado. You should be able to find it on Amazon or eBay for $10, but it's only in printed edition. You won't be able to really find it in the digital edition. Um, the second book is Destroyer of the Gods: How Christianity Conquered the Roman Empire, also from Larry Hurtado, which is a much fuller assessment of that whole paradigm. And we got to remember it was in the second century. So within 100 years after Jesus, the Greco-Roman gods were being abandoned for the god of Judaism. So, and we have evidence of this from Greco-Roman authors like Pliny the Younger.
And it tell I'm
Yeah,
sorry, I didn't
you
mean to cut you off.
Paul's
And it's gonna
epistles
tell
for that
it's
as well.
uh, it's gonna tell more on the question I asked about how Christianity basically took over Greece. That's what I wanted.
Uh,
I ain't never thought
especially,
about that.
especially Destroyer of the Gods will. I would even recommend two more supplemental works. One of them being Bart Ehrman's the Triumph of Christianity book, which is really about Constantine, where he's addressing a lot of false popular level understandings concerning not really Nicaea. I mean, it's related, but concerning how Christianity became the dominant religion in Rome. Even though all the way up until the Edict of Milan, we would have persecution by the Roman emperor cults and the Roman uh, of the early Christians sporadically for the first 300 years.
I mean,
So,
there was the thing with his mother, and then the thing with him that made him allow it.
yeah, it is true his mother was a Christian, but it's not true to say that at the Council of Nicaea he was a Christian already, or after because even slightly after the Council of Nicaea, we see him receiving the devoted worship in iconography, like the coins. And we
So
also don't see,
what I'm saying is that after the thing with his mother, where she was supposedly healed from this sickness that she had,
yeah,
and
I'm still saying
yeah,
it would to consider Bart Ehrman's book as it relates to Constantine and how Christianity triumphed in that era. But if you really want the build up to that, I say Destroyer of the Gods from Larry Hurtado.
Okay, so the
So you
story
gotta
of
you gotta
you said the
remember
story. What
before
my bad.
Constantine, they were coming around slaughtering Christians.
Periodically and in different regional locations, yes, to
Let me make
different
sure I
extent.
got. I'm sorry. Let me make sure I got these books wrote down right. You said
Nero Caesar burned down Rome to rebuild it and blamed it on the Christians.
He blamed it on the Jews.
you said
Well,
Harry
why would that be the case?
Harry
Why would he
Hurtado.
Larry like Fishburne, like Lawrence Fishburne government name?
I missed both of those, right? Because you
Lawrence,
saying he blamed it on the Jews when he blamed it on when I know for a fact he blamed it on the Christian.
yeah.
Because the
Could have
Christians,
So
sworn he blamed it on the Jews.
the Jews had already had an established, I want to say, political relationship with Rome. They blamed it on he blamed it on the Christians because
He
the
blamed it on
Christians was up and coming.
Nero blamed it on he blamed the fires. The fire he blamed the fire that happened in the market on the Jews.
I'm just gonna make this comment.
Hold
I
on,
think
Barbara. Before you
knowledge.
finish, what was that fourth book name? I got Why on Earth? I got the Triumph of Christianity and the Destroyer of the Gods. You said one more.
Those were the only three.
Oh, it was just
And,
three. Okay.
yeah, I mean, I'll give you one more if you need it, and that would be Christianity at the Crossroads, which is about primarily second century, early third century Christianity in general. And that's from a student of both Hurtado and Bart Ehrman. He got his doctorate under Hurtado at Edinburgh. But that's from Michael J. Kruger.
Yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna go look them up because I'm just go back to school and finish my. So this is something I might as well go on and jump in because I know it's gonna help me through my studies.
Well, unfortunately, the way the system works at the moment, due to teaching language, the way they teach language, they're doing whole language learning. And whole language learning emphasizes token word assessments and token word learning. I think that's very problematic compared to like phonetic or learning by phonics, because phonics allows for a much more dynamic means of learning the language, and it's also much more content based and it's much more content based. It's much more holistic in nature. Even though I know whole language learning sounds like it's a holistic system, I think it has a lot of downfalls that cause people to be token word readers and basically just read books to find these token words. And on these token words, they think they find grounds for a smart person with letters making their same points. And often they are completely misrepresenting the source material.
So I wanted to say this as far as with the Great Fire in '64 was blamed on the Christians, and that was why the Christians were being hunted down and persecuted. But I'm not saying, but like he said in different periods in Rome um, before Constantine, they were hunted down and persecuted at different degrees. But this was the largest degree was when they were blamed for the Great Fire in Rome in 1964. I mean, not no, I said 1964. I'm tripping.
Yeah,
In 64 AD,
those Christians would have been Jews, and that's 4 years. That's 6 years before the Sabbath.
they had already established themselves. Or
No, I'm saying that those Christians, those early Christians, they would have been Jews. The early Christians was Jews. If you go
no,
by the
no,
Gospels and Paul's epistles and stuff like
no.
that,
You're
that's
incorrect.
authentic. That's
You're
authentic. The early Christians were Jews.
you're incorrect.
So they was Jews, and all of the apostles was Jews.
What's your
Right?
justification?
Even
What's your justification for that, GD?
Josephus records what happens in 64 AD, and those were communities of Jews. Because in 66 AD with Domitian and what's the other guy name? Tiberius, that's when Rome sacked Jerusalem. It was all because of the persecution, like you said, it started with Nero. Nero
Okay.
put a bed.
Okay. I think I see what you're saying, but I thought you were saying that the original Christians were Jews, but you're saying that the Christians that were persecuted for that fire were Jews.
Yes, the early Christians were Jews. They was Gentiles too, but the
Yeah,
majority of
that's
them.
what I wanted to point out to you. Jesus said, Jesus made that mark. Like they can't.
No. I'm trying to point out something. So in the book of Acts, it tells you that in Antioch, the disciples, who was all Jews, were first called Christians. All the disciples was Christians, but they was all Jews. So that's what I mean by the early Jews. The majority of them
That's what I
was
don't understand.
the first Christians.
I'm trying to think of the first
The early Christians was
time
Jews.
that
That's what I meant by that.
the actual Bible or anything actually used the word Christian.
He just mentioned it.
You said but you saying in Acts it says that, right?
Yeah, I think 11 and 24. Yeah.
I'm gonna check that out. But
Mentioned I ain't trying to interrupt. Go ahead. Okay, well, real quick, I was going to say the word Christian is mentioned later, not as a derogatory term, but as a term that is reflective of the community of the way, and it's used by them to speak of themselves in the later epistles. But yeah, so you do find it in Acts first, historically speaking, and but soon after, I mean, do you understand what the term likely meant originally? Christian?
Wait, so because somebody says I don't know if it was Josephus that said that these whole tribe of people was called Christians.
He does after the name of Jesus. That's in book 18, Antiquity.
Right. So that's the controversial
They still
part
exist.
that the testimonial Flavian.
That's not a controversial passage in that instance.
So which one is? Because that's the one that. Oh, it's probably the one about James. Then is the whichever one. Chapter book 18. Book 18.
Yeah, book 18 throughout history of the first person that either translated it or produced the first critical edition of Josephus' works. I think they're the ones that first suggested book 18 had suspicious material in it that didn't seem Josephian. But
yeah, I don't see it that way. I think that's a direct excitation to.
So there's two ways. There's two ways. I got you, but there's two ways to deal with book 18. Book 20 is a little different, and most scholars don't have any question regarding book 20's reference outside of who the Jesus who's so-called Christ is a reference to. But anyway,
but you can use Paul's epistles and cross-reference it with Josephus and see that that's exactly how they would have been viewing.
Not quite. Actually, you see contrast when you do that. Paul's letter said that Paul say that James is the brother of the Lord. Josephus says James is the brother of Jesus, the so-called Christ. So different languages used. Um, he's not the brother of the Lord, which you might, if you're
But that's
keen
too.
to know, it's just saying. I would argue that Josephus was not a believer that Jesus was the Messiah, and
I
throughout the
wouldn't say
works,
that.
that's mentioned as Messiah.
Well, and that's one thing I don't get when they keep saying that. But he clearly, when he talks about him, uh, when in the if we to use book 18, right? Or when he says James is the brother of what the so-called Christ, that's because people was calling him the Christ. It wasn't that don't mean that he did, because he said it ain't lawful. It's not lawful to call him a man or something like that. Like, why even
Well,
put him in the scripture? Why even mention him if he didn't believe in him? That makes no sense.
so in Book 18, reference to Jesus in Josephus' Antiquity of the Jews, in Book 18, what you just mentioned, he was so, if it's worthy to call him a man. That phrase is suspicious to many scholars. Now, it's
Right.
kind of a problem because if we're going with the Greek text, a language that we know Josephus wrote in, because at the end of the book he says, I'm writing it in Greek. Um, but because we know Josephus wrote in Greek, and we have the same text in all of the Greek manuscripts for Josephus here, it's kind of tough. The main reason why certain scholars say some of, and this is the general consensus view, some of the testimonium or Book 18's reference to Jesus and Josephus is to be doubted is because some of the language doesn't look like it's from Josephus. And so they take those portions out and keep the rest of the text because the rest of the text still fits within the broader narrative context.
Yeah, but that's them. That's I get what they saying when they say like, oh yeah, this is Christian, this is Christianized or Christology or whatever. But you can't. I don't see how they can do that. How can you just okay if we omit these words, then it's still read. You can still read it along. Well, then they shouldn't have published the work with those words there, because now the reader is going to read that and they're going to be like, well, this is a direct exhortation to Christ.
Well, this is one of the problems. So when we go to the early translations of Josephus' text, especially at the other textual variant, who is called Christ or who is Christ, like that portion's in the Greek. All the translations use language like so called, and that's what you find in chapter 20, book 20, excuse me, book 20 of Antiquity when it's talking about the death of James, Jesus' brother.
Mm-hmm.
So you find so-called language there, but no so-called languages in book 18 in the Greek, which is interesting. And the so-called language is present in all of the translations in book 18. So what's going on with the Greek form we have today? Because there's really no Greek variations again. Um, it might be that all the text is authentic. This has recently been argued by Tom Smith in his publication from last year. Um, and he has reasons to suggest Josephus got his material from non Christians concerning Jesus because he was a Pharisee. He knew the family that was at the trial of Jesus, and so he proposes that that is the source. The Jewish high priest family was the
Yeah,
source for his own tradition in Book 18.
yeah, but it was according to the Book of Acts. You know, you got Ananias. It was a lot of different Pharisees who was
No Ananias,
converted.
knew him particularly, and we find that in other places in Josephus's works, where he says, "Oh, I know this guy."
So
Like
is they
explicitly.
saying? So are they saying that he's talking about two different Yeshua, Jesus?
Tom Smith is not. Tom Smith is primarily doing a textual critical assessment and an interpretive assessment of chapter or book 18, the testimony of Flavianus. That's really what his work is. And he's postulating, in light of Josephus's work, um, in a source critical way, a source for where Josephus got his material about Jesus from. And I think he does a pretty good job at some of that. Some of the details that he talks about is off, but the point point can still be made if he cleans up some of those details.
Yeah, but but this is the problem. So once you start omitting things and say, oh, it still reads the same, then you're gonna have people start to do that with all early Christian works. Like I seen somebody doing that with Tacitus' works, where
Yeah,
they admitted the things that he when he mentioned Christ, and they tried to read it like, oh, it still read the same. You can still get the message what he's saying without the whole mentioning of Christ and the Christians. You see what I'm
that's correct.
saying? So now
I
you
don't
got people.
I don't
Um,
understand. I don't understand your point of contention. What
yeah,
you're
one second.
talking about is textual criticism, and this is what is required of all ancient documents, even Greek, Egyptian documents, Mesopotamian, Sumerian, Babylonian. Name your culture. We have to do textual criticism whenever the document is not heavily copied or um complete in artifactual form and from digs in the ground. So, like for example, I think GD Capone, you mentioned the Ipaware papyrus earlier, right?
No, I ain't mentioned the Everest Papyrus. That's
I
the
did.
Imhotep, right?
Okay, I remember hearing it. So somebody mentioned it, and then
I
somebody
mentioned the
said,
Imperial Papyrus.
"Great,
Oh, the
great." So
Imperial Papyrus. Yeah, 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 yeah. We was talking about that.
that's a
Yeah.
great example because that is a copy. That's not the original document. We don't have the original document. What we know is the language goes back to around the 12th dynasty BC. The
Hmm.
document that we have dates to the 19th dynasty. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. 12th dynasty Egyptian pharaonic rule, but that's when the source originally dates, not the manuscript, the Ipaware papyrus. The Ipaware papyrus dates to the New Kingdom period.
Hmm.
So that's a good chunk of time distance away from each other. We don't have the original, and wherever there's a question, gap, a broken off portion, anything like that in Epicware Papyrus, we wish we had more copies. So that now we can better establish what was intended to have been written down back in the 12th dynasty BCE.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
12th dynasty Quranic rule. We just can't demonstrate that because we only have one copy, the Epicware Papyrus.
yeah, but do they omit words?
Well,
Usually I see them implying words. That's when they put them in brackets and stuff. I don't see
that's
them omitting
that's
words
when you
from
only have one copy.
fragmental documents
When you
like
only
they
have
do
one,
Josephus and other
yes,
works of
because
Christology.
Josephus's works exist in history by means of fragments. The earliest Josephus manuscript is dated to I think the third century, but it's damaged, and they were barely able to identify it with the works of Josephus. And it's not even a heavily cited source when it comes to the reconstruction of what Josephus likely originally wrote in Greek. So we do have evidence a couple of hundred years after his writings, but it's really not useful because of its size and its fragmentariness. We have to wait until the
The
11th
manuscript
century.
is not useful.
Yes, we have to wait until the 11th century to have substantial manuscripts for Josephus's works in order to try to get back to what Josephus originally said. And the main way we're able to do that is by the field of an art and science of textual criticism, where scholars analyze variants and make decisions concerning what seems to be the original wording. And in their assessments, they can usually tell, especially if you have a documented literate, like a chain of custody that demonstrates the knowledge of the words. So when you have a chain of custody of sentence line in book three being the same, and for 300 years, and in the 400th year, there's a major change in it. Scholars can look at these manuscripts and say, "Hey, this change seems not the original wording. This seems to be something new." And so they can bracket that off and put it in the footnote. Did some manuscripts read this? Or if they were like a commentary, a textual commentary, they would explain, this line is present in this manuscript, but this manuscript is late. Because this manuscript is late and all the previous manuscripts with the same line on it got the same words in general, we can say that the reading in the later manuscript is most likely not the original wording. So now you have a historical time period by which you can say change happened. It's just tough to do that with Book 18 because, again, Book 18, Testimony of Flavian in Greek, has basically one form. We only get the different forms through the early translations. So the early translations seem to read together the same without some extra wordings that we do find in the Greek. And so scholars make their decision, their textual decision. They usually don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, but they make their decision and they say, oh, well, it seems like this word is missing. And so for the modern reader, we'll put in brackets so-called Christ.
Right.
In
I
book
was
8,
just gonna say that.
in book 20.
I was just gonna say that. What if it's the other way around? What if he did say the Christ, and then in another chapter somebody what's the word? They put that there. They inserted so called.
There's no evidence of so-called being inserted in chapter 20, but there is evidence of so-called being removed in the stream of Greek text of Josephus we do have. And this is evidenced by the early translations, which do use phraseology of so-called Christ as it relates to introducing who the Jesus character is in that section.
So it's used in both in 18 and 20.
Yes, that's
Oh,
the
okay.
text.
Okay,
To,
well then that's pretty good evidence. I wouldn't go against that. That's pretty good evidence. So let's state that he wasn't a Christian.
the main way to say he wasn't a Christian, well, I mean, just as it relates to Book 18, right? Um, number one, no matter what variant you accept or variants you don't accept, no variant reading says Josephus followed this guy. It seems like Josephus is identifying a major point in history where his people changed because of the death of this guy. And he's commenting on the religious perspective that's coming, a religious perspective that's coming out of Judaism, even though he doesn't really call them a sect, like he calls the Essenes a sect, the Sadducees,
Yeah, you
Pharisees.
don't recognize him.
He don't
Well,
call
in book 18, he says that they was called Christians, but in the sect of Jews, when he mentions when he identified the Pharisees, the Sanhedrin, and the Essenes, he don't recognize them. He
right,
don't
not
mention the Christians. in
Right,
that
not in
sense.
that list, and he uses a different word. He calls the same Pharisees, Sadducees, he calls all of them sects. He calls the tribe of, he calls the Christian group a tribe.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, he doesn't apply any prophetic statements to Jesus. Only one action, and this action is alleged to have been the testimony of his closest peers, and that was that he rose on the third day. This is what they teach. Like that's kind of what he's doing.
Mm.
So he's emphasizing this cultural expression with his own culture, and this ties it into the Nero thing. If Nero does blame the Jews, the main reason why is because if he's familiar with Josephus's works, um, you can infer that this Christian group is a Jewish group. So if you're mad at the Christians, you're by implication also mad at the Jews. This is a religious community that's divergent of the Roman imperial cult. They're worshiping only one God. They're praying. They're singing songs to a man as though he was a god. Um, all of these things are happening, and to sing songs to a man as though they were God in the ancient Greco-Roman imperial cultic culture is treason. It's a form of treason. That's saying Caesar is not Lord. My Lord, Jesus, is the Lord. Jesus Kyrios, not, by implication, that confession says not Kaiser, not Caesar is Lord. So there is a
Paradise Lost.
dialogue.
No, I got a copy of Paradise Lost with it's with my Harvard collection. I was reading the comment.
Okay. But yeah, as soon as you say Jesus is Lord, you're automatically butting heads against the Roman imperial code. You're being treasonous. Um, you're going against the law of the state and the empire. And you're going against your local governors and senate members. So you're going against the whole paradigm of the governmental structure by saying Jesus is Lord. I think John Dominic Carlson does a good job of explaining that aspect.
Yeah. So what's a good reference? Because I wanna see the argument. Because I seen some of the textual criticism of the Joseph. Because that's why I was that's one thing that always puzzled me. Like, how did they get to this conclusion that this is Christology and not this man's actual words? But you say they got earlier manuscripts that's omit that don't have those words, or is they do they don't do the earlier manuscripts omit the words, or is it fragmented?
Both, but even though it's fragmented, none of the early Greek manuscripts, the one of the original languages of antiquity of the Jews is Greek. None of the Greek manuscripts in Testimony of Flavian mention so-called Christ. They do mention a so-called Jesus Christ, who is the brother of James, in Book 20, just not in the Greek at the Testimony in Book 18. In the translations are after the Greek. In the Old Church in the Slavonic, and a couple other translations, you do find
What
so-called.
about Eusebius?
Most scholars don't think the early church fathers use this section, Book 18, at all. So Eusebius, who's familiar with Josephus, most scholars don't think he's using Book 18.
But Eusebius uses Josephus to validate his claim about Christ's nature. Like he
Where?
used it for like a source in this
Where?
in church history, I think it's like book. Well, no, he used Josephus. What did he use Josephus for? He used Josephus for a few things.
Yeah, but not for the argument. I think Eusebius explicitly says Josephus was not a
For the
Christian.
book, for the books, he used Josephus for the books. I think for the Old
Yeah, but I
Testament.
don't. I think he explicitly says Josephus is not a Christian.
Mm, okay, interesting. Yeah, I was just wondering why they was coming up with why the modern scholarship say that. I mean, why the
Yeah, so
consistent scholarship say that?
the
Because I thought it was because I'm like they can't examine the text like do the actual forensics like we can now. Like right now we can you can do forensics on texts and see like, oh, this is written a different way than it was written than the original. But but the explanations that I was getting was just so vague and I'm like, well, that could have been anything, you know?
yeah, um, some of these things do get distorted because all authors have the ability to intend an alternative perspective. We read in scholarship, part of the reason why they're published is because they have to engage with their peers or the standard views or up and coming views, whatever the case. They have to engage with others in order to show a convergent level of knowledge of the source material and to get published and sell books and get a job and maintain your job and become tenured. The more the merrier when it comes to book publications, but in articles and everything else. But that's kind of the point. So yeah, the name of the book, the most recent book, is it's actually for free. You can download the whole book for free. It's an Oxford University Press publication, and where can you find it? If you just YouTube the name Tom Smith and Josephus, he got interviews on a whole bunch of platforms over the past year, and because his book came out last year, you go to any of them platforms, you click the content section, scroll down, you might have to click more. It's going to give you the link, the direct hyperlink to download the book for free.
Oh, okay. Appreciate it. You said Tom Smith?
Schmidt, like
Smith.
SCHMIT, I think, yeah, or DIT. It's one of them two.
Oh, I know what you're talking. Okay, I get what you're saying. It's like what's that? That's German, right?
It's Schmidt. Yep, I sound like it, something like that. Sound European.
Yeah, because it's I don't know. It's just hard for me to grasp it because I don't see no other resources being dealt with that way. I mean, manuscripts being dealt that way. Like, yeah, you have textual criticism, you have variants, but even with the Bible, like with the Septuagint, the early manuscripts that we have available with the textual variants, um, they don't even do that with Paul's epistles and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? They don't
I'm
omit
not
words.
managed.
They imply word. They may imply words to make it seem more readable, but
Yeah, I don't see that going on in the field.
omitting
You know,
words is crazy. That's crazy work.
I see the same thing happening with the New Testament text as with Josephus' text, as with all you got to do is read the intro to James Allen's work on the coffin text, intro to the Pyramid of Coffin Text, a little book, real small. I think it's an SBL publication. First couple of pages, he says we have to do textual criticism to these texts because we don't know the original words. Letters have been smudged. Lettered words have been rubbed out. The artifact has depreciated as it relates to the depth of certain inscriptions. They do textual criticism. They postulate on wording. They postulate on letters. They postulate as it relates to the reconstruction of these documents. Um, not saying postulation is wrong, bad, or anything like that. I think it gives us a means to assess the data and make reasonable assessments concerning the data. But yeah, it happens with Paul. It definitely happens with Paul. It happens with all of the biblical texts, undoubtedly. The biblical text is when you look at the data, because the biblical text is the most widely copied text of all history, and especially in ancient history. Um, that's why we can go back about 1,000 years before the Nazarites. We find the scroll of Isaiah in the Dead Sea, and yeah, there are variants, but the nature of those variants, it depends. Most of them are easy to recognize, like in chapter when Isaiah has his vision of the heavenly host, and the hosts are bowing down, saying, "Holy, holy, is the Lord of hosts." You know, but in the Masoretic text, it says, "Holy, holy, holy," not just "Holy, holy." So the Dead Sea Scrolls missed one word. Like, I'm not saying like that's all of the variants in the book of Isaiah. I'm saying that a lot of the variants do not bear out substantial differences in meaning compared to if you have a modern English translation. Again, they do it. They have to do it as long as we're talking. When we're talking about what did Caesar say, they do it. We don't know what Caesar said at all instances. We don't even have Gallic War, and that's a book from Caesar. We don't have the original document. So
Yeah,
when
we don't
we,
have a lot of stuff during those times. Like it's very little evidence of like even stuff from like the early Bronze Age. You had the Bronze Age collapse, and then going into the Iron Age, we have more things. But a lot of these stuff that the people that the same criticism that we give for like the biblical patriarchs and stuff like that, we can say that about a lot of secular sources as well. Like, do we have a body for Imhotep? You know what I'm saying? But no, but we got writing from Imhotep. But his name just mean he comes in peace. You know what I'm saying? Like it's crazy stuff, man. I don't know, but it's not reciprocated. You know what I'm saying? It's one way when it comes to the biblical narrative, probably because Christianity dominated in ways that's unethical. I would say that the way that the Christianity spread throughout the earth is was unethical and probably wasn't right. Um, but uh, but yeah, early on, but the early forms of it wasn't like that. That's what I would say. The early stages of Christianity wasn't like that. They was actually the ones that was being persecuted.
when do you put it into early Christianity?
The first century Christianity, like anti-Nicene, um,
So that would be
anywhere from the first century going to the pre-Constantine. Pre-Constantine, that's the best way I can say it.
okay. How were Christians spreading unethically during that time period?
Well, it spread it. It didn't. It spread it by preaching the gospel. It wasn't no imperialism. It wasn't no conquering. It wasn't none of that. These people just went other places as as
I just want
apostles,
to know. I completely
evangelists.
agree. Exactly. Right. Faith evangelism, not by sword. I just was wondering, are you suggesting that face-to-face evangelism is unethical?
No, not evangelism, but I was talking about when I said that it was unethical, I was talking about the crusades and everything. Christian
Oh, well,
crusade.
that's not early Christianity at all. Christianity took over the world, the globe, Rome, the Roman Empire, well before that time period.
Oh wow. But that's under the. But I'm saying that was the. You said it took over. It took over Rome, but I'm talking about how it spread out throughout the whole
Yeah,
four corners.
I'm saying that like it's synonymous language in the ancient Near Eastern context. Four corners is just to all ends of the earth. It doesn't necessarily mean from China to California, North and South poles. No, it doesn't
Yeah, but
mean
we have Christianity all over the world. I know that
that's
it's it's ancient Near Eastern idiom for the natural world that they understood.
the
But
known world.
yeah, the domain rather domains, right? Yeah.
Yeah, the known domains where humans were known to have existed. Yep. But again, the first 300 years, Christians were evangelizing. The ruler after Constantine made Christianity the religion of the state. Um, by that time, though, Christianity was already in the middle.
I wouldn't say
On,
that because when you read, like when I read Eusebius, because you gotta understand they went through a persecution with the martyrs and everything, so they was all running, they was all hiding out. Like it was illegal to be even called a Christian. Like if you was
right?
called a Christian, if you was identified as a Christian, you would be executed.
Yeah.
You'll be
So,
martyred.
so here I would mention really one book from a sociologist, but two books. Um, ultimately, so the sociological book is about the expansion of not the expansion, the spread of Christianity, early Christianity by Rodney Stark out of UNC Chapel Hill, or maybe he's Duke. He's one of them two. But yeah, Rodney Stark, expansion of Christianity, where he proposes a 2 or 3% expansion year by year, but this number is not, huh? So he proposes a 2 to 4% increase in Christian communities, like individuals, every year until Constantine, recognizing there were certain safe havens for the Christians to blossom, such as in Egypt, like at
Egypt, Coptic,
Alexandria.
okay, yeah.
Uh, so, like in some of these places, they might have been able to spread and without as much persecution as the other Christians in the East were experiencing.
What
Um,
about Carthage?
it's like, yeah, sure. In places like Carthage, Antioch, all of these places would have a slightly higher rate of growth per year because of that environment. And since that's the case, you can easily get at least 1 million Christians from the 50s, let's just say the 40s, from the 40s or 50s for the next 300 years until the Council of Nicaea. You can easily get 1 million Christians by
A
then.
million.
3%.
I don't know that no. I don't know if it was a million.
You could get a
Because if you
million.
go to Tacitus, right? So Tacitus, when he described the Christians, he described them as like just a group of people. He don't describe them like an overwhelming population. I don't think he described them as being like rebels.
It was overwhelming
Against.
enough. It was overwhelming enough. The Romans, the Romans sent.
Was it even a million people on the earth all the way back then? It's like, no, stop.
Yeah, there's definitely
Yeah,
over a
it
million
definitely
people.
was.
I know it was a joke, but like,
Do we have a million graves to prove it? No. Do we have a million bones to prove it? No. But
Yeah, a lot of graves get recycled over time. So I, I'm one to believe that just as many people it is in today's time, it was just that many in ancient time.
okay,
They try to throw the because of the disease and everything, but that was certain people though, like the Egyptians and stuff. They didn't live that long or this and that, but some of the wars that's described in the biblical narrative and from historians is 150 is thousands hundreds of thousands of people in one population, and that's just the army. So the country had to have more than that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm wanting to believe that it was just as many, if not it was if not equal, just as probably not exactly, but approximately the same. You know.
I would need to see evidence of 8 billion people on this planet in the first century.
All right. Well, we'll look into that because I think I looked at the populations before and it gave me some extremely low numbers. And they said because of the disease and everything, and how we don't got medicine, like our people live longer, which I I doubt it because the same diseases still exist today. Like those diseases ain't going nowhere. We just have preventative measures, but they had preventative measures for those diseases as well.
no,
That's what the
no,
whole thing about the priests and stuff was. That
Those were definitely not. I don't. How do you? I don't. I wouldn't consider the priest doctor visits, and I'm not trying to be. I'm not
they
trying to
was
be charlatans or nothing, but I. So out of respect to people's religious beliefs, I'm not trying to call them charlatans, but I wouldn't even say those situations were preventative care per se. They usually were when you just like maybe in the days of our grandparents or their grandparents, right? You would call the doctor would come over to your house, check you in the bed, put a rag on your head. That you can't call that a preventative step. Or
yeah,
you
that
would
wasn't
go
the
to the
only thing they was doing. They was diagnosing certain things, and they was diagnosing certain ailments that people had. Was they doing all of them? No, but the common ones they was identifying those. They understood. They seen it enough to identify it, which they would identify with a devil or some type of spirit. But they knew that it was they had a word to identify it. You know what I'm saying? And they had a measure, uh, uh, a preventative measure for someone to be that was healed. They had to go and wash themselves, um, which is we just seen. We just had to do that through COVID, right? uh, clean everything and wash. So they would tell them to clean themselves, and they would have them quarantine as well for certain ailments because you couldn't come into the temple. You couldn't come into these temples or synagogues. Rather, you couldn't come in them with those ailments. So you had to get rid of the issue first. Even they even give them a diet that's a diagnosis to me.
A diet?
Yeah, you would, cause one thing that Josephus writes. Well, they say this is not. So this is in his works, the works that I have, but it's called the Hades, the something about Hades. I forgot the title, but they say it's by Philo or Samos or something. They say it's written by somebody else, but it's in the Josephus that I got anyway. But what they talk about is how when you heal from something, how you have to change your diet, right? So it's basically like, say, like, if you go to a physician and you be healed, you have to change your lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? Because if you continue in the same lifestyle, then you just gonna get sick again. So they had to actually change their diet and everything. He was using it as a metaphor of being healed by a physician. You know what I'm saying? Where you have to you have to abstain from certain things, so that when to be preventative. So they had and this is writing is dated to the 2nd century. That's why they say it ain't, it's not Josephus, but it's an appendix in his writing in this collection that I have. I think it's called the Article About Hades or something like that. But it's a part in there. It talks about being healed of a physician and how you have to abstain from certain diets. You have to have a certain diet to prevent that ailment from returning or something like that. So they had preventative measures. That's what preventative care early on in the early 2nd century. And yeah, a lot of this stuff don't get fleshed out like that. But this is good because I'm one to believe that people always understood science because they was taught the science by the deities that came to this earth, the beings that came to this earth. We call them aliens or whatever. They the ones that, cause think about it. So like, for instance, let's say hypothetically, if we was to try and travel, say we invented time traveling or whatever, right? And we go to we go to the past, and or say you don't even try to travel, say you go wherever you go, right? You interact with some people, and they say, well, if you from the future, tell us what happened with us, how we get here, because that's the first thing you will ask as a human. You know what I'm saying? As a man, you're like, oh, well, what's the beginning of all this? And they tell you, and we see this cultural continuity in these mythos, in these narratives. So I believe that they all saying the same thing because they was taught by the people the beings that came here. And they taught them the physical laws, the sciences and all that. That's why that stuff had to be rediscovered by modern scientists, modern science. But I do believe that the one true God, I do have a bias. I'll say that, but it's a prominent one.
A permanent bias.
Said it's one based off the based off the amount of evidence and the textual evidence, right? Is one that the bias that I have, it stands out. So, we all have our biases, but if I, yeah. We all have our biases. So, just to be scholastically honest, though, like, yeah, it's a cultural continuity. They they all saying the same thing. You say Josephus make Tacitus the Messiah. So I don't know if Cosmo's still there, but the when he called Tacitus the Messiah, so in the book of Daniel, it's I think it's two messiahs in the book of Daniel. It's one that's gonna um cut off the dang, it's one that's gonna cut off the true Messiah, right? So it's a ruler that was gonna come. So when he called Tassi, not Tassius, Tiberius, when he called no, what's his name? Ain't not Tiberius. What's so you got Domitian and it's something with a T. Titus. So when he called Titus the Messiah, he wasn't talking about he wasn't when he called him a Messiah, he wasn't talking about the Messiah. He was saying that he's the Messiah that's gonna come and just gonna basically start the Roman Empire. Well, not the Roman Empire, but he's the one that's gonna rule next. Yeah, that was the Roman Empire, right? Greek. Yeah, he was the next one to rule the Roman Empire. That's what he was saying. Because what I get is it came from either the prophecies in Daniel, or or it could have been Revelation. But but in the Old Testament, there's a prophecy of a Messiah that was going to come against the children of Israel, and that's what Josephus was talking about when he called Titus Titus the Vespasian, the Messiah. He wasn't talking about the Savior, the one that's going to restore the children of Israel. No, he wasn't talking about that. Messiah. But it's in the book of Daniel. I forgot how it goes. It says something he on.
I don't see how Jesus didn't accomplish that.
How he didn't accomplish what? Being the
The
Messiah?
freeing of the people of Israel.
Yeah, that didn't happen yet. So even in the Old Testament, it says that the Messiah. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. In Daniel, it say the Messiah had to be cut off, right? And then in Isaiah, it talks about, and Christ said this. Christ mentioned this, I think, in Matthew 12 when he's talking about John the Baptist. He tell them that or maybe it's another chapter, but he say didn't the Christ had to be cut off? He said, no, he said, didn't the Christ had to suffer first before? Because they asked him, like, when you gonna restore the kingdom? And he said, don't the scriptures say that I must be cut off first? I mean, that I must suffer first. So he was hinting at his crucifixion. So, and then when you read, if you read in Isaiah, it tells you that he's going to suffer for his people or something like that. Isaiah
Oh, it's
53.
by his stripes we are healed, all that stuff.
By what? Say it again.
By his stripes we are healed.
Yeah, yeah, that's in Isaiah. But it's I think it's Isaiah 53 and 10, where they say something about him. He must suffer first for the people's sins or something like that.
Yeah, and say by his stripes we are healed.
Right, right.
And then you have the part in Isaiah that talks specifically about that it, it's basically a run through of Psalm 22. They both said the
Right.
same thing, that he's going to be in, that he's going to gamble for his clothes, all that. That's crazy. How
Yeah,
you tear
so
somebody's clothes up and gamble for the pieces? That's crazy.
yeah, so I just read this article. Well, but no. Yeah, what you're saying, yeah, that is Psalms 22 is prophetically speaking of the coming Messiah being the Christ, right? So the it's mentioned in Acts that David was prophesying in the book of Acts. Peter said that David was prophesying by the Spirit.
But
That
he said,
it's in Acts,
um,
the book of Acts, chapter 2, verse 36. It says that David was prophesying of Christ. So when you go into the Psalms 22, I think it's Psalms 22. It's one where he even talks about him being like a worm, right? I was
yeah,
saving it.
he said, why are you so far away from Christ? He said, but I'm a worm, a reproach of men.
Hmm.
I can't remember everything in there.
Yeah, they don't
But
see.
he
Yeah,
does,
so you got to understand what he's talking about right there. So the word, when you look up that word in the Hebrew, worm is going to give you like a maggot, and it's going to give
yeah,
you the type of
it's
the
specific.
crimson
It's a
worm.
specific type too that
Yeah,
leaves his blood on the wood or the bark or
yeah,
whatever the case may be. It's
it
real
attach
crazy.
itself to the wood. Yeah, and then
Yeah,
it comes back in the glory. And it like resurrect or something. It do something. It comes and
yeah,
it comes out white or something like that.
it's real crazy.
Yeah, that's
Goes,
crazy. When I
yeah,
saw
goes
that, I
through
said, "Yo,
a whole metamorphosis or whatever the case may be.
yeah." But it attached itself to the wood, and then it's something with the blood. Some happened
Yeah,
with
because it's
blood,
red at first.
huh?
It's red at first. So
Oh, it's red at first. Yeah,
yeah,
because it's a crimson run, right?
yeah, it's a crimson. Yeah. So
Man, that's crazy.
when it sheds, the color stays on the bark and all that stuff. You know.
That was crazy. But yeah, even that, even in I think it's it's either Psalms 18 or 13. It talks about the bulls of Bashan, right? When it mentions the whole Passover and everything, and they even that is a prophetic verse of Christ. Even
Even when
Psalms
people tell
110, even Psalms 110 and
when
Psalms.
Trinitarians come to me and say that Jesus is the Savior, I don't understand that. I really, it really blows my mind. If he
So
was,
you don't think that Jesus was the Messiah?
I didn't say that. Now you put words in my
No,
mouth.
I'm not judging you on that. I'm just saying I
I
was
didn't. I'm
going.
not. I don't. Yeah. I don't care if you judge me on what I think, but like, I'm just saying that I didn't say he wasn't the Messiah. I said he wasn't the Savior.
Well, that's what his name means. His name means savior.
No, I'm talking about the huh?
That's what his name means. In Hebrew, your name was prophetic. Something that you, well, not prophetic, but it's like the meaning of your name is something that you was gonna do.
Oh, you talking about the Hebrew name? What Yeshua? That means
I mean,
the
to
Lord
say,
is salvation.
well, yeah, but it means the root word means save, to save.
The name that you're
So
referring to means
Yeshua,
it
they
means
say the
the
Lord. It
it
don't mean
means
the
the
Lord. It
Lord.
means no. Yeshua literally means my Savior or my salvation. All through the Old Testament, you even in the I think Isaiah 12:2, it says the Lord has become my salvation. But if you read it in Hebrew, it say uh the tetragrammaton have become Yeshua. It says it all over the place. So it's that's what I'm saying. It's things that's why I say call his name Jesus, for he shall save his people. But that's the English rendition of his name. So his name was the Hebrew word for save is Yasha. Like you got Hosea, you know, Isaiah. Those are all names that mean savior. You know,
What's going
Hosea,
on here?
Joshua. His name would have been what uh, Yashua, like that.
Okay, let me see how to show my screen on here.
I don't think they're gonna share it. I think A1 no sleep.
I can't share my screen on here.
No, they gotta share it for you. But I got a site. Man, I should have. I'm gonna find the site, but I got a site where they was tracking. They actually tracked the site. It's a credible site, but they list everybody that claimed to be the Messiah and who fulfilled it, and Christ is the only one that fulfilled it. The second person that came close was John the Baptist, I think, and it's probably somebody else. But he the only one that fulfilled that, did everything that the Messiah was going to do, the majority of the things. Damn, A1 went to sleep. Let me try to see.
Yo, yo, yo. Hey, what's up? What's up? What's up, y'all? Hey, it's two people still here. What it do? What it do, y'all? What I'm gonna go ahead and do is it's two people still here. If you still here, come to the comments. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up with y'all? I see y'all still here. I see y'all still here. Um, let's say send me the link. No sound. All right, y'all. We gonna get some words from our sponsors, and then we gonna shut it down. All right. All right. First thing first, we gonna get the joint here with it.
Let's be real for a second. Some of you claim you're the best debaters in the game, but every week you're still arguing for free. You study, you prepare, you show up, you give them viral moments, and the platform gets paid, not you. That's not competition, that's exploitation. Some leagues built their entire reputation off the backs of debaters they never intended to compensate. Clips, views, donations, super chats, and the people creating the content still walking away with nothing. Over here, we don't play that game. We are one of the only debate leagues actually paying debaters, reinvesting back into the community. Because if your arguments generate value, you deserve value. So here's the reality check. If you're really the monster you claim to be, if your research is really as sharp as you say, if you really think you could dominate any room, then prove it. And here's where the stakes are real. Warriors don't fight exhibitions forever. They fight where the prize is. So you have a choice. Stay comfortable debating for exposure, building someone else's empire, or come step into the arena where serious debaters get respect and paid. This isn't charity. This is combat. Power. Who has it? Who controls it? And who does the Bible give it to? Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments presented by Titans Debate League. This is not for the weak-minded. This is not for the easily offended. This is a battle for truth. In one corner, it's a queen, bold, unapologetic, challenging the system, arguing that the Bible strips power from women. In the opposing corner, Gideon Yisrael, firm, disciplined, standing on scripture, defending the Bible as order, structure, and divine design. The question, does the Bible take power from women? Belief versus resistance, tradition versus challenge, scripture versus interpretation. No dodging, no soft takes, just raw intellectual combat. Who stands strong and who gets exposed? Step into the arena and witness it live. Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? This is not a conversation. This is not a discussion. This is a war of ideas. Welcome to Coliseum of Arguments presented by Titans Debate League. Two minds enter. One leads with intellectual dominance. In one corner, Chesed, the Hebrew scholar armed with scripture, history, and a fire from the ancient text. In the opposing corner, humble mystic, the naturalist, challenging tradition, questioning everything, bringing raw, unfiltered logic to the battlefield. The question, was the Canaanite God El and the biblical God Yahweh the same? Faith, history, mythology collide. No ducking, no dodging, no mercy. Just pure intellectual combat. Who's got the facts? Who's got the pressure? Who's gonna break under the spotlight? You decide. Where beliefs are tested and only the strongest arguments survive. Pull up or get left behind.
Yes, yes, yes. Come on over, y'all. Come on out and support. Come on out and support. It's So I see two people in the building. I know it been a little blackout out here for a minute. What's up? What's up? We got Quantum here. Did you come off mute, Quantum? I think Quantum came off of mute, y'all. I'm not sure. All right. Well, You know. Um, well, all right, y'all. We gonna end it off with a night. Let's get into it. We gonna close out, and then you know what I'm saying? We see y'all here tomorrow. We appreciate everybody for rocking with us. We appreciate the engagement in the comments. Before I close out, I want to give some shouts out. We know we got Jada Snake. We appreciate you. We had Cosmo in the building. We appreciate you. Um, we got Milk Dud in the building. We appreciate you. You know, and I appreciate everybody on the panel. Most definitely shout out to the brother A1. You know, and this just the beginning, y'all. We most definitely bringing more content. We bringing more feel to the people. You know, and hey, tighten up. Y'all know how we rock out.
Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family. We might have the same last name, but that don't make you my family. I got some people with the same blood, and I know that they can't stand me. I got some people I call that ain't kin that's gonna pull up and handle it. They take care of that business like family. We come from them trenches like family. They talking, you listen, that's family. They don't tell your business, that's family. They calling your phone, coming looking for you. They say that you missing, that's family. They don't need permission, that's family. When you hurt, they can feel it, that's family. Let them come while you're cheering, that's family. Let them come when you living, that's family. Family all around me. Family all around me. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. He my family, she my family. We are family all around me.